TV is a powerhouse, redefining home entertainment with its 8K resolution and Neo QLED technology for breathtaking visuals. ये TV देखने का एक नया तरीका है. The neural quantum processor 8K, the heart of this TV, uses AI to upscale content to 8K, making even old favorites look brand new. ये पुराने वीडियो को भी नया बना देता है. It's not just about the picture quality. The AI magic extends to Real Depth Enhancer Pro for lifelike 3D images and AI Motion Enhancer Pro for smoother action scenes. आपको ऐसा लगेगा जैसे आप उस दुनिया में खुद मौजूद हों. Object Tracking Sound Pro takes audio immersion to the next level, intelligently directing sound to match on-screen movement. The Samsung Q900D Neo QLED 8K TV एक testament है to Samsung's commitment to innovation, bringing the future of home entertainment right into your living room. आपके घर में ही आपको सिनेमा जैसा अनुभव मिलेगा. It's not just a TV, it's an AI-powered experience that transforms how you watch and interact with content. ये कोई आम TV नहीं है, ये भविष्य के टेक्नोलॉजी का एक एग्जाम्पल है.
Guys, packed with features, TV definitely is quite interesting, quite exciting, but it costs way above rupees 10 lakhs. So आपको वो price pay करना है if you really want to enjoy the latest offering from Samsung. अगर आपको 8K content देखना है अपने living room में, 85 inches is a pretty big size for a television, और आपको बहुत मजा आने वाला है. And I'm sure जो आपके मूवी वाले जो बिल्स होते हैं वो डेफिनेटली आने वाले हैं, बिकॉज यू एंजॉय ऑल योर मूवीज स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम योर काउच विद योर फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली, बिकॉज टीवी बहुत बड़ा है तो सब मिल के बड़े आराम से.
And it is a normal practice that we call the state finance ministers also to participate in the pre-budget consultation. So the first half of this day, in the morning session, pre-lunch, we had the pre-budget consultation with finance ministers. Post-lunch, we held the GST Council meeting. As you know, the last meeting was held sometime in October last year, and because of elections and states being busy with the campaign, just as we were busy as well, we thought it was better utilized if the time was used for both the budget consultation and also for GST Council. And in this GST Council, therefore, I must upfront tell you that while there were a lot of issues on which the Fitment Committee and the Legal Committee had worked and readied quite a few agenda, considering that we were meeting only for half a day, some agenda were taken up, considerable number for today. But even as we concluded today, we acknowledged the fact that we have ready agenda points which we could not take up today for want of time, which we'll take up in the next meeting. And therefore, it was also decided, keeping in mind one or two matters of urgency which the states also had in their mind, to hold a GST meeting at the earliest after today, which will be sometime post the budget session, maybe sometime middle of August. Before the end of August is when the next meeting will happen, where the agenda which we couldn't complete today it wasn't tabled also, but just to let you know that there was enough agenda. Some of them got to be discussed today, and the rest which could not be put on the agenda list itself will be carried on for the next meeting. But today, the 53rd GST Council meeting has actually taken a lot of decisions on trade facilitation, easing compliance burden, and giving relief to taxpayers in terms of compliance easing out. So this will benefit the traders, MSMEs, and taxpayers, is my strong view. I will just flag those issues and not get into the details. Later on, you can always ask us the question and we'll go about. First one is that there was a decision taken today and the GST Council recommended waiving interest and penalties for demand notices that have been issued under Section 73 of the GST Act. What are the items which are under Section 73? Cases not involving fraud, suppression, or misstatements. So, for all those notices which were issued under Section 73, for the fiscal years 2017-18, 18-19, and 19-20, the Council has recommended waiving interest and penalties on the demand notices which have been served. And this will be applicable in cases where the taxpayer pays the full amount of tax demanded in the notice by 31/3/2025. So notices were issued for those 3 financial years under Section 73 of the CGST Act. So if the taxpayer comes forward to pay the total amount before 31st March 2025, he shall not have to pay the interest or the penalties which have been normally put on them. So that relief has been given. Again, Council has recommended, I'm going to the next item. Council has recommended that the time limit to avail input tax credit in respect of any invoice or debit note under Section 16(4) of the CGST Act through any GSTR 3B return filed up to 30/11/2021 for the financial years 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, and 2021 may be deemed to be 30/11/2021. So, for the same requisite amendment, retrospectively with effect from 1st July 2017, the Council has made a recommendation. Moving to the next item. In order to reduce government litigation, the Council has recommended a monetary limit of 20 lakh for GST Appellate Tribunal, 1 crore for High Court, and 2 crore for Supreme Court for filing of appeals. Filing of appeals by the department before these legal fora. Specific amounts, I repeat, the Council's recommended amounts, recommended monetary limits are 20 lakh for GST Appellate Tribunal, 1 crore for High Court, and 2 crore for Supreme Court for filing of appeals by the department. So I go to the next one. Council has also recommended that the maximum amount for pre-deposit, maximum amount of pre-deposit for filing appeal before the appellate authority shall be reduced from 25 crores CGST and 25 crores SGST to 20 crores CGST. CGST is 25 crore, comes to 20. SGST is 25 crore, comes to 20 crore. And that is the maximum amount of pre-deposit for filing appeals before the appellate authority. Also, the pre-deposit for filing of appeal before the appellate tribunal will be reduced from 20% with a maximum amount of 50 crore CGST and 50 crores SGST to 10% with a maximum amount of 20 crore CGST and rupees 20 crore SGST. So that is a recommendation. There are 1 or 2 which I am not stating it here for want of time, but the complete decisions will be sent to you by mail. Council has also decided and recommended that amending the provisions of CGST Act to provide that the 3-month period for filing appeals in the GST Appellate Tribunal will start from a day which shall be notified by the government. So, the President of the Tribunal has assumed office, and the said period for filing appeal by the taxpayers will expire on 5th August 2024. But there is a need that we need to give an extension, so we've come up with this decision. The next one I'm moving over to is, in order to help small taxpayers, the Council recommended extending the time limit to furnish the detail and the returns in the form GSTR 4 from 30th April at present. At the moment it is 30th April. The Council has recommended that it be extended to 30th June. And this is for GSTR 4, those returns which have to be filed. This will apply for returns for the financial year 2024-25 onwards. The next one I'm moving on to, the Council has recommended requisite amendment in the CGST rules to provide that interest would not be charged on an amount which is available in the electronic cash ledger on the due date of filing the GSTR 3B return and is debited while filing the said return. This will ease interest burden on the taxpayer. I'm moving to the next decision, which is again taxpayer friendly. The Council has recommended again insertion of a functionality by way of Form GSTR 1A, which would allow a taxpayer to add any particulars of current tax period which he may have missed out on in reporting in the GSTR 1. So if he missed out on reporting in GSTR 1, there shall now be a form called GSTR 1A, in which he'll be able to do that for the current tax period, or to amend any particulars which are already declared in GSTR 1 for the current tax period before filing GSTR 3B return for the current tax period. So one gets filed. If there's a missed out fact or you've done some error, you can correct it in the GSTR 1A. You can't, of course, go back for the current tax period is what is being said. Then there is going to be a rolling out of biometric based Aadhaar authentication in an all India basis. You know that we ran a pilot in Gujarat, also a pilot in Puducherry. There have been very good inputs coming out of it. So this will help us to combat fraudulent input tax credit claims made through fake invoices. In the cases where the applicant had opted for Aadhaar authentication and where the case has been identified on the basis of data analytics and risk parameters on the system, these have been tried in the GST Suvidha Kendras, and this will be taken up on an all India basis. So the GST Council has today recommended to roll out the biometric based Aadhaar authentication of registration of applicants on an all India basis in a phased manner. So if these are matters which came through the legal committee, there were a couple of clarifications issued by the fitment committee. They've issued quite a few, but I'm highlighting one or two. Council recommended to prescribe a uniform rate of 12% on all milk cans, meaning steel, iron, aluminium, which are irrespective of the use. They are called milk cans, but wherever they are used, that will be the rate applicable, so that no disputes arise out of it. They have a standard shape, so that will determine what is a milk can and what is not. Then Council also recommended to prescribe a uniform GST rate of 12% on all carton boxes and cases of both corrugated and non-corrugated paper or paper board. This will in particular help the apple growers of Himachal Pradesh, the apple growers of J&K, whose request it has been for quite some time. The Fitment Committee has also recommended it now. There are details about HSN codes on this matter, but simple step is corrugated, non-corrugated, carton boxes made of paper or corrugated paper, non-corrugated paper or paper board will all benefit from this. Council also has clarified and recommended that the clarification be put out on that all types of sprinklers, including fire water sprinklers, will attract 12% GST, and to regularize the past practice on an as is where is basis.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. I mean, okay, I'll give you a very basic answer, brother, which is to just go and check into the sync settings of your phone. अगर आप जब S7 use कर रहे थे, उस टाइम पे सब कुछ sync हो रहा था, and now you have moved to S21 and it's not working, आप अपने फ़ोन की settings में जाइए, वहाँ पे आपका जो भी particular account है, for example, if it's Outlook or maybe it's the Google account, उस पे tap करने के बाद में आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या-क्या चीज़ें sync हो रही हैं या क्या-क्या चीज़ें sync नहीं हो रही हैं. It's very easy. Maybe it's off. वहाँ पे वो sync.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The government forms a panel for fair conduct of exams, a 7-member panel to review data security protocol. Ex-ISRO chairman to head the panel of experts. This is the government's bid to review exam safety amid the National Testing Agency mess. The Bihar police cracks down on the NEET solver gang. The police detains 5 people linked to the NEET paper leak case. The police suspect a link to repeat offender Ravi Atri. This as the Bihar police submit a report to the Education Ministry. In the hooch tragedy, the BJP ups the ante against the Tamil Nadu government. The BJP holds protests against Stalin across the state. This as the death toll crosses the 50 mark. Police have now arrested the key accused. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in the national capital for a 2-day visit. She held a crucial bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Modi. The focus on digital connectivity and the Teesta water sharing agreement. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story this evening. Well, the NEET controversy, and now the government has formed a 7-member expert panel to look into the security protocol as far as key examinations are concerned. This amid demands of a complete overhaul of the National Testing Agency. Now remember, the government had announced the formation of this panel, the constitution of this panel, but it's now been formally notified amid 3 key exams now under the cloud, including the NEET medical entrance exam, also the UGC-NET and the CSIR UGC-NET as well. The panel will focus on data security going forward. My colleague Prashant has more details.
Just 2 days back, Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan in his press conference had announced that the ministry has decided to set up a committee, and today they have formally announced that committee. And if you go by, it is a 7-member committee headed by Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, who is the former ISRO chairman. If you go by if you look at the terms of reference of the committee, it is very clear. The first thing that the committee has been asked to do is to reform the National Testing Agency, NTA, which is now responsible for holding at least 25 examinations for various fields, for recruitment and for admissions in many colleges. So NTA is currently holding about 25 exams. So the first thing that the committee has been entrusted with is to reform the NTA, and the committee has been asked to set up a standard operating procedure which NTA will be supposed to follow every time it conducts an examination. Secondly, data security, that's very important, as you rightly pointed out, that how to data security protocol, to evaluate the existing data security processes and protocols of NTA. This is very important because many times we have seen that papers have been leaked through using internet and other social mediums. So how to secure the data protocol, that is also going to be one of the key terms of reference for the committee. So the government has now taken steps, one step further to ensure transparency in the examinations which are being conducted by NTA. But it's still a long way to go. This committee has been asked to submit its report within 2 months' time. So after that, it will be interesting to see how government proceeds with the report of the committee.
Looking at some other news now. Well, in Maharashtra's Bid, OBC protests surfacing yet again. This amid the row over Maratha reservation. Now remember, these particular protests are being held to demand cancellation of fake OBC certificates. Of course, this comes right ahead of the crucial Maharashtra Assembly polls. These protests are proving to be a big law and order challenge for the Maharashtra government as well. Look at what Chhagan Bhujbal had to say. Remember, Chhagan Bhujbal is leading the negotiations as far as the government is concerned, and there has been a deadlock between the protesters and the government for quite some time now. Take a look.
हम इतना ही चाहते हैं कि उनको अलग किया जाए, ओबीसी को अलग जो है इसके हिस्से में कोई ना आए, और आपस में जो है झगड़ा नहीं करे और शांति रखे, शांति के साथ चर्चा करते हुए तो सारे सवाल हल हो जाते हैं।
Well, certainly, and we see that now it was, the OBC protest that started, and the strike continued for 8 days, after which today Chhagan Bhujbal and other ministerial, from the cabinet, they did visit the Jalna and the Jalna location where the entire of this community is on a strike, and they did say and they demanded that they need an assurance that providing a quota to the Maratha community won't affect the OBC community. However, we saw that it was Chhagan Bhujbal who reassured Lakshman Hake as well as the other person that there would be no such affection to the OBC community, and also that there would be a sort of peace amongst both the communities in terms of reservation, whereas Lakshman Hake clearly demanded that any sort of reservation provided to the Maratha community should not affect the agrarian, that is the Kunbi community in terms of the OBC reservation, and also which makes them eligible for government job and in that quota for other sort of government placements. After which today it was Chhagan Bhujbal along with other ministerial people who did visit there and assured the people of the OBC community that there would be no such lag, and also that the quota of the OBC would not affect the people, and they would further continue to ensure that the Mahayuti as well as the party works for the people of the OBC community, eventually leading to no such harm to the rights of the OBC. And today we saw that after 8 days of hunger strike, it was Lakshman Hake who called off his strike, stating that there would be no such strike being called unless and until any such action by the government that affects the OBC community would happen, and eventually leading to them sitting on a strike again. But until now we see that the strike has been called off.
And moving now to the other big headline this evening, the Tamil Nadu hooch tragedy, in which, of course, over 50 people have died. And now the focus is on investigation. Of course, key accused, alleged kingpin, has been arrested in this particular case. In fact, protests across Tamil Nadu, the BJP upping the ante, demanding the resignation of the excise minister. Also, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has now come out and said that he is not running away. This, of course, is heart-rending stories are surfacing from the ground. But what's the latest on the investigation? My colleague Sam Daniel has more.
BJP, which has 4 MLAs in the state, is holding a protest demanding the resignation of the Minister Muthuswamy, who is in charge of prohibition and enforcement. Even as the key opposition in Tamil Nadu, the AIADMK, is demanding the resignation of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin himself, saying he is incompetent and he has no control over the police force he heads, which the DMK has denied. And this on a day when the death count in this terrible tragedy touched 55 and 88 others are being treated in 4 different hospitals. And the investigators have also arrested Chinnadurai, the key alleged kingpin, as the police call him, and he is, police say, responsible for supplying what they call as distilled arak through a network of people who had sold this particular consignment of illicit liquor, which has led to the death of 50 plus people. And the investigation with him, police believe, would lead to the wider network, and they'll be able to crack down with specific information in terms of destroying the illicit liquor consignments, and also arrest many more who would have been involved in this particular tragedy. So far, earlier, 4 others were arrested, including Kannukutti, who had for years been allegedly selling illicit liquor at the backyard of his house at Karunapuram village, where at least 30 people of the 55 are from.
And NDTV reports on the human cost of the illicit liquor tragedy. In fact, my colleague Sam Daniel sent us this absolutely heart-wrenching report from Tamil Nadu, where 3 siblings have been orphaned. They lost both their parents to this tragedy. Take a look.
Heart-rending stories following the death of more than 40 people in Kallakurichi district of Tamil Nadu after they consumed illicit liquor. We have a family that has lost both their parents, and these 3 children are now orphaned without their parents, and he studies 9th standard, he's in 10th, and we have their elder sister doing 11th. Here we have the 11th. Romba sorry. உங்களுக்கு என்ன மாதிரி உதவி தேவைப்படுது இப்போ? What kind of help you require now?
எனக்கு ஒரு உதவி வேணாம். இதுக்கு நெவில் கொடு கட்டி கொடுங்க, இது படிப்பு செலவுக்கு கொடுங்க. ராத்திரி எனக்கு அப்பா வேணும் அம்மா வேணுங்கிறாங்க, நான் எங்கே போய் தேடி கொண்டாந்து கொடுப்பேன்.
No money, we just require help to take care of the children. உங்களுக்கு என்ன படிக்கணும்? You are studying 11th standard now. What's your
எனக்கு வந்து இன்ஜினியரிங் படிக்கணும்னு ஆசை.
name?
கோகிலா.
She's Gokila. She's in class 11 and she wants to become an engineer. உங்களுக்கு என்ன ஆசை?
வக்கீல் ஆகணும்னு ஆசை.
He wants to become a lawyer. உங்க நேம் என்ன?
நான்
உங்க பேர்?
என் பேர் ஹரிஷ்.
Harish. And you?
டைரக்டர்.
Film director. He wants to become a film director. They don't have parents now and the family will take care. யார் இப்போ வந்து கவனிச்சுக்க போறாங்க? நீங்க பாட்டி.
உங்க அம்மா என் பொண்ணு.
She is the mother. Vadivu's mother.
பொண்ணு போயிடுச்சு. இந்த பிள்ளைங்க 3 இருக்குது. என்னால் முடியாது, பாடுபட்டு காப்பாற்ற முடியாது. பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு வீடு கட்டி கொடுங்க, ஒரு நல்லது செய்யுங்க. நீங்கள் எத்தனை செஞ்சாலும் எனக்கு என் புள்ள போயிடுச்சு.
No matter what you do, I've lost my daughter and that will be no match for loss of her. இந்த மாதிரி நடக்கிறது மக்களுக்கு தெரியுமா?
தெரியாது சாமி. தெரிஞ்சதோ தெரியலையோ தெரியாது சாமி. என் பையன் தான் சாமி சுரேஷ், வடிவு கரைச்சி என் மருமாவை சாமி. இந்த மாதிரி நடக்கணும்னு நான் பார்க்கல சாமி. இன்னொரு காலத்துலேயும் இந்த ஊருக்கு இந்த சாராய பாக்கிட்டுங்கிறது உலகமே நடக்க வேணாம் சாமி. எங்கள் குடும்பம் கெட்டாலும் மற்ற குடும்பம் நல்லா இருக்கணும் சாமி. நான் அதை தான் கேட்குறேன். சாராயத்தை கொடியே போய் பாக்கிட்டு சாராயத்தை ஒய்யுங்க சாமி. எந்த நாளையிலும் நடக்கக்கூடாது ஐயா, இருக்கக்கூடாது ஐயா நாட்டில்.
She is the mother of the man who died. She says no way there should be sale of liquor. Please shut down liquor shops in Tamil. That's our only plea. Several questions being asked. Is there collusion by police? Is there an intelligence failure? Are the police hand in glove? The government has instituted a one-man commission to identify the causes and also to recommend measures. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin says he would crack down. But the big question, is this too little, too late? At the Karunapuram village in Kallakurichi district with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
What an absolutely horrific tragedy there, unbearable loss there for those 3 siblings. But moving now to the other big headline, the investigation into the NEET controversy. And now the Bihar police, as per input, seem to suggest that the suspicion is that a solver gang was involved as far as this entire NEET controversy is concerned. In fact, the paper leak probe now links to some sort of a mastermind behind this entire controversy. In fact, Ravi Atri, a notorious repeat offender, in fact, who's currently lodged in the Meerut jail, seems to be behind this paper leak. And in fact, NDTV was at the Kingpin's village in Uttar Pradesh, and my colleague Mukesh sent us this report.
इस वक्त मैं हूं ग्रेटर नोएडा के नीमका गांव में। नीट पेपर लीक मामले में जिस रवि अत्री का नाम मास्टरमाइंड के तौर पर आ रहा है वो इसी गांव का रहने वाला है। बिहार पुलिस की जांच में ये बात सामने आई है कि जो आरोपी शिंटू पकड़ा गया है उसने कहा है कि उसको नीट का पेपर रवि अत्री गैंग से मिला था। इसके अलावा 2 आरोपी और हैं, अतुल वत्स और संजीव मुखिया, ये भागे हुए हैं। कहा जा रहा है कि ये भी रवि अत्री से जुड़े हुए हैं। रवि अत्री इसी गांव का रहने वाला है और उसको इसी साल 10 अप्रैल को यूपीएसटीएफ ने यूपी पुलिस कांस्टेबल की जो परीक्षा हुई थी उसमें पेपर लीक मामले में गिरफ्तार किया था। तब से वो मेरठ जेल में है, लेकिन इसके पहले भी वो अलग अलग पेपरों को लीक करने के मामले में गिरफ्तार हो चुका है। 2007 में वो राजस्थान के कोटा गया था मेडिकल की तैयारी करने और पुलिस के मुताबिक वहीं पर भी वो जो पेपर लीक करने वाले गैंग्स हैं उनके संपर्क में आ गया। इसके बाद 2012 में उसने नीट का जो एग्ज़ाम था उसका पेपर लीक किया। 2012 में ही एसबीआई के एग्ज़ाम का पेपर लीक किया। इसके बाद 2012 में उसने रोहतक पीजीआई में मेडिकल की परीक्षा दी और वहाँ पर उसने एडमिशन ले लिया, लेकिन 3 साल पढ़ाई करने के बाद उसने चौथी साल एग्ज़ाम नहीं दिया। उसको 2012 में 2 बार गिरफ्तार किया गया। फिर 2015 में AIPMT का पेपर लीक करने के मामले में रोहतक पुलिस ने उसे गिरफ्तार किया। तो वो कई बार गिरफ्तार हो चुका है और 10 अप्रैल 2024 से वो मेरठ जेल में है। यूपी STF ने उसे गिरफ्तार किया था और अब इस मामले में उसका नाम सामने आ रहा है। कहा जा रहा है कि जेल में रहकर वो लगातार पेपर लीक करने वाले सिंडिकेट के संपर्क में था और जेल में रहकर ही उसने नीट का पेपर जो है लीक कराया। तो इस पूरे मामले को लेकर बिहार पुलिस अभी जांच कर रही है। हालांकि बिहार पुलिस की टीम अब तक उसके गांव नहीं आई है, ना ही जेल में उससे पूछताछ करने गई है, लेकिन उसका नाम एक तरह से मास्टरमाइंड के तौर पर ज़रूर आ रहा है और पिछले कई सालों में वो लगातार अलग अलग परीक्षाओं के पेपर लीक करता रहा है और बार बार उसे गिरफ्तार भी किया गया है। हालांकि उसके घर वाले सभी तरह के आरोप नकार रहे हैं। रवि अत्री के पिता गोरख सिंह मेरे साथ हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, नीट पेपर लीक मामले में आपका बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, क्या कहना है इस पर आपका?
ये ज़बरदस्ती फंसाया जा रहा है जी।
अच्छा, हाँ, अच्छा। बेटे से बात हुई आपकी?
हाँ, वहीं 15-20 दिन पहले।
अच्छा, क्या बता रहे थे
वो तो कछु ना बता रहा हो यह मामले कैसी भी।
अच्छा, मतलब गलत नाम आ रहा है उसका?
गलत।
तो पहले भी तो कई बार अरेस्ट हुआ है उसी ऐसी मामलों में?
हाँ, गलत ही हुआ में भी कोई मामला कोई हुई ना मिलो कई मामले में।
अच्छा,
वो सब में क्लियर लेकर को दिल्ली बारे में क्लियर लेकर को बड़ी है वो, और रोहतक बारे में बड़ी सही समझे वहाँ में लास्ट ईयर चल रही है कि 1-2 तारीख में हम फाइनल हो जाएगी छुट्टी।
तो बार बार जो पेपर लीक होते हैं उनमें आपके बेटे का नाम क्यों आता है?
ज़बरदस्ती लोग उसके जो संख्या हैं जो बैठने उठने वाले होंगे वो उसको नाम लेते हैं कामों का को भी मतलब।
अच्छा, तो ये भी कहा जाता है कि पेपर लीक करके आपके बेटे ने काफ़ी पैसा कमाया है?
कोई पैसा ना कमाया, 1 रुपया बिना उसके पास।
अच्छा,
हाँ, हम जो पैसा अपने घर से लगा रहे हैं।
तो आपको लगता है कि पहले कुछ ऐसा किया होगा तभी तो अरेस्ट किया होगा पुलिस ने?
पहले कैसे?
जो पहले केस हुए हैं पेपर लीक के 2012 में 15 में कई बार अरेस्ट हुआ है ना। तो आपको लगता है कुछ ऐसा किया होगा?
ना, कुछ ना उसके पास 1 रुपया भी नहीं है।
अच्छा।
And with that, we take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
तो दोस्तों ये है कोटा के बेस्ट टीचर जीतू भैया। हाँ या ना कुछ बोल भाई। हाँ या
जीतू भैया क्यों? जीतू सर क्यों नहीं?
We are fondly known as Jeetu Bhaiya on this show, and that's how maybe everybody likes to call you these days as well.
जो कैरेक्टर है बहुत ही फिक्शनल था, मैंने पढ़ाया भी है और मैं उस कोटा के कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ा हूँ जहाँ पे मैंने बहुत सारे टीचर्स देखे हैं, बट जीतू भैया का जो कैरेक्टर है वो काफ़ी डिफरेंट है।
पहले कहते हैं 11 लाख स्टूडेंट्स के साथ जेईई का एग्जाम दो।
Welcome back. The big international headline: Sheikh Hasina is in India for a 2-day diplomatic visit. In fact, she also visited the Rajghat ahead of the crucial bilateral meet with Prime Minister Modi. Of course, this is part of India's neighborhood first policy. There you can see visuals of Sheikh Hasina with the Prime Minister there. The focus very much was on digital connectivity, green partnership, and also the Teesta water sharing agreement, which has been a contentious issue in the past as well. In fact, after the bilateral, Sheikh Hasina also met Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and there was a mention of India's civilizational history with Bangladesh and a shared cultural past as well.
बांग्लादेश में तीस्ता नदी के संरक्षण एवं प्रबंधन पर बातचीत के लिए शीघ्र ही एक टेक्निकल टीम बांग्लादेश का दौरा करेगी। मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए बांग्लादेश से भारत आने वाले लोगों के लिए भारत ई मेडिकल वीजा सुविधा शुरू करेगा। बांग्लादेश के उत्तर पश्चिम क्षेत्र के लोगों की सुविधा के लिए हमने रंगपुर में एक नया असिस्टेंट हाई कमीशन खोलने का निर्णय लिया है।
आप आइए बांग्लादेश में, देखिए बांग्लादेश को कितना कुछ हमने कर पाया और हमने क्या करेंगे। तो हमें नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दावत दी थी बांग्लादेश आसार জন্য।
I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate my invitation to Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to visit Bangladesh to further strengthen the friendly relation of our two countries.
The ongoing visit of the Bangladeshi Prime Minister is a part of our sustained high-level political engagement between the two countries. As you are all aware, Bangladesh Prime Minister was one of the international leaders who attended the swearing-in ceremony on 9th of June of the Union Council of Ministers following the 18th Lok Sabha elections earlier this month. These back-to-back exchanges between our two countries underscore the special nature of our relationship, our strategic partnership.
And moving now to the Finance Minister, who chaired a crucial pre-budget meeting in the national capital today, of course, apart from the GST Council meet as well. This is NDA 3.0's first GST Council meet. In fact, she addressed the press also after chairing that crucial meeting with chief ministers as well as state finance ministers, with various states putting forward their demands. In fact, Karnataka and Kerala have asked for a special package as well as a fair, funds sharing agreement. Of course, the fiscal injustice row has been a hugely contentious issue, something that we saw play out in the run-up to the polls as well. In fact, importantly, the finance minister has now said that they are seeking to bring petrol and diesel under GST as well. Now, this will be a rather bold move, but she has left it to the states to actually come and advise on this and reach consensus as far as bringing petrol and diesel under GST is concerned. But listen in to what the finance minister earlier had to say.
And the GST Council recommended waiving interest and penalties for demand notices that have been issued under Section 73 of the GST Act. What are the items which are under Section 73? Cases not involving fraud, suppression or misstatements.
Online gaming, casinos and horse racing, because in the last meeting there was a recommendation that it will be reviewed after 6 months, the progress. So has there any decision taken, because so many notices have been issued to companies? So is there any thing?
For discussion, nor was it taken today. It wasn't on the agenda also. It wasn't on the agenda, it didn't come for discussion, no, it wasn't taken up.
And of course, this comes right ahead of the crucial July budget. But finally, in the spirit of June being the Pride Month, we bring you a special report from the heart of a Pride film festival where members of the LGBTQIA+ community share their insights on allyship. NDTV's Arun Singh with this report.
Hi, I come to you from a Pride Film Festival at PVR Inox. With me are volunteers of NAS Foundation. It's an LGBTQ organization which works towards the welfareship of the community. So very quickly, I want you guys to tell us how to be a better ally.
Like to be a better ally is not like there are some set of rules, but the very big thing which you can do is just accept the people, everybody, without any thought of discrimination or anything. And if you don't even think of, okay, I can accept them or not, just try to understand the other person also a human being.
So acceptance and understanding.
Well, don't snatch their opportunities. Give them same opportunities and give them equality. Be there, be freedom, all that. Like
to give them platform. What would you say?
I would say do not assume, but just ask. Do not assume their gender. Do not assume their sexuality, pronouns, anything. Just ask.
Is it okay to ask?
Absolutely. I guess that's the only way to ask about it, of course, by being polite. The second thing which I would say is to just go and unlearn and relearn. There's a lot that people need to as an ally, of course. They need to unlearn a lot of things because, again, the society has
And
taught.
we're in the age of internet. It's very easy to learn new things.
Right. I think I'd say that before actually starting being an ally, you need to understand what is diversity and inclusion. You know, this is just another diverse group, a diverse community in India. And India being such a diverse nation, we have always accepted other diversities over here. Then why not us? And inclusion talks about more of the acceptance side. So I think understanding diversity and then whatever my team said on inclusion.
We are in 2024. As I wrap this conversation, I also want to understand from you, have things changed? Is it easier to rent out places, to dine out with your partner?
To be very honest, not so, because there are still places where you will find students having the problem to settle in as a queer individual in PG, if they are student, or even if they are getting the job, the owners might always have the problem to, if they are the visible queers, I'll use the term, then the owners will have problem that they are visibly queer and they cannot stay over there. So even if it's 2024, the things have not yet changed a lot, but there are places which needs to change.
So we've understood what hasn't changed and how we can change, as you guys suggested, how to be a better ally. But why hasn't it changed is another question.
Well, it has because it not come in limelight through the education system, because still we have an older education system and like going through and revise that only, but they have no specific content, no specific...
The lack of inclusion is what you would say.
Exactly. And I would also say that it's a lack of understanding of intersectionality. We are very good to understand how religion and caste and other areas are overlapping, but we are absolutely missing on understanding that sex, gender, sexuality, all three are different things, and there are a lot of diverse groups within these three.
Another way of being a better ally is through cinema, and that's why we have Naina Bijli here, who leads licensing and distribution at PVR Inox. So this film festival, great initiative when it comes to being an ally, and that's the whole conversation that we are also having. And cinema, a great medium.
Yes. So we think like cinema and movies are the most powerful medium to unite people, and so that was the intention behind the Pride Film Festival. Of course, it's Pride Month, and we wanted to release some films that showcase love in all forms.
Which one is your favorite film?
I love Moonlight. So that's actually a film that we acquired. PVR Inox Pictures acquired, and we brought that to India.
Camera person Xavier Thomas. This is Arun Singh for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
बहुत बार ऐसा होता है एंड आई हैव सीन मेनी गाइस जो कि दो फोन कैरी करते हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि उनको दो अलग अलग व्हाट्सएप को रन करना है एंड समटाइम्स आई अंडरस्टैंड कि मतलब एक फोन होना मुश्किल हो जाता है बट WhatsApp has a built-in option. अगर आपको नहीं पता है you can just add an account in the same application. ये बड़ा आसान है. You just go to WhatsApp, आप settings में जाएंगे, account पे जाएंगे and वहाँ पे you can just add another account. आप नंबर डालिए, OTP आएगा, वेरीफाई हो जाएगा, अपनी डिस्प्ले फोटो ऐड कीजिए अगर करना है तो एंड दैट्स इट. योर अकाउंट इज डन. बेसिकली आप उसी एक व्हाट्सएप की ऐप में दो अलग अलग अकाउंट रख सकते हैं फॉर अ पीस ऑफ माइंड. एंड अगर आपको मल्टीपल अकाउंट्स रख के लेट्स से यू वांट टू यूज इट बिकॉज ऑफ यू हैव टू फोन नंबर, सकता है एक नंबर आपका इंडिया का है, मे बी यू आर ट्रैवलिंग अब्रॉड, आपका दूसरा नंबर भी है, मतलब यू गेट द ड्रिल कि आप सीधा एक व्हाट्सएप ऐप में दो अकाउंट्स रख सकते हैं और ये काम आप एक फोन में भी कर सकते हैं. जस्ट
Hello and welcome. The stage is set. The men in blue are ready. It is India versus Bangladesh at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. That match starts in just a short while from now. Now, the big question is the hitman ready today? Is it King Kohli's day? Will India's opening batters come back to form? Will Bumrah deliver yet again? Will the men in blue continue their march and remain unbeaten, or will Bangladesh do the Nagin dance at the end of 40 overs? There is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to look forward to. India, remember, have played their last match at Barbados. Now they are playing at Antigua. Will the pitch be a factor? Will the toss be a factor? It is a stern test for Bangladesh as they come up against India in this Super 8 match. That match starts at 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Well, it is going to be an exciting encounter between India and Bangladesh. That match, like I said, starts in just a short while from now. We are still waiting for the toss to happen, and we'll get you that detail as soon as we have it. Now, remember, beyond the matchups, there is always that extra edge this rivalry has gained in the recent times. It was all began at the 2015 World Cup with, a debatable no-ball call that had all of Bangladesh up in arms. Then you remember what happened with Mustafiz and Dhoni running him out in that match. That drama, it spilled over into the 2016 T20 World Cup that happened in Bengaluru, and it all peaked during that Nidahas Trophy in 2019. DK finishing that match with a 6, India winning that trophy. Should we expect more drama today? Well, we'll ask our guests at this point of time. Joining us is Rishi Chhabra, cricket blogger. We also have Ritinder Singh Sodhi, former cricketer. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. Let me start by asking Rishi. Rishi, first of all, where have you been? We have been looking for you to get all the expert opinions. You should be coming here more often, by the way.
Osama, unfortunately, I did not travel for this T20 World Cup, both commitments. But, I've been following the way this World Cup has spanned out. And, in the other group, every game is now basically a knockout game for the other side. And, in our group, it looks like India and Australia are going to make it. But what I would like to add to your opening remarks is that you forget the 2007 50-over World Cup where, India...
You had to mention that.
We have to, because, we're playing Bangladesh today, and you can never count Bangladesh out, irrespective of what the format is. So T20, I've said it's always lottery. But again, you'll have to play very good cricket, and Bangladesh, the kind of side they are, you can never count them out. And probably a win will, make sure that we are just one step away from a semi-final spot.
Well, we are one win away from a semi-final spot. Ritinder Baji, should we expect any drama today?
No. There shouldn't be any drama, Osama, because if there is drama, then I can assure you the heartbeats will go right up there. Because this should be an easy game. We are playing top-notch cricket. There shouldn't be any difficulty. But yes, Bangladesh, they have that something, to give a scare. And I'm hoping that there will be no Nagin dance whatsoever today. And India will be winning hands down. And yes, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, that's a cause of worry. Their form has to come, because in bigger games, once we go ahead in this World Cup, we need them firing all cylinders, because that is where India must not falter. Because at this moment, Surya Kumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya, Rishabh Pant, they're doing so well. But if Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli can get all that important form, then there will be no problems whatsoever. And we should not forget Jasprit Bumrah and Arshdeep Singh their bowling partnership is creating havoc among all the opponents. And that is where India has been in top-notch form, because as bowling unit, this unit can create flurries among the batting lineups around the world. All cylinders the way they have been doing at the moment.
Right, absolutely. And let me just quickly give you this update and to our viewers. Bangladesh, they have won the toss. They have decided to bowl first. We know the conditions in Antigua. We understand what this pitch is. Rishi, what do you feel is a good score on this particular pitch?
I think anything over 155, around 160 should be good. But what is important, Osama, that, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli need a good start.
Yeah.
This match is against Bangladesh, fair enough. But the next game that we play is Australia. And from there on, it's basically a knockout game every game.
Yeah.
So I would want Team India to step out on the field thinking that, okay, today is a knockout game as well. Play that match with that intensity. And again, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli have to fire today. And, a lot depending on them, because, okay, Rishabh Pant has given you that start up the order. Hardik Pandya has been amongst runs. We've seen Ravindra Jadeja score a few runs here and there. But again, it is these two players that, carry the baggage and the burden of, scoring most of the runs. So 155, 160, and then the bowlers will definitely do their job at the end.
All right, 150, 155, 160 is what Rishi thinks is a good score on this particular pitch. Ritinder Paji, what do you feel should be a good score on this wicket?
Look, this looks to be a better wicket. And as Rishi has said, 150, 160 should be a good total. But again, if Virat and Rohit gets that all-important partnership right up there, then we can go ahead also. We can get 180, 190. And who minds that? Because you want to be safe here. You don't want to give Bangladesh any chance whatsoever. They are bowling-heavy team. They have good spinners.
Yeah.
And that is where India has to be on their toes, because as a spin unit, you can't falter against them. So yes, India has a big chance today. There shouldn't be any complacency. I think that is where Rahul Dravid and Vikram Rathod must have been talking to all the boys, because this is an all-important game. It will take you ahead in the World Cup. It will take your confidence up. And yes, Bangladesh should never be taken lightly.
Rohit Sharma, in fact, mentioned at the toss that he would have liked to bat first on this wicket. Is it because you lost the toss is the reason why you're saying that? Or do you feel there was in fact a plan?
Look, I think Osama, Rohit Sharma must be thinking that if they would have been batting first, then it would have been better, because getting runs on the board, 170, 180, that puts pressure on the opponents. And when it's Bangladesh, look, these teams, if they bat first, they have a chance. But definitely, if they are chasing, they struggle, because they have to keep up with the arcing rate. And India has a very good bowling unit, Bumrah, Steve firing, spinners in top-notch form. And that is one reason that Rohit said that it would have been great. It would have been batting first, but all said and done, toss is not in our control. Now India will be bowling, and I'm sure Bumrah and Ashdeep, this new ball will be doing the talking. And who knows, in few moments from now, Bangladesh can be 10 for 4.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Bangladesh, they're bowling first, by the way. So we'll have to wait and watch how the Indian bowlers perform here. But talking about, you mentioned Rohit Sharma, and it is important because we have been talking about Rohit Sharma and his struggle against left-arm pace. Rishi, Rohit Sharma has been dismissed 9 times by left-arm quicks in all T20s in 2024 alone. Now, is today the day that Rohit Sharma comes good with the bat?
I mean, hope so. Bangladesh have a brilliant left-arm seamer in their squad. And, he's played IPL under MS Dhoni.
Yeah.
So he's probably, gained a lot of knowledge and some experience under MS Dhoni. So this is one battle that they'll be to watch out for. And again, one thing to notice is that there's not much gap between the Group 8 games. India is playing today, and then they play a game day after.
Yeah.
So all these players have to be on their toes, and if they don't score run, it adds to the pressure. So like I said, Bangladesh is a kind of an easy opponent, I'd say. Not that easy, but it is again a big opportunity for Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli to score runs and probably get some, confidence before that all-important Australia game.
Ritinder Paji, what do you think would Rohit Sharma's approach be in this particular match? How does he go about with his batting? Should he take some time, spend some time on the crease, or do you feel he should just go out and start attacking the bowlers?
Look, Osama, here I'm sure that Rohit Sharma in his form, he's the most dangerous batsman in the world. But at this moment, he hasn't got that runs which he would have loved to. So for any
We'll try and get Ritinder back. Let me take that question to Rishi there. Rishi, what do you feel?
I mean, Osama has to be intent. Keep playing attacking cricket, because the moment you start playing defensive and you start thinking that, okay, I haven't been scoring runs, haven't been getting those runs, it actually plays on your mind and then you go on the back foot. Keep playing your national game. National game is Rohit attacking, and same for Virat Kohli as well. Because what we saw in the IPL is that the moment spinners came on, Virat Kohli's strike rate came down. So this would probably be an opportunity, and I'm sure Bangladesh would, try bowling a few spin overs in the power play. So I would hope that Rohit and Virat keep playing their national game and keep attacking, and that is the format T20. And if you lose a wicket here and there, we have the kind of players that you need to keep attacking in this game.
Despite the fact that Rohit mentioned as a captain that the top order, that is the opening partnership, that is going to stay. That is not going to change throughout the tournament. But when you look at the flip side of it, if Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli they do not perform right at the top today, there are going to be questions, and we'll have to find answers to those questions. The team will need to have some answers for the failures again.
I mean, not at this stage of time, because, you play Australia next, and probably putting Jaiswal in the playing 11 and, moving Virat Kohli down the order would be a big risk. So let's just hope that, Virat scores runs. And even if they don't get runs top of the order, I would still suggest, we go ahead with the opening partnership that we have. And again, Rishabh Pant, who thought before this World Cup that he'll come one down, and he's been a different player altogether. The last IPL and this World Cup, he's playing fearless cricket, and he actually, he's fit. He's, like I said, playing a lot of fearless cricket. So let's just focus on the batting order. That is it. And we also have, great spinners in our bowling department. We have Jasprit Bumrah and Arshdeep Singh. The kind of performance that they put up in the last game. I think it's just the batting order, top order, that has to click, and I think everything else is right now perfect for us.
I mean, Rishi, what do you even tell somebody like a Rishabh Pant? And what do you tell him how to bat and when to bat? And the way that he goes about doing his business, I think that is something that is absolutely out of the world. Very few batters around the world in world cricket have the capacity and the ability to do what he does on a regular basis. So, of course, he's one of the biggest assets that India has at this point of time. But let's focus on Virat Kohli for now. Ritinder Paji, Kohli, he has not had a great tournament so far. Very important for him to get the runs today before the Australia game?
Yeah, definitely. Look, Virat Kohli, if we are aspiring to win the World Cup, he holds a key, Osama. He has to be among runs, and he's a player who can adapt so well. He can play 20 overs and take game away from the opponents. And I have a very strong feeling. Look, if you're not getting runs, you are an attacking player, but you can always hold your game a bit. You can just see few overs through.
And we have seen that. We have seen Virat Kohli do that.
Yeah, I think that is the key. He has to keep doing that. He just can't come and, come in the attacking mode and take all the risks, because if he stays there, if he can see the spinners of Bangladesh through, I'm sure he's the best batsman in the world. And that is where the opponents, they take the back seat. Ki abhi Virat hai, Virat khel raha hai. And that is where India can really create flutters among the opponent's camp. Because if we talk about Australia, we talk about other teams, if Virat is batting till 15th, 16th over, it is going to be India's game. We know that. And that is where Virat has to come good. And we hope that Virat, he gets that top-notch form today.
The funny thing is, irrespective of whether Virat performs or not on any given day, he's still creating and breaking records on a daily basis. It is if he scores one more 50-plus score today, he'll equal the record of most number of 50s in T20s. He'll currently Babar Azam has that record, and he's going to equal that. So obviously, the kind of quality that he brings to the table is something that is absolutely unmatched. And you very rightly pointed out, Ritinder Sodhi, that if Virat Kohli stays there and makes those runs, it is going to be very difficult for the Bangladesh bowlers. Rishi, I also want to talk about a certain left-arm batter, somebody who has probably the likes of which we have not seen in the past like 10 years, Brian Lara. He came out and said that, and he in fact backs Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli as an opening partnership. He says that he's looking at this particular match and he feels that India will be 100-0 versus Bangladesh in the first 10 overs. Do you agree with that?
I mean, there's no reason for me to not agree to the great legend Brian Lara. We all hope and we all pray that, okay, Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma get the kind of start that we've been wanting. But Osama, also, Virat Kohli, the kind of player that he is, the number of runs that he scored and how easily he scored those 50s and 100 have actually, set the standard so high that the moment he starts scoring 30s and 40s, you feel that he's not performing. So that is where, he set the standards. And again, a player like Virat Kohli would not think about what fans or, the media is actually focusing on. He would just randomly just go about his game. And I'm sure, he has something in his mind and he'll probably, get those runs that are important for us, top of the order.
Absolutely. And this Rohit and Kohli partnership that India has struck with for some time now in this particular World Cup. Will the management be tempted to change anything if these two don't deliver today? Well, we'll have to wait and watch for the next match. But when you talk about the form of Surya Kumar Yadav and Rishabh Pant, it is absolutely great news for Team India. But do you feel that if Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli perform at the top and get those runs very quickly, it gives more cushion or rather freedom for both these players, Surya and Rishabh, to go and get quick runs in the middle overs and then at the death? Ritinder Baji, you can answer that. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, yes, because if Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma can get the runs up the order, then it's easy for Surya Kumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, they can come and really go after the bowling. And that is where Surya Kumar Yadav, look, he's a great player, but he would love to come around 14th over and take the game away from opponents, getting those big sixes. But if Surya comes in 4th or 5th over, he has the time, he can build his game. But that is where Surya has struggled a bit if you talk about ODI cricket, where he has to spend some time and then go for the bowling. But if he comes straight and go for the bowling, and that is where he is 10 on 10 and he can take opponents head on. And we want that because if opening partnership, as you said, Osama, 100 for no loss. Fingers crossed.
Well, I didn't say it. The great Brian Lara has said this. I'm just hoping that it is 100 for no loss.
Hoping, yes. And it can be very much possible because if these two guys, they get the start, they value their wicket. They don't throw it away. And that is where India can come up with a thumping win against Bangladesh.
All right, gentlemen, we'll take a very short break at this point of time. Stay with us. We'll be back with much more.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat.
Welcome back. We are looking ahead to the big clash, India versus Bangladesh at Antigua. The match is going to start in just a short while from now. The news from the center is that Bangladesh, they have won the toss. They have decided to bowl first. It is going to be a big night for both Rohit Sharma as well as Virat Kohli, who haven't really delivered in the tournament so far. And fingers crossed, we are hoping that both of them, they come good today. We were discussing about the match with Ritinder Singh Sodhi and Rishi Chabra. Gentlemen, welcome back. Let us focus on a little bit on Shivam Dube now. Rishi, what do you feel can be done with Shivam Dube at this point of time? I mean, he hasn't come to the party yet, and we all understand, we know the kind of potential that Shivam Dube has. And you feel the team might try and do something with Shivam Dube, maybe just push him up the order just to get his confidence back?
I mean, for starters, get MS Dhoni on the next flight to Antigua and probably get him in the dugout. Because the moment Shivam Dube sees that, okay, MS Dhoni is there in the dugout, he'll probably
maybe just arrange a video call with MSD.
Absolutely. But, like Brian Lara said, probably India 100 for 0 in the first 10 overs. This would be the perfect, scenario for Shivam Dube to come top of the order and get some runs. Again, it's his first World Cup. He hasn't played a lot of international cricket, and coming back from a average IPL, everyone has a lot of expectations from him. He hasn't bowled as well. So it's just a matter of time, he's a good all-rounder who can win you games. But again, it's just a matter of time, and probably sometime in the middle that will help him and get some runs, hopefully today.
Ritinder Baji, Bangladesh, they have a couple of left-arm spinners, and we know how good Shivam Dube is against left-arm spinners. Do you think this might be a blessing in disguise for Shivam Dube here?
Yeah, look, definitely he can fancy his chances if we talk about left-arm spinners, because ball comes in and he can really go for the bowling. We have seen in IPL, he has been doing that. But again, he had that average IPL, but he has been selected on his performances in the past. Yes, he has to prove a point. There were lots of talks about Rinku Singh, but yes, now that is thing of the past. But he has to prove a point. He's a good player, and today can be a big opportunity. But having said that, opening partnership, India batting first, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, if they can give that all-important start, then I can tell you, Bangladesh will be struggling from word go. Then they would have no chances whatsoever, whatever spinners they have, whatever pace attack they have, because we have to accept their batting struggles. If we can put runs on the board, then Bangladesh will be just having a catch-up race.
Oh, absolutely. Let's also get a sense of what the pitch is all about. Rishi, while USA, when they played against South Africa, they just fell very short against the Proteas in a high-scoring match. While on the other hand, when you talk about Bangladesh, they batted as if it was one of the most difficult pitches in West Indies. Firstly, what is your assessment of this particular pitch?
I mean, West Indies, we've seen that, okay, some of the pitches are on the slower side. And in the first half of the tournament, the group stage, we saw that not a lot of runs were being scored. But again, it depends on the pitch that they're playing. Probably, you were speaking about the USA South Africa game. I think USA pulled out a blinder and they were well in the game till the 18th over. It's the last 2 overs that changed the game. But again, irrespective of what pitch you're playing on, I think the start is very important. And over here, if Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli can give us a good power play and probably hold on to their wickets, I think we should be good.
All right. We had talked about this earlier with Ritinder Paji. We are talking about the national treasure, that is Jasprit Bumrah. Boom magic yet again, Ritinder Paji, in this match?
Look, Jasprit Bumrah has been phenomenal, Swama. We talk about all the great guys, Rohit, Virat, all the time, but we have to accept that Bumrah is the one who has the key for this World Cup. Virat, Rohit, we want them blazing all cylinders. But Bumrah has been in top-notch form, and this guy has come back from injury. What an IPL he had, and now in the World Cup he has been blazing cylinders. So yes, today his form will be something to be watched for, and Bangladesh will be only hoping that they should not lose wickets when Bumrah is bowling. And I can tell you, with the form Bumrah has been in at the moment, Bangladesh will struggle.
Is there a specific reason, Rishi, why Bumrah isn't bowling the first over and Arshdeep is bowling the first over? What do you think is the reason for you?
I mean, probably just the team combination. I think, Arshdeep must be, he's comfortable opening the bowling for India. And again, it also depends on which side of the, pitch you're starting from. So again, all these things don't matter a lot, given the fact that, okay, we don't have any other option in the opening department. It's just Arshdeep and Bumrah to open the bowling. But again, Bumrah's 24 balls in a match are like 24 karat gold. Every single delivery is so important. And we saw that in the Pakistan game.
Yeah.
All Mohammad Rizwan had to do was play out Jasprit Bumrah's 6 deliveries, and they easily were in the game.
Also,
so again, Bangladesh...
also the lesson is don't be greedy against Jasprit Bumrah.
Absolutely. I mean, the kind of player, the bowler that he is, it is very difficult to score runs against him. So the safe option is to play him out and probably look to attack other bowlers. And if any lesson that Bangladesh would have learned, probably this from the India-Pakistan match.
Well, the thing is that even Arshdeep Singh has performed really well for India right at the top. He has supported Bumrah really well. In fact, despite just playing 10 games at T20 World Cup, he's already India's joint third highest wicket taker in the tournament, behind Ravi Ashwin and Jadeja. And both these are spinners, by the way. And alongside Hardik with 20 wickets at a strike rate of 10.8, which is this entire performance, his stats is very underrated, isn't it, Ritinder Sodhi?
Yeah, that's right. And when we talk about Arshdeep Singh, Osama, we should not forget he had a phenomenal start to his international career. Yeah. The man who can bowl Yorkers at will with these slowed ones and bowling away from the body. So he was one of the best death bowlers we had. But again, he lost his way in between. But he has made a comeback, a sort of comeback. He's
that one drop catch.
Yeah, who can forget that? But yes, we talked.
But we also have
Bumrah.
To remember the comeback.
Yeah, the comeback has been phenomenal, Sama. And in this World Cup, he's talked about as one of the best with Bumrah. And that is where India can make a big mark, because it's not only Bumrah now, it's Arshdeep. So imagine batsmen try to, as Rishi said, they will try to see through Bumrah, but then they have to, next over is Arshdeep. So they have to see through him also. Then who will get runs? And that is the pressure which India is building on the opponents. And that is where, yes, as Rishi said, 24 karat gold, Bumrah, all 24 balls, and same is with Arshdeep. How the batsman will tackle the new ball of these two guys, I think that will determine the course of the match.
All right, how will Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli go about doing their business is something that we are looking forward to. How is Jasprit Bumrah going to bowl? Will it going to be a match-winning performance yet again? We very definitely hope so. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. India versus Bangladesh. That match starts in just a short while from now. The match is happening at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. It is India versus Bangladesh. Will the men in blue thrive once again and remain unbeaten, or will there be an Nagin dance? We'll have to wait and watch for that. Thank you for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
It's time for the favorite section जिसका मैं इंतजार करता हूँ हमेशा. It's called Ask TG and यहाँ पे I answer all your questions. Let's see what we have for this week.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The Big Fight, and I'm Maria Shakil. National Testing Agency is in the eye of a storm. The umbrella body, which conducts around 15 exams, such as college admission tests, UGC-NET, JEE Mains, NEET, is facing a big test itself. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has admitted that the question paper leak, also of NET, which was cancelled, is an institutional failure.
दुर्घटना हुई उसको हमें स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा. हम उससे भागते नहीं हैं, उसकी जिम्मेवारी भी लेते हैं. उसको सुधारें कैसे? निश्चित रूप में सुधारना पड़ेगा. भारत जैसे एक महाशक्ति, भारत जैसे एक बड़ा देश अपने भविष्य को सुरक्षित करने के लिए कठोर से कठोर कदम उठाएगा. हमने पिछले दिनों में पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन को कोई डिसरप्ट ना करे, कोई चीटिंग ना कर दे, कोई माल प्रैक्टिसेस ना हो, उसके लिए हमने कठोर कानून बनाया है. वहाँ से लेके उसके एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मैनेजमेंट तक हम कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
That exam, that is the NET exam, is meant for the PhD admissions and recruitment of assistant professors to colleges. First NEET, now NET. Two back-to-back exam controversies have amplified long simmering doubts among sections of higher education faculty, students, parents, whether the NTA has the right composition and adequate capacity to conduct nationwide tests that are crucial for careers. Student groups, faculties, opposition parties have questioned the competence of this exam body. Sections of students and candidates who have taken the NET say the NTA had witnessed several instances of alleged malpractices in the past. The history paper of the NET was circulated on social media in October 2022, with candidates alleging a paper leak. The NTA admitted that the paper circulating on social media was a true copy, but denied any leak, asserting that the copy of the paper had not been available in the public domain before or during the test. The CBI is probing allegations that a Jharkhand-based private firm had hacked the computers of the JEE, that is the Joint Entrance Examination main, in 2021 for the benefit of candidates at a Haryana center and helped them crack the test. The NTA, remember, has barred 20 students from taking the JEE main test till 2024. So as the NTA faces questions, the question that we've asked on the Big Fight tonight, has the time come to review the one agency exam system, which is the National Testing Agency? Let's bring in the guests now. Joining me on the show, R. Subramaniam. He is the former Secretary to Government of India of Higher Education and Social Justice. C.B. Sharma, professor here joining us, professor of IGNOU, and also former chairman of NIOS. Sujata Rao, former Health Secretary, is joining us. We have Abhishek Sharma, CEO of Vidya Mandir classes here in the studio. Mohan Kumar Mangalam of the Congress is joining us, Radhika Khera of the BJP, and students joining us, Anvi Gupta, NEET aspirant, Harshit Tripathi is a UGC-NET affected student, and Ira Ali is a NEET aspirant. Sujata Rao, I'm going to begin with you, ma'am, because I'm going through this article which has been written by you. You have raised some very, very crucial, pertinent questions. You write that the policy of instituting NEET was actively considered in 2010 at the Ministry of Health to address 3 problems. And you talk about these 3 problems. But it appears all the problems have resurfaced.
That's true. Can you hear me, Maria?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear. So are the viewers hearing you.
Yeah, so those are the 3 problems, because at that time I was Secretary Health and the Medical Council of India brought this NEET idea forward on these 3 issues, saying that students were to take 46 examinations running across the country for getting admission into a college. So can we standardize that? But what was really worrying the MCI, at that time it was not an elected body, it was a nominated body. And at that time, what they were worried was the kind of students that were getting admission in medical colleges had zero knowledge of botany and of zoology and physics and chemistry. That means the school system is so pathetic in our country that science education, basic sciences is very, very poor. So they said we have to have a standard cutoff where we ensure at least those students getting into medical colleges have a little bit of understanding of basic sciences. And the third was that appalling situation of capitation fees. So we said if we have a merit list and all private colleges can only take students from the merit list, whether they're rich or poor, whether they can pay the money or not, they have no other choice, we'd be able to curb the capitation fees. But I'm afraid none of these have been addressed. The fond hope at that time was that if setting the standard and CBSE became the standard, we compared it to school education in states. We found the states, syllabus and the standards were far lower, but we did think that, the states would upend their standards, because after all, you have to have a national standard. You can't just go to the rock bottom. But that also, unfortunately, didn't happen. Tamil Nadu made attempts, and they might have improved their standards, but I think all states have.
One exam, NEET policy, was attempted in 2013, but then was stalled due to the suspension of the scheme by the Supreme Court in response to what was petitions filed by private colleges. My question then is that why was it brought in the first place? Because, of course, in 2016, a 5-judge bench restored NEET. But now that we are seeing multiple questions around NEET, NTA, do you think the problem is with the body, the NTA, or these exams? NEET, NET, and others?
No, I see the body is, the difficulty level of the exam. How do you set a standard when Bihar schools are very different to Tamil Nadu schools? There is no standard school education system in our country. So when you set a standard like CBSE, then all these students have to take coaching classes, and they have to it's a competitive exam, and then naturally the cheating and the irregularities take place, and the NTA body has been found to be inadequate, as you rightly pointed out. After all, in 7 years, 70 cases of leakage has taken place at the NTA. Should not the government have woken up and said, what is happening? That they're totally inadequate? 70 cases in 7 years of leakage? So, obviously the body conducting the exam is very, very inadequate. They should strengthen that before they're going for centralizing not just one exam. There are 10 exams they conduct. 10 of them, engineering.
Yes, 15. In fact, 15 tests in all.
But there were 10.
Yeah.
And it's a 9-member, I think there are 9 or 10 people in that NTA sit around. It's completely inadequate. So,
so Dr. Rao, continue to be with us. We have Professor C.B. Sharma and R. Subramaniam also, because we'll try and get the big picture first, and then I bring in the politicians and try and understand also the views of the students. R. Subramaniam, coming to you, I want to understand from you, sir, given the kind of questions that are being raised regarding NTA, and the government also has accepted that there are inherent flaws. Yesterday, Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister, talked about functional changes. He said that structural corrections will also be made. So would it be almost like a fair conclusion then that NTA as a body has failed to pass the test?
Actually, I don't agree with that sort of a view. I think, NTA has been created by the government as a professional testing agency which does online testing. I think I want to underline this, this online testing system, which is actually which is very different from a pen and paper test. In a pen and paper test, you require large number of people, running around at various levels, at the field level, at about 7-8 levels, you require large number of people to run around and conduct a good examination. So NTA has not been created as a body which would conduct pen and paper tests. In fact, in the cabinet approval itself, it says that it's for conducting online testing. So, having said that, it was forced to do a pen and paper test, and wherever they have done a pen and paper test, there are problems, and there are bound to be problems because that system itself is defective.
Okay.
So I think it will be improper to blame NTA as a whole because the way it is structured, it is very different.
Okay, but
and wherever it has done online examinations, it has done really well. There are 1 or 2 aberrations. I understand. I know that, and I also know why it has happened. So I think as an online testing body, it is really good, and we should strengthen it further.
Okay, if it is not supposed to be doing what it is doing at the present for a pen and paper test, that it is not prepared, then it's about the structural problems. Then why is it doing the exam at all?
Right. So this is a very good question. In fact, if we were there at that position, then we would have rejected. I mean, we would have said, no, we are not capable of conducting pen and paper tests. Don't force us. So the cabinet basically said that the the exams which are being conducted by CBSE then, that is in 2017, should be conducted by NTA. So CBSE was conducting two examinations. One is JEE, the other one is NEET. So both of them actually devolved on NTA as it is formed. So, and the cabinet also said that conduct as an online system. But yeah, it also said that the ministry which is actually owning the test should actually be consulted first. So this is exactly the decision of the government. So when we consulted, health ministry, they said that they are not prepared for an online test. So therefore, it's a circumstance that NTA had actually walked into to conduct a pen and paper examination without being fully equipped to do that.
So NTA is not equipped to conduct exams which they are conducting, Professor C.B. Sharma. So this body is ill-equipped. It's not prepared to do whatever it is supposed to be doing. And then why should students be suffering then?
Maria, I think you have called a very unique panel. I was the chairman of the National Institute of Open Schooling. Subramaniam was secretary higher education. We are classmates, by the way. And we were interacting when NTA was being created. So what Subramaniam has said is very, very revealing. NTA was not visualized to handle this sort of a thing. And I have been saying, I said then that for a country like India, NTA would not be able to handle this because we are a large country. We have copied the American model, which is just not suitable for this country. And exactly what Subramaniam is saying, that it was not visualized to be a body which would get such paper pencil tests across the country. It's a very small body. It could only handle online tests. So I have 2-3 comments to make, Maria. Everybody is just holding NTA responsible for all that is happening without realizing the body is not capable of doing that.
No, but why was this body created in the first place if it is not, if the main purpose of this body was something and it has failed in that very purpose with which it was created?
Right, as Subramaniam is saying, look, the Supreme Court had said that do not have so many tests for medical exams, because students went to court and said, and yesterday I saw on one channel that former director of AIIMS was saying that when I was appearing, I flew to 7 different towns to appear for the exams, and 3 I had to miss because they were on the same dates. And this was brought to the notice of the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court said, no, you will have just one exam for the whole country. I think it's in wisdom when the Supreme Court said, and it is justified, that students should not be put to that sort of pressure. But Supreme Court did not structure the NTA. The government structured the NTA. And I think there is nothing wrong about it. From time to time, institutions must be revisited, their structure must be revisited, their functioning must be revisited, and exactly that is what is required of NTA. NTA is not supposed to do that. Yes. But I want to make 2 points, Maria, please give me.
Go ahead.
I want to appeal that, look, everybody is just saying, why have heads not rolled till now? Don't do that with NTA or people who are working with it. They have families, they are human beings.
Sir, but the buck stops with someone.
No, wait.
Even as we speak, there is another news which is coming in of CSIR UGC-NET examination being postponed, and the reason which has been given is that due to unavoidable circumstances. I mean, my question is, and as well as logistic issues. Yeah. You are an incapable body to manage these exams. Then why should, NET, those who have taken 9 lakh students who appeared for NET suffer?
Completely justified.
And why should 24 lakh students who appeared for NEET suffer?
That is why the review is asked for, and what Mr. Subramaniam just now said, that when they visualize, and actually I know Subramaniam was at the helm of affairs, he is the key person behind it. He had not visualized it to hold such big exams and paper pencil exams. So you have put NTA to task which it was not capable to. And one more point that I want to make. 22.32 lakh students have appeared. At best, you would be admitting 1.2 lakh students. All those who are beyond 1.2 lakh want the test, a retest, and that is not possible every time. If only 1,20,000 have to get admission, all the rest are feeling, why not have a retest?
But my question is, Radhika Khera, come in on this because this is pure politics now which is playing out. If this body is incapable of logistically managing a test at this scale, then why have this body? Then why centralize an examination system? Then, you know, DMK may be right in its perspective to say that there is no need for centralization. What is best is go back to the old system of decentralized. I mean, yes, all of us, you know, I've also taken a lot of medical tests. I may not have appeared for all of those, but so be it. Students will have to make a choice.
Well, whenever there is a new system that comes in place, there will be sometimes that there will be some issues that come up, and only when it comes into work and there are lots of exams take place and these issues come out. But what we have just seen about the announcement that you were reading out right now, that a test has been postponed, this just shows how the government is extremely, pratibadh and cares for the students, that even if they find a sniff of wrongdoing that is being looked into and action is being taken. We know there are certain things that are coming up issues, so we have postponed the test for now. Now, when the NTA, as far as the NTA is concerned, yes, we have found that there are some issues, and yes, NTA is under the scanner of the government as announced by the Education Minister yesterday. But only after the time-bound investigation is completed and the reports are out will we be able to say anything or do anything on that. The government will move ahead with any decision, whether they should be under the NTA, how things should change, should not change. After an inquiry and investigation is complete, we should wait for an investigation. Yes, there has been a time loss, people, children are suffering, but then we have to look at the larger perspective also, that later on, this does not continue. So the investigation, we have to wait for the investigation to see how many officials are involved, where it is happening.
There cannot be easy solutions to this. Even if it is a failed system, it cannot be dismantled immediately.
I don't think we should take any sort of off-the-cuff decisions when it comes to an issue as important as this. We're talking about the lives of 24 lakh students who spent an enormous amount of time and money and now are left again in limbo. But I just want to say that, one, if the NTA was not set up, which it was set up by the BJP government in 2017, and then tasked with conducting the central exams of JEE, NET, UGC-NET. If it wasn't tasked to be set up, then what is it that prevented the BJP from revisiting its structure earlier? I mean, and if you're talking about investigation, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan gave the NTA a clean chit right off the bat. About 48 hours ago, he said that there's no problem, and that, he even went ahead and said the students who were protesting, they were actually sponsored protests. It's only yesterday, I think, that he said he takes moral responsibility. I don't know what that means. I mean, I would imagine moral responsibility means he should resign, but that certainly isn't happening. As far as the NTA goes, this isn't the first set of problems we've seen with the NTA. They've had series of problems, right, all the way back to 2019, not only with the NEET exam, but with the JEE mains exam as well. And, the JEE as a central test, if the question is whether we should have central testing or not, we've been having the JEE central exam, I think, all the way back since 1951. And there's maybe been one issue, I think, during the entire history of a paper leak. So it's not a question of whether the exam should be centralized or not.
But multiple instances since 2017, when NTA was conducted and it got the mandate to conduct various examinations, including NEET, there have been multiple instances of paper leaks. So where is the solution then? Where is the solution? Mohan, I'm going to come back to you because I will put the spotlight now on students, and I can see Sujata Rao, she wants to make a point. Ma'am, I'm going to come back to you in exactly 2 minutes. Let me get a word from the students. Ira, Ali, Harshit and Anvi are joining us. We also have here in the studio Abhishek Sharma. Abhishek, there are complaints of irregularities. And this is a body which is incapable and doesn't have the right capacity to conduct this kind of examination. And it's a very complex and important examination, to say the least. But still, if it is going on doing it, then where does the responsibility really lie?
Yeah, thanks, Maria. We have to look at a couple of things in the perspective here. Let's have some sympathy for the guys who are doing this. So we are talking about 24 lakh students, but we are also talking about 4,700 physical centers. We are talking about 14 countries and around 13 languages in which this exam was conducted, and that's only NEET. Overall, if you look at, I think you mentioned 15 examinations, the number of students that they are trying to manage would be close to 1 crore, right? So we are talking about a huge scale over there. Now, obviously, when the government frames a policy or agency decides to conduct the examination, it tries to do it in a manner that it protects the interest of the student, but also protects the sanctity of the examination, which means, like, you know, in Marathi, there is a saying, Sad Rakshanai, which is protect the good, which is in this case the students, Khal Nigranai, which means stop the malpractice or stop the evil. So that said, the policies or the idea behind the test or the conduction is always to make sure that the best of the students are able to come out. The challenge happens that in India, with the population base that we have and the seats or the situations which are available, the skew is, the imbalance is so highly skewed that no testing agency can stop the attempt of a malpractice. What they can do is try to ensure through controls and mechanisms that such malpractices, if they happen, first discourage. If they happen, they can be isolated. So we have to
learn to live with it? Are you saying that?
No. I'm saying they have to be isolated and they have to be controlled. And this is where Dr. Subramaniam's point of using technology comes into play.
And here is the CEO of Vidya Mandir classes, who's here, Abhishek Sharma, who's of the opinion, you heard him, that we'll have to learn to live with it in a way because of the sheer scale.
What I'm saying is that it should be managed.
Yes.
Like, because India is a very large country, and handing all the responsibility of conducting the exams for so many students, for so many various fields, to expertise.
So then in that case, this body should not be given so much of responsibility.
Yes, it should be, like, it should be divided. For example, if we take the fields like science, so NTA can conduct for science, some other body can conduct for the commerce fields like CA and all, and for the other one they can conduct. So there should be some division of labor. Not all the division of labor must be on the NTA, because that's what happens when a small group of people are, you know, handed so much responsibility.
No, but are you satisfied with all the arguments which have been made by
I think this is one of the most logical things if you manage, like, because
as a NEET aspirant,
like, because we are doing so many protests, we just want to find a solution, and we just want that we get the justice and we get this problem solved at any cost.
So what is justice here?
Ma'am, justice is to accept that yes, the malpractices have been done. There are so many various allegations that are being put. So we want that some action must be done in order to solve these allegations and all. The work must be done.
Okay. So Harshit, what is justice for you? After having heard the Education Minister yesterday, he says that I take responsibility. He has gone on to say that there are structural and functional challenges which will be fixed.
Ma'am, first of all, I would like to thank NDTV कि वो इतने टाइम से इस इशू को दिखा रहा है और स्टूडेंट्स की वॉइस को रेज कर रहा है, स्पेशली नेट एंड नीट का इशू जब से हुआ है उसके बाद। तो अगर मैं बात करूँ जस्टिस फॉर मी, तो उससे पहले तो मैं ये जितने भी डिस्कशंस में सुन रहा था उसमें मैं ये चीज़ मैंने ऑब्जर्व करी कि लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि एनटीए के पास काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हैं कराने के लिए, अलग अलग एग्जाम्स हैं, अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं, बहुत सारा बर्डन है। तो आई गेस जब ये बर्डन दिया जाता है तभी गवर्नमेंट को पता होगा कि कितने लोगों के एग्जाम्स कराने हैं, क्या कराना है। तो एनटीए को ये चीज़ तो पहले से ही क्लियर है कि क्या चीज़ करानी है, क्या चीज़ नहीं करानी है। तो इस चीज़ को लेकर के एनटीए को जस्टिफाई करना तो ये चीज़ तो सही नहीं है। एंड सेकेंड थिंग, बिकॉज आई एम अ UGC-NET एस्पिरेंट, अगर आप UGC-NET की बात करेंगे तो UGC-NET अर्लियर जो होता था, ये दिस टाइम ओनली एनटीए रीस्टोर्ड जो पहले वो लेता था OMR मोड पर। पहले जो UGC-NET का एग्जाम हुआ करता था वो टोटली कंप्यूटर बेस्ड होता था। पिछले 10 सालों में वो कंप्यूटर बेस्ड तक हुआ है, बट इस बार अचानक से एनटीए एक नोटिस निकालता है और उस नोटिस में भी स्पेशली कोई क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं देता। वो बस ये कहता है कि अब हम इनवाइट कर रहे हैं एप्लीकेशंस for the June attempt, and the examination will be conducted in OMR mode, that is in the offline mode in the pen paper test. और उसका कोई भी क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं आता. और ये चीज सबको पता है कि जब OMR मोड में कंडक्ट होता है तो रिस्क और चांसेस लीक होने के और बाकी रैगिंग होने के काफी ज्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं. बट एनटीए से अगर कोई भी क्लैरिफिकेशन मांगता है, कोई एनटीए कोई भी मेल डालता है तो एनटीए कभी रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करता. एनटीए की हेल्पलाइन नंबर पर आप कभी कॉल करोगे तो एनटीए कभी रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करता. तो ये चीज तो एनटीए को पहले ही पता है कि जब इतने सारे कैंडिडेट्स का एग्जाम हो रहा है और कंप्यूटर बेस्ड एक टाइम टेस्टेड एग्जाम है पिछले 10 साल से जो कराता हुआ आ रहा है, तो वापस से ओएमआर पे क्यों शिफ्ट होता है जबकि उसको पता है कि कुछ हो सकता है. तो इसमें मुझे लगता है कुछ ना कुछ तो रिलेशन है, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ तो रूट्स जा रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं ये लीक के या ये सारी चीजें जो हो रही हैं अब जो
well taken Harshit. Ira?
Yes, ma'am.
What are your concerns right now?
Firstly, I would like to thank the panel for having me here tonight. And in a recent development by the NTA, it has upped the security which is required to access the results. For those of you who don't know, initially what we required was our roll number and the date of birth. But now we also require email IDs and mobile numbers. एक तरफ तो we are demanding transparency from this agency that it makes public the results of students who are scoring 600 to 720 marks, because there is a increase and inflation of up to 400%. Now 400% is a huge number. And on the other hand, it's just making it tough for the people and for the students who are actually grieving and literally are on the streets begging for justice to be served to them. I mean, I don't see the point in up-leveling their security if they are so clean as they claim to be.
So, Sujata Rao, you heard the students. Before I bring in Mr. R. Subramaniam, your words to them.
See, today we are facing a situation where there's a complete loss of trust in the NTA. And for whatever reasons you might say, NTA has proved to be a very failed institution, whether it's in the design, whether it's in the structure, but you cannot ask the students to be kind about it. It's their life.
Yes.
And the government has failed. It is a failure of governance in ensuring that when they set up an institution, it is properly structured to take responsibility and be accountable for it. There has to be an accountability. Mr. Sharma is saying, oh, they have families of the employees. What about the students? Lakhs of students. What about their aspirations, their time, wasting years and months? I mean, this is not fair. So somebody has to be accountable to the mess that has been created. And I don't understand how, when an institution is created and it has been there since 2017, you still find that you are not able to get the basics put into proper shape. I don't know. I've run institutions also when I was in the government.
Yes, exactly my point, ma'am. It starts in 2017 and it's 7 years and still you're facing structural and logistical challenges.
That's okay. I can understand it if it was 1 year old. It is 8 years and you don't know what kind of problems that are going to be coming up. You don't know how to conduct an examination. And to say, that India is so worried. We do IAS exams, civil service exams, 10 lakh students take it. Have you heard of one leak? So there's a UPSC structure. So there are ways in which, there was, I think, an absence of an application of mine, and whoever it is, I'm not saying this person or that person, but accountability has to be taken, and I'm not happy with just a moral responsibility that the minister has taken.
Sujata Rao, okay, let's expand that point that you're trying to make. If, the exams for IAS can be held and there are no paper leaks, then why are paper leaks being reported only for NEET and NET?
As Subramaniam tried to, the idea at that time, I was not in the government, so Subramaniam can really explain better. It was an online exam, so they thought a lean, thin organization would do the trick, because it's all computer, it's all online. Okay, and after that, I don't think at that time probably they thought that there'd be such an overload of exams being piled on. The tendency of the government of India has been to centralize as much as possible. Why on earth, when education is a concurrent subject, should the central government be conducting national exams for 15 of them? What for? All professional courses. Why can't the states have their own examinations? And so, you know, this tendency to centralize everything without setting up appropriate institutional institutions to take care of the load of work is where the failure of governance comes in.
Let me ask Mr. Subramaniam that question. Mr. Subramaniam, the government is talking about restructuring, that it will be monitoring the processes as well, and they are looking into transparency and hoping to fix the problem, because there is a body which has been set up to look into it. But is there a problem with the manner in which it was conceptualized? Do you think NEET, for example, should be moving away from NTA, and that another body should be conducting these exams? Because, you know, if it is all the exams are being held by NTA under one umbrella, that may not be a great idea.
No, I don't think it's, I think it's a, what should happen is that NEET should move into an online mode. That is the only logical conclusion that emerges from this fiasco. So once it moves into an online mode, NTA will be able to manage this very well. There is absolutely no doubt about it. It has got very good technical partners who can actually manage this, and it's an IT system which runs the tests. So NTA is fully capable of doing that. So I think it will be incorrect to take NEET away to some other place and then run the same fiasco of pen and paper thing. It will be disastrous.
Okay, so if we are not going back to the system which is old system, and this new system has flaws, then how do we fix it?
We should fix by moving NEET to an online mode, and the Health Ministry should immediately file an affidavit before Supreme Court asking for its concurrence, because Supreme Court monitors this, to move to an online system and discuss the modalities. See, it is, online system also has lots of logistics which needs to be tied up. So once they are sure that yes, I mean, we need to come on online, which is the only logical decision, then I'm sure NTA will be able to sort of sit together and then fix this and conduct a completely flawless examination.
Okay, so we are looking at solutions here, Professor C.B. Sharma.
Look, I think what everybody is pointing towards is that NTA needs a review. And NTA has not been able to handle this, or this. We are in a situation. What we are is because of the logistical problems of NTA. We need to review NTA, and we also need to look at the system of examination. The JEE is 2 level, and NEET is only 1 level because of the order of the Supreme Court.
UPSC.
Wait a minute, I want to reflect on that as well. Yes. I think most people are not well informed. UPSC exams are conducted under the supervision of the Chief Secretary and the DGP of the states. Nobody takes care of the NTA exams. NTA is not taken seriously by the state governments. And NTA is only one partner which manages from the headquarters. In the states, nobody is so seriously taking NTA. If state governments take NTA as seriously as they take UPSC, the Chief Secretary personally monitors the UPSC exams, and that is why you don't have.
So you are saying, but state governments do support these exams. But what is
Maria?
How is that different?
Let me share an incident with you. When I was offering the diploma in elementary education to more than 15 lakh teachers across the country, I had put my question papers in the treasury of the government. And the Bengal Treasury officer released my question paper 2 days in advance. And when I sent my officers to Calcutta to file an FIR, the police refused to take the FIR.
Okay,
so what I'm trying to say is, when we take a state government along, the state government is also a stakeholder. And they don't take the NTA seriously.
So who should take the state governments along? Mohan Kumar Mangalam? You are a stakeholder.
Maria. Yes.
You have governments in several states. How do you ensure that you and centre works together?
Maria, I think the central government is actually on the mat here in terms of taking state governments along. I think if you even look at NEET, right, and I come from the state of Tamil Nadu, so I understand where the issues there is, where Tamil Nadu has been fighting since the very beginning to ensure that we don't have to do NEET, because we have found that it is discriminatory towards poor students and students from rural backgrounds. And what the Congress party suggested was that if there was a state that did not want to be part of NEET, then it can choose to be exempted from it as such. Now, Maria, before I expand on the answer to your question, I wanted to make 3 points because I know time is limited. One is that the JEE exam has been, what I was saying earlier, has been was held first in 1961, and it was only in 2017 that there was a paper leak in it. So again, it's the institute running the exam, not the exam itself. As far as going purely to an online mode, I really don't think that's, given the scale at which the exam is happening, I don't think it's actually feasible. But there are tons of document protection systems and digital tracking methods that can ensure that you can minimize the risk of a paper leak. Now, having said that, I'll come to my third point, which I think is one of your panelists said as well, that there are paper leaks everywhere in this country. And I'll say this in a bipartisan manner, that regardless of who's running the state or who's in the center, we've had paper leaks all the way from police constable exams, all the way now to NET and even JEE in the middle. Now, the only way that a government can deal with paper leaks is to have harder enforcement and make it a much more concerted effort to ensure that the law is enforced, and there are stringent punitive measures against people who are caught as part of these paper leaks. You have paper leak mafias across the country.
The buck certainly stops with the center, and it has much to explain because the NTA is under you. Radhika. Okay. Radhika, if you can hear me, and if you heard also what the Congress spokesperson had to say. Okay, we'll try and connect with Radhika in just a bit, but please go ahead.
Absolutely.
Abhishek.
Yeah, so just a point of correction over there. It is wrong to say that it was the first time it was leaked in 2017 and 1997. The exam was not called JEE at that time, it was called IIT JEE at that time. There was a leak and the exam was cancelled. That said, I completely agree with the point that Subramaniam sir had mentioned. Technology is the way forward, right? A good proctored test with AI-powered cameras, with microphones, they would detect even the slightest variation in the ideal conditions, right? And the thing is, over-dependence on manual, invigilators would always lead to these kind of problems. That is what history has shown us. It will never be completely eliminated if we keep on doing this. And you add as many centers, there will be as many variables. More the number of variables, more the number of confusion. And I believe it is the role of, student is at a very impressionable age here. Age 17, 18, right at the cusp of the start of a new life. And that is where they would look up to us for right kind of guidance for their interests, not for our interests. So it's, instead of fanning the fire of confusion, what we need to do is make sure that we tell them what is the right way forward.
Radhika, if you heard what Mohan Kumar Mangalam was saying, and that's my question as well about the nature of involvement between the center and the state, because it's pan-India exams. What is it that the center seeks from states? And here was Professor Sharma talking about how there were papers which were kept in the treasury of Bengal government and it was leaked 2 days in advance.
2 days in advance by the government official.
By a government official.
Government official. And the government was refusing to take an FIR by my institution.
So if chief secretaries and DGPs can be involved for UPSC exams, they can have similar involvement also for NTA run exams, be it NEET or NET. But in that case, it will mean that they'll be only conducting exams all through.
No, but they don't do it. The SPs or the DSPs of the place do it.
Will be doing it, yes.
I'm sorry, Maria, because of an audio issue, I did not hear what the Congress spokesperson said, but understanding from what you have asked me, yes, when it comes to the states, the state and the center have to work in tandem and they have to cooperate. The states have to cooperate with the center. They cannot go in an X direction and the center goes in a Y direction. There will never be a solution. If the state has its issues and they're not ready to cooperate just because the central government is different, they have to work in tandem together. And there has to be cooperation from the states. And that blame game. Now, the question is, yes, there is an issue that has come up in the country, and the issue is extremely important because it is concerning the future of our nation. The future, by the future, I mean the students who are the future generation of the country. Now, if the opposition continues to just play a blame game and behave like in a manner that अरे नहीं आपने ये किया, we will walk out of parliament, we will not cooperate, the state government will not cooperate, there will never be a solution to the problem. So everybody has to work together, and I also hope that in the upcoming Lok Sabha session, the opposition will play a more credible role and not just walk out and scream and shout, and have a proper discussion and maybe give their suggestions also.
You know, Radhika,
because it's a democratic country.
After years, we have heard someone take responsibility here.
Exactly.
Here is the Education Minister who has said that I take responsibility. That in itself is a huge statement to come from the government.
That is the beginning of a change that we are going to see.
Yes,
and that
okay.
just shows
so let's
how
see
the government
how events pan out. And yes, Sujata Rao, please go ahead, ma'am.
Maybe
I just want
take
to
responsibility.
say that it's not as if the state governments only do UPSC exam, take responsibility for UPSC and won't take responsibility for NTA or anything. For example, the states run intermediate exams. Now, I was Commissioner School Education, and at that time I remember when we had to conduct the exams, SPs, all the collectors, everybody was involved to ensure no cheating or anything happens. My exam papers were also kept in the treasury. So, you know, this kind of coordination at the state level also takes place, provided the center also reaches out to them and gives them the SOPs, if I may put it that way, to say this is where your accountability is and this is what you have to do and so on. I'm not sure. I have not seen what kind of dialogue and coordination they've had. I think Subramaniam will be able to clarify. But it's not as if state governments will say, yeah, central government ka exam mein hum kuch nahi karenge. Aisa nahi hota hai. Because the students have their own. So, you know, somewhere it has happened, there's a structural flaw, and I think it should be examined quickly and set right for the next exams. But I'm concerned about today. What are you going to tell those 3 students on your panel? What is the assurance the government is giving them? There's a complete loss of trust. It's not enough for you to say, I'm having a high-power committee. They will look into it. We all know how CBI inquiries and how committees work. There are enough recommendations around. People know what needs to be done. But is there the political will?
There is definitely loss of credibility, and that is very dangerous. We are dealing with a very, very sensitive age group, and we must take care of that. And it's not 1 or 2, it's lakhs of students.
Today, Anvi and Ira and Harshit will leave saying, yes, the government is at it and we are going to get a fairer system tomorrow.
Okay, so let me ask that question to them. What are your thoughts, Anvi? Are you hopeful that when the results come, even if there's a retest only of 1,563 students, you will have faith that the system has been, the problem has been fixed?
Ma'am, at the beginning when the results were released on the 4th of June, then I was hoping that, okay, maybe NTA or any other government which is involved in this, they might resolve it. But after 2 weeks, I can say that my hope is very diminished. Whenever I used to feel hopeful, whatever the statements used to said by the Education Minister, they always let me down that, okay, this is not going in a favor. And that always, downs our trust in them. So that is very sensitive, and I don't know if like some people say that you can leave medical, if there's so much happening.
After that, there is also another test which is conducted by NTA.
But if the other tests are also conducted by the same organization, then how can we change the field? The same thing is going to happen to us in the future. So what is the guarantee that it
Harshit?
Ma'am, if I talk about the hope, तो होप तो पूरी तरीके से अभी डिस्ट्रस्ट में बदल चुकी है. मतलब एक तरह से अभी जो गवर्नमेंट ने हमें आश्वासन दिया है कि आगे जाकर के वो एक कमेटी बना रहे हैं और दूसरी चीज़ उसको पूरा रीस्ट्रक्चर करेंगे, तो आई बिलीव कि शायद कुछ अच्छा हो हमारे लिए. और ये जो हम ट्रेडिशनल वेज पर शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं उसकी जगह हम मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज़ करके ये सारी चीज़ें रोक पाएँ आगे जाकर के. क्योंकि ये जो 2 एग्ज़ाम्स हैं जो ये लीक हुए हैं, दैट इज़ नीट और नेट, ये दोनों ही एग्जाम ऐसे लोगों को क्रिएट करते हैं. ये लेवल 1 पर एक डॉक्टर बनाता है कि एक पर्सन को, और एक पर्सन को प्रोफेसर बनाता है. तो ये दोनों ही एक आर्किटेक्टोनिक कह सकते हैं आप वैल्यू एक सोसाइटी में ऐड करते हैं, जहां पर वो लोग जाकर के पढ़ाएंगे, वो लोग जाकर के इलाज करेंगे, और एट द सेम टाइम अगर वो लोग एक स्क्रीनिंग प्रोसेस से, एक बायस्ड स्क्रीनिंग प्रोसेस से आएंगे, तो आगे जाकर के हम सोच सकते हैं कि वो लोग कैसे विकसित भारत 2047 की रखेंगे, आगे जाकर कैसे वो उस चीज़ को बढ़ा सकते हैं और कैसे वो डिजिटल इंडिया की बात कर सकते हैं. अगर वो खुद इस प्रोसेस से एक बायस्ड वे से आते हैं तो आई बिलीव आई एम होपफुल कि गवर्नमेंट इस चीज़ पर एक्शन लेगी और आगे जाकर के ये चीज़ें नहीं होंगी जो कि एनटीए पे हमेशा से एलिगेशंस लगते हुए आ रहे हैं।
आगे जाकर के क्या, because you would have crossed that stage when you say आगे जाकर के.
Yeah, exactly. You can say that. But I believe जो ये रीटेस्ट होने वाला है, I hope उसकी कंडीशंस अच्छी हों, क्योंकि एनटीए को तो I don't think अभी इतनी जल्दी गवर्नमेंट चेंज करने वाली है, क्योंकि पहले भी ये लीक्स केसेस हुए हैं, पहले भी डिबेट्स हुई हैं, पहले भी चीज़ें हुई हैं, बट गवर्नमेंट ने कभी भी उसको चेंज करने का नहीं सोचा है। और एनटीए इतनी ज़्यादा ओवरबर्डन्ड है कि जितने आप एग्जाम्स देख लीजिए, ऑलमोस्ट एग्जाम्स एनटीए कंडक्ट करवा रहा है। तो ये भी चीज गवर्नमेंट को देखनी चाहिए कि कुछ प्रेशर एनटीए से शिफ्ट करके किसी और एजेंसी को या फिर किसी और कमीशन को देना चाहिए जो वो एग्जाम्स करा पाए अच्छे से और अच्छी कंडीशंस में करा पाए एक अनबायस्ड वे।
Okay, before I bring in Ira, Professor Sharma here, if it is an overburdened agency which is conducting exams, of course it's not able to do its duty, and the government says that there will be monitoring, structural changes, and also revisiting of the data security protocol. All this is a long-term plan. What about immediate future? What will you tell her? What will you tell them?
Look, what I would say is that the government must immediately crack down on NTA and look into the problem and suggest measures. What I know about NTA is
it has been happening for 7 years. For 7 years there have been paper leaks.
No, let us
there
not,
have been problems for 7 years.
No, let us
Why
not,
wasn't it fixed in these 7 years?
No, don't generalize. This has been happening all the time because during this government and all the people are quoting this data, we are only concentrating on this period. But I know for sure exam leaks have been all along, but we cannot pardon any agency for that matter. I would suggest two things. Immediately crack down on NTA and look into the problem in the minimum possible time, assure the students that justice is being done. How would the government do? It's the government's lookout. Second, what I would say is the structure of the NTA needs to be looked into. The chairperson or the chairman of the NTA is only an ornamental head. He only chairs the general body. He doesn't take decisions. So what we find is that from outside, we look at it and we make allegations. Third is, it's a government body. Nobody from NTA has come and give the justification. For their point of view, they must also be allowed to come out because it's a government body. They are not allowed to speak in public and we don't know their version. They must also be allowed to speak and their version must also come out.
NTA version is needed. Abhishek.
Yeah, so absolutely. I completely concur with what Sir has said. So accountability and transparency. These are the two things which would be required to gain the trust of the students back. And to win that trust is not only our moral duty, it is, I think, our constitutional duty, because they are going to look up to us. They are going to be our future doctors, they are going to be our future teachers in this case. And but saying that NTA should not be doing this, it's like, throwing baby out with the bath water. So we have to take tough decisions, we have to do certain crackdowns, we have to ensure 0.001% errors are also not there. But changing the system like this, just taking the responsibility away from the body, that would not be the best solution.
No, but
because
extraordinary
the problems
times call for extraordinary, actions
Absolutely.
or measures.
And that is why using technology, and that's why we are, Professor Subramaniam and Harshit, the points that they were making, or point that Dr. Sharma is making, are very relevant. The technology has to come in, because are we saying that next year there will be no attempts at malpractices? Or the very next test, if there is a retest of any of these tests, then the challenges will not happen. Their challenges will be there. So we have to curb the chances, you have to discourage, you have to make it, not very viable for them to conduct such malpractices.
In case of NET, what the minister said, and the press release also said, that it was leaked on the dark net, so the dark web. So, there are new challenges which are coming because of technology.
That's what I say, that the NTA was not really geared to do all this, and it has entered into that. What I would say, Maria, again, the image of NTA is at its lowest ebb.
But why wasn't it able to evolve?
Because it was given one after the other assignment very quickly, and I also think because the head changed, the DG changed, and the new DG perhaps is not really trained into it. I shouldn't be saying this because Vinit Joshi was the NTA head.
Yes.
He was transferred. Then Subodh Kumar Singh came. He is an IS officer who has never handled exams. And he has no experience of it.
So
I believe
people who are on the top do not understand how exams are held. And
I
they are
have been saying this.
conducting
I didn't
exams.
want to take name, but because you have been asking me this question again and again, it's a very, very professional and technical job. People who understand assessment and evaluation must be
Should
at the
be
helm
heading
of
that.
affairs,
Okay,
not
Ira,
a
quickly, your
bureaucrat and somebody who is trained to handle districts and commissionaries or ministries is suddenly put into
Okay,
handling
Ira,
exams.
quickly, your word and then the last word to Sujata Rao. Please go ahead.
Well, my last word is...
Ma'am, I'm coming to you first, Ira.
Mr. Sharma was kind enough to say that at the time the NTA was constituted, it did not envision that it would have to conduct an exam on such a large scale. My question is that post 2017, has there been a population explosion in this country? That you did not envision that you will get like such a crowd sitting for an exam which is so essential to the healthcare. I don't know why, but the people who are responsible and who are in power are not getting the fact that the people who sat for this exam this year will constitute the literal healthcare system of the country. They will be responsible to save lives. And best be assured, the people who actually should be answering these questions, they will fly out of the country when need be.
I must
they will
say,
fall.
we only have to apologize to our young students.
Lots to apologize.
Yes,
lots
yes,
to,
apologies to them.
Lots to
So
tell
you
them,
said
Sujata
that
Rao.
the
You know,
people
what Ira is saying has been the question that I've been asking repeatedly here. Why wasn't it foreseen? This was bound to happen. It was almost like a writing on the wall. Why wasn't it read, Sujata Rao? And then that's the last thought.
Yes, Maria, 100%. It could have been foreseen. It should not have been a surprise. This could have been planned out. And NTA, if the government had so chosen to say that this NTA is going to be responsible, then it was duty bound to have provided appropriate infrastructure and the wherewithal for it to conduct it. Whether it's online or whether it's offline or whether it's written, there is a structure of supervision, there is a structure of the integrity of the exam that has to be maintained at all times. And that ought to have been taken care of. Now, but the point I want to say is that, there has to be an agency that conducts this exam if it is centralized. Ministry of Health cannot conduct an examination.
Exactly, it's not our body to do that.
Have to have some NTA or BTA or PT or some agency has to conduct an examination. But my fault is that, okay, NTA is a good idea, but why was it not foreseen that, if this is the responsibility, is the infrastructure capable of discharging the duties? But they cannot turn around and say, sorry, we didn't know this will happen, or, this person, that doesn't help the students.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. I mean, this wasn't something that the NTA should not have foreseen. I mean, the logistical challenge was understood. There would be 25 lakh students who would be taking the exams, was understood. So I'm not too sure if it can be about that it is lack of preparations on their part or structural problems which should not have been, again, foreseen. It was almost like you should have been prepared to do this. Otherwise, don't conduct an exams if you do not understand that there will be so many students appearing for it and it will be at such a scale. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. R. Subramaniam, Professor C.B. Sharma, Sujata Rao, Abhishek Sharma, Mohan Kumar Mangalam, Radhika Khera, Anvi, Harshit and Ira. I certainly wish the students a lot of luck and success going forward. That's all from me. I'll be seeing you next week on another episode of The Big Five. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
स्मार्ट से याद आया, स्मार्टफोन्स हम सभी देखते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दिस हैज द Qualcomm Snapdragon 8s Gen 3 which is based on 4nm. आपने सुना होगा ना अक्सर ऐसा 4nm, 5nm, 3nm. What is this nm if I were to tell you? Well, पता है क्या है? यहाँ पे nm is a nanometer. It's basically a unit of length. ये होता है 1 मीटर का 1 बिलियन.
The Supreme Court had said that do not have so many tests for medical exams because students went to court and said, and yesterday I saw on one channel that former director of AIIMS was saying that when I was appearing, I flew to 7 different towns to appear for the exam. And 3 I had to miss because they were on the same dates. And this was brought to the notice of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, you will have just 1 exam for the whole country. I think it's in wisdom when the Supreme Court said, and it is justified, that students should not be put to that sort of pressure. But Supreme Court did not structure the NTA. The government structured the NTA. And I think there is nothing wrong about it. From time to time, institutions must be revisited, their structure must be revisited, their functioning must be revisited, and exactly that is what is required of NTA.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite.
right, good evening. You're watching Left, Right and Centre with me, Tanima Biswas, and our focus will be on the competitive exams mess, the NEET and the NTA exam mess that we have in fact been tracking. Today, we are going to actually connect the dots as far as the investigation is concerned. From Uttar Pradesh to Bihar, who are these people who are responsible for playing with students' lives? How exactly were they carrying out this entire operation of leaking papers, putting out answer scripts as well, whether it was in the dark net or through social media apps? How was this entire operation being carried out by an alleged mastermind who was sitting in jail in Uttar Pradesh? Those are some of the facets which we'll bring forth in our show today, along with a roundup of other top stories. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines. The first GST Council meeting held in the national capital after the elections. In fact, Finance Minister also chairs a pre-budget meeting. The government says that they want to bring fuel under GST, but at the same time adds that the onus is on the states to bring petrol and diesel under GST. In another key announcement, the Finance Minister also says that biometric Aadhaar authentication has been added in order to check fake invoicing. Centre sets a panel to ensure fair exam process. A 7-member panel is set up, which is headed by former ISRO chief, focused on data security protocol. Solver gang behind the NEET exam paper leak. Bihar module. In fact, we focus on the Bihar module where the alleged kingpin was operating from inside a jail in Uttar Pradesh. NDTV unmasks paper leak conspirators. Latest in the Tamil Nadu hooch tragedy, cops arrest the kingpin. The accused allegedly supplied liquor mixed with killer chemical. BJP mounts pressure on Stalin government. Protests in Chennai. And India and Bangladesh ink 10 key agreements in the bilateral meeting today, focused on strengthening trade and connectivity. India-Bangladesh to forge ties on digital partnership. Right, our top focus, as we said, is on the competitive exams mess-up, which continues to spiral and escalate on a daily basis. Now, as the centre rushes in to clean up the mess and put things in order, we can see that the students are continuing to protest, calling for cancellation of NEET exams. But here on NDTV today, we turn our focus to the investigations. Who are the men who are playing with students' lives? That is the question that we are looking to answer today. If we can put up that graphics on our screens there, where we are in fact connecting the dots today of some of these people who have been arrested by the police, primarily from Bihar. Some are still absconding, but from Uttar Pradesh to Bihar, in fact, even in Jharkhand, our reporters have tried to unmask the key conspirators. Those on your screens that you're seeing right now are some of the main people who have been identified, who have in fact been involved in this entire mess that we are looking at right now of the NEET exam papers being leaked, NEET exam mess in fact, and also remember the UGC-NET paper being leaked, and in the paper, the exam mess, we can in fact see that some of these people are allegedly involved. This is of course a report which has been submitted by the Bihar police, who have sent a status report to the HRD ministry as well. Let's take a look at this report which has been put together by our reporters.
मतलब हमारी यही डिमांड है कि एक ऐसी एजेंसी जो कंपेटेबल ही नहीं है, जो जिसका क्वालिफाइड ही नहीं है।
एनटीए जो एग्ज़ाम करा रही है बिल्कुल एक नॉन ट्रस्टेबल एजेंसी बन के रह गई है। इसको जितना जल्दी हो सके स्क्रैप करना चाहिए।
As the NEET nexus begins to unravel, the rot that has ruined students' lives runs deep. While the Bihar Economic Offences Unit has submitted a 5-page status report to the Education Ministry, prima facie, the Solver gang has emerged as a key conspirator. They operate by uploading solved question papers to students via encrypted channels like Telegram and WhatsApp. even circulating them on the dark net. The Bihar module comprises the alleged mastermind Ravi Atri, lodged in the Meerut jail, running the operations from inside, with the help of trusted aide Sanjeev Mukhya, who's on the run. Operating under Mukhya, Atul Vats, Sikandar and Sintu, accused of circulating leaked papers, have been arrested. Parallelly, a bitter political war continues, with the BJP accusing the RJD of being in cahoots with the conspirators.
सिकंदर वही है जो उनके पिताजी श्रीमान लालू प्रसाद यादव रांची में थे तो सेवादार था कि नहीं, ये जवाब क्यों नहीं दे पा रहे हैं? बरगलाने का खेल क्यों खेलते हैं? ऐसे लोग कहीं न कहीं बिहार के बच्चों का, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने की मानसिकता से कब मुक्त होंगे?
तो आप लोग भारत सरकार का पूछ रहे हैं कि फलना बिल ला रहे हैं पेपर लीक रोकने के लिए, है ना? लॉ ला, हाँ, वो लीक ना हो उसके लिए लॉ ला रहे हैं। पहले तो मान ही नहीं रहे थे कि लीक हुआ। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, भाजपा के बड़े अनुभवी मंत्री हैं, वो तो मानते ही नहीं थे कि भाई पेपर लीक हुआ। जो नहीं मानने वाला उसके लिए भी लॉ ले आया जाए।
Hazaribagh in Jharkhand, the mini quota has now emerged as the epicenter. Sources suggest that a half-burnt booklet has led investigating authorities to believe that the NEET examination paper was leaked from Hazaribagh. When NDTV reached out to the divisional commissioner, there was no comment.
इसकी कोई जानकारी जिला स्तर पर अभी हमें नहीं है किसी भी लेवल पे, बट अगर ऐसी कोई बात है या सूचना है तो हम लोग आगे ज़रूर इसको सॉल्व करने में सहयोग करेंगे। अभी हमें इसके बारे में आधिकारिक रूप में या किसी भी स्तर से किसी प्रकार का कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन प्राप्त नहीं है।
The opposition, however, calls it a well-planned conspiracy.
पूरी दुनिया की निगाह हिंदुस्तान पर थी कि चुनाव परिणाम क्या होता है और किसकी सरकार बनती है। उसी दिन 4 तारीख को नीट का रिजल्ट देना अपने आप में कंट्रोवर्शियल है। उस दिन इसका सोचा कि इस दिन देते हैं, सब चुनाव व्यस्त रहेगा।
Teachers in Hazaribagh now worry about the future of thousands of students who've made this town their beacon of hope.
बस ये फीलिंग आ रही है बच्चों के साइड से, पेरेंट्स के साइड से भी क्वेरी आ रही है। पेरेंट्स आके विजिट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि एक क्वेरी आ गई है दिमाग में कि ऑफकोर्स अगर ऐसा इस साल हुआ है तो इट मे हैपन कि वो नेक्स्ट ईयर भी हो जाए, क्योंकि अभी जो मंथ चल रहा है हमारे पास में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मंथ्स हैं। तो अगर इस टाइम पे वो मोमेंटम बच्चों का टूट जाएगा तो ऑफकोर्स वो प्रॉब्लम होगा, वो डायरेक्टली हिट करेगा उनके स्कोर को।
कोई भी बच्चा जो मेडिकल का तैयारी कर रहा है वो काफ़ी सालों से मेहनत कर रहा होता है, तो उसका खुद का मेहनत तो डिस्ट्रॉय हुआ से हुआ, प्लस उसके सराउंडिंग्स में भी काफ़ी मेहनत चल रही होती है। घर वाले काफ़ी पैसेंसफुली लगे पड़े होते हैं, फाइनेंशियल रिस्ट्रिक्शंस काफ़ी ज़्यादा हाई हो जाती हैं। तो इन सब चीज़ों को लेकर अगर देखा जाए तो एनटीए अभी जो जैसा काम कर रहा है, ये खुद पे उंगली उठाने वाली बात हो गई, क्योंकि एनटीए एकदम अच्छा से परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे।
The way Bihar's Economic Offense Unit is investigating into the alleged NET paper leak scam, cities of Bihar and Jharkhand are emerging as the new epicenter of this infamous scam. And Hazaribagh is one place where the investigating agencies are digging deep to find out where the paper leak actually happened from this place. From Hazaribagh, this is Prabhakar Kumar for NDTV.
Right, I'm joined by my colleagues Prabhakar and Mukesh. Prabhakar from Hazaribagh, who's in fact travelled all the way there in order to connect the dots, as we were saying, and Mukesh tracking the conspirators and the routes that they have in Uttar Pradesh. Coming to you first, Prabhakar, so are we looking at this gang largely being involved in the UGC-NET paper leak case, or are the cops also suspecting that they have a role to play in the NEET exam mess? So is there a paper leak that they're looking at in terms of NEET papers as well?
Yeah, exactly. This is the NEET paper actually, alleged NEET paper leak scam, which the Economic Offense Unit of Bihar Police is investigating into, and that is what actually brought them to Hazaribagh. Hazaribagh is a suspected epicenter from where the paper leak might have happened. So we can't be very sure about it unless until it is confirmed by the agencies. But what we are learning from our sources that it was Hazaribagh, actually between Hazaribagh and Ranchi somewhere the paper got leaked. And remember, Ravi Attri, he has emerged as a main kingpin of this entire operation, the entire gang. Ravi Attri was involved in the previous paper leaks as well. We all know that he's lodged in a jail, and he hails from Noida. He was involved in the paper leak pertaining to the UP constable exam and also SBI exam. And Sanjeev Mukhia happened to be his main guy on the ground as far as the Bihar and Jharkhand is concerned. We are told that from one of the 5 centers in Hazaribagh, the papers were leaked. It was sent on a telegram to Sanjeev Mukhia, and then it was distributed to Atul Vats and Sikandar. These were the 2 men who had parked there in Patna. They have already confessed to the crime. They are under custody. Sanjeev Mukhia happens to be absconding as of now, and today NDTV tracked the family members of all these 3 guys, Sanjeev Mukhia, Atul Vats and Sikandar. We went to their respective places, met their parents, and they're all claiming to be innocent. But the fact remains, the EOU is confirming to us that they were the people who are actually behind the whole thing. And Hazaribagh might be one of the epicenters from where it actually happened. The team from Patna had traveled to Hazaribagh. They visited all the 5 centers, and at this one particular center, which is a private school out here, where they are focusing now, and they're trying to talk to all the people involved in the entire examination process to confirm whether the leak actually happened from Hazaribagh or not.
Right. Prabhakar, also, if you could just quickly touch before I go to Mukesh on the way this gang was operating, because we'll get to Mukesh and the Ravi Attri angle for further elaboration in a short while from now. But firstly, if you could just tell us, how was this gang actually being able to operate, whether it was UGC-NET papers or other competitive exam papers that they were putting out for students? What was their modus operandi?
See, most of the gang members who have been arrested or who are absconding as of now, they hail from one particular district of Bihar that is called, that is Nalanda basically, which happens to be the home district of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, and they operate in the states of Bihar, Jharkhand and UP. These are the 3 states they usually focus on. We are told that they were involved in earlier paper leaks as well, but as far as this particular case is concerned, it pertains to NEET, NEET exams, which we are talking about, and this is the exam paper leak, alleged paper leak, which the Economic Offence Unit of Bihar Police is investigating. And remember, these people, they were part of a larger gang, but they were kind of a territory manager, you can say, for these 3 states, and they would get the papers, question papers first, get it 2 to 3 days in advance, give it to the students, ask them to mug up the answers, and then go to the examination hall. Most of the students who were actually questioned by police, they have confirmed to the police that they were given a question paper, and that question paper matched with the question paper they got on the examination day inside the examination center.
Right. Stay with us, Prabhakar. Let me go across to my colleague Mukesh. Mukesh, आप actually जेवर गए थे, जहाँ पे रवि अत्री का गांव है, और वहाँ पे आपने बहुत लोगों से बात भी की. थोड़ा रवि अत्री के बारे में अगर बताएं, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी है, किस तरह से वो कोटा में था 2006-07 के टाइम पे, वहाँ से वो प्रॉक्सी कैंडिडेट बनता था, और फॉलोइंग विच उसका एक्चुअली ये जो पूरा गैंग है, पूरा ऑपरेशन है, एक्सपैंड हुआ.
देखिए, बिल्कुल रवि अत्री जो है ग्रेटर नोएडा के नीमका गांव का रहने वाला है, और 10 अप्रैल 2024 को इसको जो यूपी एसटीएफ है उसने गिरफ्तार किया था. तब इस पर एलिगेशन ये था कि इसने यूपी के जो कांस्टेबल्स की जो परीक्षा हुई थी उसका एग्जाम पेपर जो था वो लीक कराया था. इसके अरेस्ट होने के बाद पुलिस ने इसके बारे में काफी डिटेल से जानकारी दी थी, और ये बताया था कि रवि अत्री 2007 में कोटा गया था. कोटा में ये मेडिकल की तैयारी कर रहा था. उसी दौरान ये कई सारे ऐसे लोगों के संपर्क में आ गया जो कि पेपर लीक के सिंधी केस में जुड़े हुए थे, और उसके बाद ये लगातार पेपर लीक करने लगा. 2012 में इसको दिल्ली पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच ने पकड़ा, तब इसने नीट का पेपर लीक किया था. 2012 में ही इसने एसबीआई का पेपर लीक किया था, उसके आरोप में पकड़ा गया. 2015 में इसको जो पीएमटी का पेपर है उसको लीक करने के आरोप में पकड़ा गया. तो लगातार अलग अलग मामलों में ये अरेस्ट होता रहा है, और देश के कई अलग अलग परीक्षाओं के जो एग्जाम्स हैं उनके जो पेपर्स हैं वो लीक कराने में ये मास्टरमाइंड रहा है. और पुलिस के मुताबिक इसने काफी सारा पैसा भी कमाया है, जो कि पेपर लीक से जो पैसा आया है। इसके घर वालों से मैंने बात की, इसके 3 भाई हैं, एक भाई आर्मी में है। इसके भाइयों का और उसके घर वालों का ये कहना है कि रवि अत्री से उनकी जेल में बात हुई है और रवि अत्री ने सभी आरोपों से, जो सभी एलिगेशंस हैं नीट एग्जाम पेपर लीक को लेकर, उससे उसने इनकार किया है। उसका कहना है कि उसका इसमें कोई रोल नहीं है। तो घर वाले तो उसके लगातार ही मना कर रहे हैं कि उसका रोल नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसा कई बार हुआ है जब उसको अलग अलग एग्जाम में अरेस्ट किया गया है। हालांकि अभी बिहार पुलिस ना तो उसके घर आई है और ना ही मेरठ जेल गई है जहां पर वो बंद है कि उससे पूछताछ हुई हो। तो हो सकता है कि अगले कुछ दिनों में बिहार पुलिस यहाँ पर आए और उससे पूछताछ करे। फिलहाल रवि अत्री मेरठ की जेल में बंद है और वो यूपी कांस्टेबल की जो परीक्षा हुई थी, उसका जो पेपर लीक हुआ था, उस मामले में उसने अहमदाबाद जाकर, जहां पर ये पेपर छापे गए थे, वहां से पेपर लीक कराया था। तो काफी एक्टिव मेंबर है और पुलिस का ये भी कहना है कि जेल में रहकर ये अपना पूरा सिंडिकेट चला रहा है। जेल के अंदर से इसका गैंग एक्टिव है। और जो चिंटू पकड़ा गया है बिहार में, चिंटू और संजीव मुखिया और अतुल वत्स, ये तीनों इसको जानते हैं।
जी, Prabhakar and Mukesh, they're actually bringing us details of the key conspirators who the police are looking at. Of course, as we said, both of them are also saying that these are early days into the investigation, the exact role still being examined by the police, but we're trying to tell our viewers today that these are the people and this is the gang that the police have identified so far, and looking into their role both in as far as the UGC-NET exam paper leak case is concerned as well as the NEET mess is concerned. Prabhakar and Mukesh, thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Meanwhile, staying with the NTA mess now, latest news is that the centre has announced that it will set up a 7-member panel headed by former ISRO chief K. Radhakrishnan to bring in exam reforms and review the functioning of the National Testing Agency. The committee will make recommendations on reforms in the mechanism of the exam process, improvement in data security protocols, as well as the structure and functioning of the National Testing Agency. The panel will submit its report within the next 2 months. Shifting focus on to another one of our big stories, and the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chaired pre-budget consultations with finance ministers of states and union territories to take their views today ahead of the budget that she will present, of course. Now, it was followed by the 53rd meeting of the GST Council. Significantly, the minister said today that the centre wants to bring petrol and diesel under GST, but put the onus on states. Among other key decisions, the finance minister also said that a biometric authentication system will be rolled out pan-India to curb instances of fake invoicing.
Petrol and diesel can be handled, for which the law has been already embedded. So what is pending is, once the states agree, in the council they have to decide what will be the rate of taxation. Once that decision is taken, it will be put into the act. So the indication or the intent of this central government, even as the GST was implemented, was eventually sometime petrol and diesel can be brought into the GST. It is up to the states now to say, all right, we'll all come together and get into GST, therefore come into the council and then decide on what will be the rate. ऑनलाइन में जो वेरिफिकेशन हो रही है, ठीक हो रही है, होने दो, उसका कोई बदलाव नहीं कर रहे हैं हम, वो चालू रहेगा। मगर ये सुविधा स्टेशन जो सर्विस सेंटर बनता है, उसमें जा कर के इकट्ठा सभी जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, आधार है, आपके बायोमेट्रिक वेरिफिकेशन है, आपके पेपर्स है, सब इकट्ठा देने में गुजरात में पायलट प्रोजेक्ट का एक्सपीरियंस बेस करते हुए मैं बोल रही हूँ, इन अ मैटर ऑफ 15-20 मिनट्स ऑल पेपर वर्क इज डन एंड रजिस्ट्रेशन हो जाता है नया कंपनियों का।
Bringing you a quick wrap-up of the 53rd GST Council meeting. Fuel, however, is not under the GST ambit still. The FM said it will be a state decision. Biometric registration, Aadhaar-based authentication will now be mandated pan-India, starting now in a phased manner. hostel-related accommodations to be GST exempt for those within campuses. Now, before it was inside the campus, now even outside campuses, student hostel accommodation where at least 90 days of stay and a minimum of 20,000 rupees per person per month is being charged, they will be GST exempt. In terms of railway services, particularly platform ticket, cloakroom services, waiting room services, any intra-railway services, they will be GST exempt. And most importantly, if there is a particular demand notice that has been served and there is an interest penalty waiver that will be there if the case does not involve fraud. So these are some quick highlights coming to you from the 53rd GST Council meeting. The next meeting will be in August. Stay tuned for full coverage.
On to one of the top focus stories. Tamil Nadu hooch tragedy is turning out to be one of the worst hooch cases in the country, with the death toll crossing 50 already. Scores of others still hospitalized. Now, the state police has arrested the alleged kingpin today, the one who was responsible for supplying the liquor mixed with the killer chemical methanol. The opposition in the state, meanwhile, continued to mount pressure on the DMK-ruled government. BJP protested in Chennai, seeking resignation of top ministers, including the chief minister.
Hooch horror haunts Tamil Nadu. The death count in the terrible illicit liquor tragedy has crossed 50. The Tamil Nadu police have arrested the alleged kingpin, bootlegger Chinnadurai, accused of supplying distilled Iraq made using killer methanol, which was allegedly procured from Puducherry. The liquor was sold to many, including Kannukutti, who bought the illicit liquor and sold at his backyard for years at this village in Karunapuram. All those arrested, including the alleged kingpin Chinnadurai, are serial offenders, already arrested for illicit liquor sale. The police station and the court are so close by. Local people say, with big money, enforcement authorities and the bootleggers are in connivance. Tilakavadi is shattered. She lost her daily wage husband after 2 days of struggle. Her mother says police and authorities were aware of the sale of illicit liquor in the village for years, but they did nothing as they were on the payrolls of bootleggers.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் தெரியுங்க ஐயா, தெரிஞ்சிருந்து அவங்க மாமூல் வாங்கிட்டு ஒரு மாதம் 4 நாள் 5 நாள் லிமாண்டில் வைக்கிறாங்க, அப்புறம் பணத்தை கொடுத்து சால்வ் ஆகி முடிச்சிடுறாங்க. கேட்க போனால் நீ ஏன் கேட்குறன்னு கேள்வி ஒரு மாற்றங்கள் மக்களை பேசுகிறாங்க, ஈவரக்கமாக திட்டுறாங்க.
நான் விற்கிது நான் குடிக்கிறேன், என்ன பண்ணு அப்படின்னு வீட்டில் சண்டை நடக்குதுங்க. அண்டாயை வச்சு குடிக்கிறானுவ, குண்டாயை வச்சு குடிக்கிறானுவ, தாலி நகையை கூட குடிக்கிறானுவ. எவ்வளோ நாங்கள் கஷ்டப்படுறோம், எதுக்கு இந்த மாதிரி அரசாங்கத்தில் செய்கிறாங்க.
In the Tamil Nadu Assembly, the key opposition, AIADMK, continued demanding MK Stalin's resignation. The BJP, which took to the streets today, sought the resignation of the minister in charge of prohibition.
BJP, first of all, we as a party demands the resignation of the Prohibition and Excise Minister, Muthuswamy, with immediate effect. The Tamil Nadu BJP has announced 1 lakh as a compensation to each family, and the Tamil Nadu Bharatiya Janata Party, led by Annamalaiji, has requested, is now fighting to ensure that there is a CBI probe in the incident.
Our Chief Minister has immediately ordered for CBCID inquiry and judicial inquiry also. The opposition party in the Assembly, headed by Edappadi Palanichami, wants to make it as a politics. The opposition has refused to come to the Assembly. They have not mentioned anything inside the Assembly.
900 people have been arrested in the police crackdown across Tamil Nadu. In Trichy, Collector Pradeep and SP Varun Kumar led an overnight operation on the Pachamalai hills and destroyed 200 litres of illicit liquor. Locals joined in, pledging to eradicate illicit liquor. This is the second hooch tragedy in 2 years, and this has come as a huge setback for the ruling DMK. The SP and several police officers have been suspended The collector and the ADGP transferred. The AIADMK seeks a CBI probe. The Madras High Court too has made strong observations, asking whether any lessons were learned and has sought an action taken report. At Karunapuram with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Right, a big breaking update which is coming in right now, and the government has in fact sacked the National Testing Agency chief. That's the latest that we are getting. NTA DG, Director General Subodh Kumar, has in fact been sacked. And this comes in after the multiple instances of competitive exam mess that we have seen, whether it is in terms of the kind of irregularities we have seen as far as NEET exams are concerned, or even the UGC-NET exams recently, among others. Let me go across to my colleague Maria Shakil, who's brought us the breaking update. Maria, go ahead.
Yes, so Tanima, the government has cracked the whip. They understand certainly that the students have been upset, be it the NEET exam, which is under the scanner. There has been irregularities in the NET exam. There were reports of paper leaks in multiple exams in the last few years. And now, only yesterday, there was another crucial exam which was postponed. So there is an understanding within the government that perhaps Mr. Subodh is incapable of handling exams at this scale, and hence the NTA boss has been sacked. This is the government cracking the whip and acting right away because they realized that this was becoming too big for them to handle. We have seen how there was a high-level committee which was set up. The details of that committee came out only today, which came out in the form of a press release where the government said that the former ISRO chief, Mr. Radhakrishnan, would be the head of that committee. The reports had also come that there would be this 7-member committee which would be looking into the questions particularly to do with various challenges in which NTA has been failing Indian students, and now they have gone all ahead and gone with this. Nikunj is also joining us on the phone line. Tanima, you can go to him because this is going to be seen as a big move by the government, and also a big move in which it will be seen as the government realizing the sentiments of the students. The student community has been worried. Lakhs of students, not just 24 lakhs of NEET, but also 10 lakhs of UGC-NET, which is the national eligibility test. All of them have been looking into, looking towards the government for some concrete action, and no action had come in till now. Besides setting up of that high-level committee, the government realized that there are structural challenges that Mr. Subodh Singh is incapable of handling his responsibilities, and hence a new appointment, and Subodh Singh has been sacked.
Right, Maria, if you can just take our viewers through the sequence of events. Is this in expected lines, as you were saying? Like initially, we in fact saw the Union Education Minister in a way saying that there's not been any instance of paper leak as far as NEET is concerned. But then we saw the number of irregularities in competitive exams, in fact, piling up against the center in a way. The number of exams that they had to postpone, reschedule, cancel, that was, is that what actually led to this announcement today? Because initially we saw a bit of defensive side.
Yes, certainly. If you remember the press conference which was done by Union Education Minister, and that came soon after the Bihar police filed FIRs in which they came up with those evidences of students having received question papers a day in advance. And then they went inside and said that they found the same question paper which appeared. So it was clear that the question paper had been leaked. Reports, the Economic Offence Wing had come up with those clear evidences. There were reports of question paper leaks of NEET also in Godhra as well. The government was facing a lot of questions from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was also, hoping that the government will be taking some concrete actions. Although the NEET exam has not been cancelled, but the government went ahead and cancelled NET when they realized that there were reports of question paper leak, which had come from the Home Ministry. Now, only yesterday, another CUET cancelled. The government realized that it was too hot to handle. And there was this one body, which is the NTA, which has been responsible for this complete mismanagement of exams. They conduct 15 exams all over the country, Tanima. And because of this, this was actually becoming a mess in which the government was finding itself in. And hence they went ahead and have taken a concrete action, which is about sacking of the NTA boss and a system which is being now put in place to ensure that the structural challenges, the institutional failure can be corrected.
Right, Maria, as you were mentioning, that there's also a panel that the centre has set up, a 7-member panel headed by the former ISRO chief, which is going to look into the functioning of the National Testing Agency. Are we now staring at an overhaul, a complete overhaul of the agency itself?
Yes, that's right. If you remember, Dharmendra Pradhan had said that they would be looking for a complete overhaul, that they are looking at structural changes, that they are looking at the data security protocol where there has been multiple breaches, and that any attempt at cover up was only exposing the NTA and its failures. So the government decided that the only way forward, the only way out of this crisis would be to sack the NTA chief, and hence they have gone ahead. In place now will be a committee which is now looking into what are the changes that are needed. So structural changes, other, appointments. Is this the right body which was set up in 2017, only after the 2016 Supreme Court order? Is this the right body in the right form to take these decisions? Are these officers, IAS officers, really prepared to handle exams at this scale? Or should there be educationists? What should be the composition of this panel? All that will be a subject of discussion now that Dr. Gileria, who is the former AIMS director, ISRO chief, all of them are part of this panel.
Right. I'm also joined by Senior Managing Editor of NDTV, Nikunj Garg, over the phone line. Nikunj, this is a very significant development. It clearly shows that the centre has been left without any sort of defence, any sort of defensive words left in order to back the National Testing Agency chief anymore.
Well, I agree, Tanima. That would be the common sense interpretation of the situation. However, you must keep in mind that after having appointed an NTA chief, it is morally, ethically, and administratively incumbent on the government to give the incumbent as much time as possible to look into any kind of administrative lapses if there were to be in case of conduct of examinations. Look, the National Testing Agency is an experiment. The government of India, with all its intentions in the best place, was wanting to alter a system with which many had a quarrel, with which many had a complaint. Now, that system appears to be has gone horribly wrong. Whether the NTA brass, headed by their chief, 97 batch Administrative Service Officer, Mr. Subodh Kumar, of the Chhattisgarh cadre, many would say a relatively junior officer, has been unable to contain the kind of pressures that the National Testing Administration would face, or this is something that is beyond the control of a single administrative mechanism, is something that we need to see. Let's not jump to any kind of conclusions. Obviously, the government is under intense pressure. Obviously, the pressure not only comes from the opposition politicians or opposition political parties, but it comes from the hundreds of thousands of students who have been preparing relentlessly to get a decent berth under various examination criteria. This is not just about one medical exam or engineering exam or NET, but these are about any sort of a decent top-run examinations that the government of India wants to conduct under umbrella provision. So whether that omnibus provision itself has failed, whether the agency has failed to put in due mechanism, or whether those mechanisms cannot be put under one single administrative umbrella is something, as Maria, my senior colleague who broke this story for NDTV a few minutes back, was saying that the government wishes to inspect. Now that inspection or invigilation will be headed by a senior committee. In the interim, the government has not appointed a new boss for the National Testing Administration or the agency. An additional charge arrangement under a very senior Indian Administrative Service officer has been made, and Maria also made one very critical point. The point to ponder for the politicians, particularly the political bosses like the Education Minister, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, is also the fact that can the Indian Administrative Service officials or are the Indian Administrative Service officials appropriately equipped to handle a kind of administrative regime for an omnibus examination agency or panel that the government of India wishes to put in place. Now that all that becomes a matter of invigilation, matter of examination. And I would hope and pray, along with hundreds of thousands of examinees and along with the entire nation, that an answer is found which is at the end of the day a fail-proof, fool-proof mechanism, and Maria probably would be in a better position to say as to what is the administrative thought in the minds of the administrators of the Education Ministry in terms of replacing this mechanism. Is there an overhaul? Is there a completely new setup that they wish to see? So maybe you can probably pose that question back to my senior colleague Maria.
Right. Nikunj, thank you so much for joining us with that. I'm also joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu on this. Sunil, as we have in fact been discussing that this is in a way probably the beginning. We've seen the announcement about the panel which is being set up by the centre. Now this announcement coming in of sacking of the NTA chief clearly shows an overhaul in the cards as far as the testing agency handling competitive exams in the country is concerned. The timing of this announcement, how crucial do you think that is, coming just ahead of the Parliament session which is going to begin next week?
Well, I think apart from the Parliament session, I think the most important thing in the minds is that the Prime Minister himself at the cabinet meeting had given a clear direction to the Education Minister, the HRD Minister, to get going and to ensure that what was happening on the streets as well as in examination centers should be stopped immediately. And he, taking that immediate message, taking responsibility, has really cracked down. Today you have seen the first step being taken. The NTA official has been removed and immediately put on compulsory wait, and he's still with the DOPT. But a senior IS officer who is the chairman and managing director of ITPO has been given the temporary and additional charge of handling as a DG NTA to ensure that all these competitive exams where there has been a lot of really question marks at this present stage, they are going to get into that entire aspect. And so he's been given complete control of looking and managing this entire issue.
Right, Sunil, stay with us. We'll also try and get reactions of the petitioners who have moved the top court, who have moved the courts in order to get some sort of a relief as far as the competitive exam mess that we have been reporting for days is concerned. In fact, going back to Sunil now, Sunil, what can we expect? This is, as we have been mentioning, the first step in a way of sorts. What, if the students who are tuning in to watch us tonight, what can the students expect will be the way forward for the HRD ministry now?
Well, I think the most important thing is that they want to get into the whole modus operandi of how this question paper leaks have been taking place. Why is the credibility of various exams been really, there's been a big question mark. Why are there certain centers? Why are certain people raising questions? Why is it, that only in certain regions that there is a lot of discrepancy? And it's in that context that while an investigation is being done by law enforcement agencies, they would like to get to the bottom of it to ensure that, whoever it is, whether it was a private testing agency, who were responsible for setting the papers, how were the papers being leaked? Yes, there is a lot of money that is involved. We have seen people and students paying 30-40 lakhs as alleged. So it is definitely something which is a cause of concern. If you break the backbone of the education system as said by the Supreme Court itself, even if there's a 0.01%, I think these are all being done not so much for the Parliament session, which of course the opposition parties were going to raise, but the Supreme Court is going to hear this matter on the 8th of July. And as we've been reporting for the 8th consecutive day, there have been several petitions in the Supreme Court, all being deferred, no relief being given, but saying that we will hear this entire case on the 8th of July. The NTA itself agreeing that there was a mistake, and that is why in 1563 students will be doing the exam on Sunday. There is a huge demand in the NEET exam for a re-examination that involves 24 lakh students We've already seen certain exams being postponed, for example, the NET exam. And it's in this context that the government has said, enough of embarrassment.
Right.
Somebody needs to take the flak. The present DG NTA has been kept on compulsory wait. He will report to the DOPT, and a new senior IS officer, who's the rank of a cabinet secretary, mind you, has been made the DG.
Right. Sunil, stay with us. We are, of course, putting up the circular on screens for our viewers. There's the circular which actually makes that announcement of the National Testing Agency chief being sacked. That is the breaking up story that was brought by my colleague Maria Shakil. But before we go to our reporters once again, let me also bring in Sudha Acharya, an educationist who is joining us over the phone line. Ms. Acharya, if you can hear me, how are you looking at this announcement made by the government today? Is it a face-saver move, or was it waiting to happen? There, the circular on your screens there, the breaking story, which was brought by my colleague Maria Shakil. But Sudha Acharya there, do you see this as a face-saver move by the government?
Yeah, of course. I mean, somebody needs to take the accountability, and it was waiting to happen, in my opinion, because the way NTA has organized and conducted this examination, there was a huge question mark. So obviously, the head of the organization has to take the responsibility. So I was expecting this.
Ma'am, thank you so much for your first reaction there. Let me go back to my colleague Maria. Maria brought us that breaking story, which we are also putting up the circular on our screens there, which actually makes that announcement where the government has in fact sacked the top boss of the National Testing Agency. Maria, as I was also asking Sunil there, that this is one of the very important steps that the government has taken when it comes to overhauling the entire system. But what is the way forward now? There is a mounting pressure still from the students to cancel the entire NEET exams. From your sources in the government, from the HRD ministry in particular, what is the way forward from here? Because a lot of students would now be curious. This was one of their demands, but what about this demand of NEET cancellation?
See, the ball is in the government's court. So far, the government is yet to take the call whether they would be going ahead and cancelling the NEET exams completely, or whether it will be just the retest of 1,563 students. So far, the government has taken that call and it has communicated to the courts as well. And before the next hearing, if the NEET gets cancelled, that is something that cannot be ruled out at this juncture, because the government was waiting for some crucial evidences regarding the paper leak which has come from the state of Bihar. So there has been acceptance of a syndicate that has been functioning. Students who got those papers have also come on record to say that they got it. There have been confession statements. So what will be the next move of the government? That remains to be seen. But one thing is clear. After Dharmendra Pradhan, Education Minister, accepted that there is institutional failure, he himself said that I take responsibility because I have to go to the students repeatedly and I have to address the students. He said that he will be looking into the entire functioning of the NTA. So just look at the timeline. Today we saw a committee having been set up to look into the structure of the NTA, whether NTA as a body and the governing body of the NTA at present with Subodh Singh is really capable of handling an examination of this scale and nature, or whether a completely different set of skills are needed for these kind of exams. The government has accepted that there have been flaws. The government has accepted that Subodh Singh has been incapable. That is the reason why they have gone ahead and sacked him in the very first go. And this sacking becomes very important because the word that has been used in the order says that he has been sent to the DOPT, which essentially means that he has been sacked for all practical purposes and a new additional charge has been given. So now what happens next in this case becomes interesting. But I would say that this is for the first time an action of this nature has been taken, because they realized that NEET was just not the only exam. There was NET, which has been cancelled. Only yesterday, Tanima, we got reports of another exam being postponed because of some unforeseen circumstances and also logistical challenges. So if Mr. Subodh Singh is incapable of understanding the logistical challenges which are related to exams of this scale, then certainly he is not the right person to hold these exams, and hence the government going ahead and sacking, this is the word that has to be used, he has been removed from his post as the head or the Director General of National Testing Agency.
Right, Maria, very significant there, and in a way, an unprecedented move also of sorts that an official of this level has in fact been removed from his post, of course, following days of pressure being mounted primarily by the students there. But, from your sources and the fact that you've been covering this issue for days now, are we looking at more heads rolling?
So, Tanima, I would wait and see. Yes, I do not rule that out because if the government has sacked the DG, he is the topmost boss of the National Testing Agency. The government has decided that they would be going ahead and, taking action against him. He's removed. Now what next? When it looks at the structural changes, what will be the nature of appointment that will happen? Professor C.B. Sharma, Tanima, is also joining us. And perhaps if Professor Sharma can hear me, Professor Sharma, only yesterday on the big fight, you were talking about how Mr. Subodh Singh is incapable of handling it. So now the government really understanding the mood of the nation in many ways, understanding that the student community has been extremely upset and they are demanding action, and hence they have gone ahead and realized that the buck stops here, the buck stops with the NTA chief, and hence action has to be taken. Professor Sharma, if you can hear me, sir. Okay, we'll try and connect with Professor C.B. Sharma, but only yesterday, Tanima, Professor C.B. Sharma, who conducts exams at a very, the exams are conducted all over India, and they conduct exams taking on board the state government. One question that was being raised repeatedly was that how does UPSC exams get conducted? Because the DGP and the chief secretaries of the states are involved. Then what is stopping the NTA to ensure that there is complete cooperation between the center and the state government? Why is that step or why is that help not being sought by the National Testing Agency? So these questions that were being raised by the various educationists, including, all of them have been saying that there was this lack of faith in this body. The student community said that even if, the retest happens of 1,563 students, what next in this case? In the sense that there is no guarantee that all 24 lakh students, even if there is a retest of 24 lakh students for NEET, that will be conducted in free and fair manner. So if the, if the body itself is seen as a body which is not capable of conducting exams at this scale, that is the reason the government has said, sack him, he has to be removed, a new system has to be put in place.
Right. Maria Shakil, who's brought us that breaking update. Maria, you have been covering this issue, as I've said, right from the day one. Do you think, and you've spoken to, of course, people across the spectrum who are connected to this, students included, do you think this was a decision which the government has taken too late, as per your analysis and the way you have seen this story unfolding?
Well, the government certainly would have wanted, that the action should be taken earlier. It could have functioned differently. But look, if you look at the sequence of events, because the matter was in the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court was monitoring all the petitions and hearing those petitions which was coming before it, but it did not really stop at NEET. What worried the government and what continues to worry the government, and even as we say that, Tanima, let's, tell the directors in the studio to connect us to Professor C.B. Sharma in particular, because he'll be able to put this story in context. Because in 2016, when the NEET structure or the NTA was put up as a body, there were two members who were part of that committee, Professor Subramaniam, who spoke to us yesterday, and Professor C.B. Sharma. They were of the opinion that this body is not really capable of handling, that they were not able to really foresee that 7 years down the line, 24 lakh students will be appearing for NEET. So let's try and connect to him. But in the meanwhile, Tanima, the question certainly is that because the Supreme Court was monitoring it, it did not really stop at NEET. The Supreme Court, the question before the Supreme Court was the transparency or the lack of it in the NEET exams and the paper leak and other allegations which had come, the grace marks which were given arbitrarily by the National Testing Agency. So now the that was to do with NEET. Then came NET, which was cancelled. Then came another exam only yesterday, NUET, which said that it had to be postponed because of logistical challenges. So I think one after another, the NTA's failures were coming to the surface. And hence the government realizing that it had become too much of a hot potato for them to handle, hence going ahead and sacking him. Professor Sharma, if you can hear me, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you, Maria.
Professor Sharma, only yesterday on Big Fight, you were speaking about how Subodh Kumar is incapable of handling NTA and the entire scale of exams, and today he has been sacked by the government. Your thoughts?
Look, the stand I had taken yesterday was that Mr. Subodh Kumar Singh is a career bureaucrat who has never handled any examination body, any assessing body, and the task was not appropriate to him. And that was my stand. I mean, I'm not sitting on judgment on his capabilities. He must be a very good IAS officer, and that is why, and I know we heard that he is an additional secretary in the government. My whole contention was that you give this job to somebody who is capable and who has experience of it. Obviously, Sri Subodh Kumar Singh ji did not have such an experience. He had no idea of how exams are organized across the country and what can be the hazard. And that is why the NTA has faltered. I just hope Pradeep Singh Kharola, who has been appointed, has experience of organizing exams. He has handled such things, and he would understand how exams are organized. Obviously, see, there are big mafias in examination. Exams, and especially exams like NEET, is big money. And for anybody who has not really handled it, will be a difficult job. What I believe is removal of Subodh Kumar Singh will definitely satisfy millions of students who were suffering and who were agitating against it. It will definitely satisfy the opposition parties, but I believe the government must have done its homework and found that Subodh Kumar Singh was somewhere at fault, and that is why he has been removed. Removing somebody without really finding a fault will be more dangerous for NTA, because the future NTA DGs will not take decisions, because they would believe, why should I take decision if I can be sacked? So I believe it's a very slippery ground, and the government is definitely on very slippery ground. If removal of Subodh Kumar Singh is just to satisfy the students or the opposition, then it is dangerous. If fault has been found, I am completely with it. But I will again repeat, I hope Pradeep Singh Kharola has the experience of handling exams, and he knows what assessment and evaluation is and how to organize it across nation.
Okay, Professor Sharma, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. An issue which has been raised continuously by NDTV through and through. We have been standing with the student community, raising their concerns. We have been also giving you government views. We have been raising all sides of the story, but there's only one side. We are standing with the student of India, and the message that is coming here is that Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister, who had said that there are institutional challenges, that there is an institutional failure when it comes to the NTA and its functioning, has gone ahead and taken that move. The government of India going ahead and sacking the NTA boss.
Right, Maria, there bringing us the breaking update. A big development taking place in this entire NEET fiasco, with the government now sacking the National Testing Agency chief. We'll be tracking all angles of that big breaking developing story, but after this very short break. Stay tuned.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
तो दोस्तों, ये है कोटा के बेस्ट टीचर्स जीतू भैया। हाँ या ना कुछ बोल भाई।
जीतू भैया क्यों? जीतू सर क्यों नहीं?
We are fondly known as Jeetu Bhaiya on this show.
and that's how maybe everybody likes to call you these days as well.
जो कैरेक्टर है बहुत ही फिक्शनल था, मैंने पढ़ाया भी है और मैं उस कोटा के कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ा हूँ जहाँ पे मैंने बहुत सारे टीचर्स देखे हैं, बट जीतू भैया का जो कैरेक्टर है वो काफ़ी डिफरेंट है।
पहले कहते हैं 11 लाख स्टूडेंट्स के साथ जेईई का एग्जाम दो और टॉप 1% में आओ, चलो ठीक है मान लिया, ठीक है नहीं, इससे भी आपका एडमिशन नहीं होगा, उसके साथ आपको बोर्ड से 75% लाने होंगे। ये कैसा 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन है इनका?
जब मैंने पहला सीन पढ़ा तो मुझे फटाक से मेरी पहली चीज़ वही चीज़ याद आ गई कि यार ऐसा सेम मेरे साथ हुआ है।
एक आखिरी बार जोर लगा दो और एडवांस में तोड़ फोड़ मचा दो।
I am very happy to be included in the world of quota because tremendous potential and strength that the youth of India represent, and I feel our storytelling has never included them before.
ड्रीम नहीं, एम बोलो। ड्रीम बस देखे जाते हैं, एम अचीव किया जाता है।
बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, एंड आई हैव सीन मेनी गाइज जो कि 2 फोन कैरी करते हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि उनको 2 अलग अलग व्हाट्सएप को रन करना है। एंड समटाइम्स आई अंडरस्टैंड कि मतलब एक फोन होना मुश्किल हो जाता है, बट व्हाट्सएप हैज अ बिल्ट इन ऑप्शन। अगर आपको नहीं पता है, यू कैन जस्ट ऐड एन अकाउंट इन द सेम एप्लीकेशन। ये बड़ा आसान है। यू जस्ट गो टू व्हाट्सएप, आप सेटिंग्स में जाएंगे, अकाउंट पे जाएंगे एंड वहां पे यू कैन जस्ट ऐड अनदर अकाउंट। आप नंबर डालिए, ओटीपी आएगा, वेरीफाई हो जाएगा, अपनी डिस्प्ले फोटो ऐड कीजिए अगर करना है तो, एंड दैट्स इट, योर अकाउंट इज डन। बेसिकली आप उसी एक
Welcome back. For the benefit of our viewers who are just joining us, we are bringing you the big breaking update, and that is that the government has sacked the National Testing Agency Chief, Subodh Kumar. He has been removed from his position. This comes on the back of multiple test fiascos, competitive exam fiascos that we have seen over the past several weeks now. First, it was the irregularities being reported as far as the NEET, the pre-medical entrance test exam is concerned. Then, of course, the UGC-NET exam, which was cancelled. And then, of course, we had seen several other test exams, competitive test exams, which were under the radar back-to-back. 2 cases happening in this week alone. We've seen the kind of student protests which have been calling for cancellation of NEET and also sacking of the National Testing Agency chief. And the government finally seems to have given in to that pressure there. Also at the same time, this very significant announcement which has been made, of course, earlier today, where a panel, we have come to know of the names of the 7-member panel, which is going to be headed by the former ISRO chief, looking into overhauling the entire competitive exam process and also rehauling the functioning of the National Testing Agency. We will be tracking all the angles on this big developing story after a very short break. Stay with NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
It's time for the favorite section जिसका मैं इंतजार करता हूँ हमेशा. It's called Ask TG and यहाँ पे I answer all your questions. Let's see what we have for this week.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedanta Agarwal. Big focus at this hour, the exam mess spiraling out of control. In fact, the latest that we're getting is that the NEET postgraduate examination has also been cancelled. In fact, it has been postponed rather. It was to be held tomorrow. Remember, this examination is meant for MBBS students taking the exam. And of course, all the mess around the NEET UG and now the NEET PG examination has also been postponed. In fact, what the government says is that this has been postponed as a precautionary step, given the fact that there were all these allegations of irregularities. In fact, the government says in its statement that the Ministry of Health has decided to undertake a thorough assessment of the robustness of the processes of the NEET PG entrance examination. This, of course, as the investigation around the NEET UG paper leak continues, and now the NEET PG examination has been postponed. This, of course, comes minutes after the National Testing Agency chief was sacked by the government. In fact, he's been replaced with an interim chief. My colleague Vasudha, in fact, I'm being told, is on the phone line with us. So, Vasudha, yet another key examination postponed. The government, in a sense, conceding, saying that, you know, the integrity of these examinations is in question, which is why, as a preemptive measure, or perhaps as a precautionary measure, the government has decided to postpone this examination meant for MBBS students. The NEET PG is a very crucial examination and perhaps considered one of the toughest competitive exams.
Absolutely, Vedant. And to just give you some context, there are around 228,000 students who take this examination. It was supposed to be held tomorrow, which is 23rd of June, across 278 centers in the country. And the ministry has, in fact, issued a statement saying that this decision to postpone this examination has been taken in the best interest of students and to also maintain the sanctity of the examination process. We've seen not just this controversy around NEET, but also UGC-NET examination being postponed, the results of CSIR NET exams getting delayed. So clearly, this comes in a series of several developments happening in the education sector, and the government also facing flack for it. But of course, the NTA chairperson has been sacked right now. A high-level committee has been put in place. But with regard to the PG examination of NEET, this is not conducted by the NTA. In fact, it is conducted by the National Board of Examination, which falls under medical examinations, which falls under the Health Ministry, not the Education Ministry. And in fact, if you look at the statement, the ministry clearly says that they have looked at all incidents of allegations regarding the integrity of competitive examinations, and this is to facilitate a thorough assessment of the processes that go through that are put in place, when an exam like this takes place, and that is why this is a precautionary measure. And of course, the ministry also says the fresh date of this examination will be notified at the earliest. This is in line with what the government has been saying with regard to not delaying the counselling process. Remember, it has to begin in the first week of July for the admission process to be in order. Of course, this is the latest from the Health Ministry, comes within hours of the NTA's chief being sacked by the government.
And also, Vasudha, this announcement coming really at the 11th hour, given the fact that the exam was supposed to be held tomorrow. This is a crucial medical examination. As you're pointing out, lakhs of medical graduates, in fact, medicine graduates were supposed to appear for this examination. There were over 300 cities where this exam was supposed to be held. So perhaps the protests are only going to intensify now, the anger over the entire exam system, given the fact that, hours ahead of the examination, a postponement announcement comes.
Of course, and these are, remember, this is the PG examination, Vedant, and we've seen voices that spoke during the cancellation of the UGC-NET examination, where they said that, these are students in their late 20s, sometimes also early 30s, and, these are also students who don't want to be dependent on their households and families forever. So there is a different kind of disappointment, and, these are also protesters who, feel that there is a lack of jobs, and then the exams also keep getting postponed. So clearly there is going to be a lot of disappointment, and with regard to tomorrow's examination, several leaders of different political parties, including Shashi Tharoor of the Congress, had said that this exam also needs to be postponed, but he had asked for the postponement for a very different reason, which was the heat wave, because a lot of students are also from Kerala, and certain parts of the country are reeling under this heat wave. So several leaders had basically asked for postponement, but of course this comes just, the students would have just gone to sleep, probably, getting ready for their exams tomorrow morning, and this announcement has just come right now.
Right, Vasudha, thanks very much for joining us with that. In fact, we should clarify it yet again and put it out there for all the candidates who were supposed to appear for this examination tomorrow, that the government has now notified that this examination, the NEET postgraduate examination, the NEET PG examination, has been postponed. Of course, admit cards, etc., were also, allotted, handed out by the government to students. Centers were allotted as well. And now, just hours before the examination, the government has decided to postpone, in fact, the NEET PG examination. Maria Shakil is also now live with us. So, Maria, you broke that story for us, that the NTA chief has been sacked, an unprecedented move truly by the government, and now the government has decided to postpone the NEET PG examination as well. So, the government clearly very seriously looking at all the discrepancies and irregularities that have come to light and taking the entire matter extremely seriously and perhaps looking at an overhaul.
Yes, that's right. So the government is acting proactively. There's no doubt about it. So there is no NEET PG exam which will be held tomorrow. It was scheduled to be held tomorrow, so that has been postponed. Now what next? Does it mean that retest for all 24 lakh students, something which happened a few years ago, or will it be only retest, which was scheduled for tomorrow for 1,563 students of 4 specific states from where grace marks were given in those states, and those, from where there was some technical difficulties or anomalies which were reported. That is the big question that is before the government. What sources in the government are telling us is that expect another big order in an hour from now. So, the government is prepared. They are going on a complete overdrive now, trying to course correct, trying to really ensure that this entire lack of faith which the student community was displaying in the National Testing Agency, that it had failed as a body, it had failed as an organization, is restored. First, sacking of Subodh Kumar, who is 1997 batch IAS officer, someone who was seen as completely incapable of handling exams at this scale. And then the government going ahead and issuing that order that the NEET PG exam of the retest, which was supposed to happen, 1,563 students tomorrow, has been postponed. So certainly, what next? Does it mean that the government will be going to the Supreme Court in couple of weeks from now, coming up with a full plan? They have taken action. Here, the action has been clear. The action has been loud and clear. Remember, the exam was to be held in 292 cities, and hence the government realizing that the only way forward is that there has to be course correction, and that's what they have done.
Absolutely, Mara. Thanks very much for that. In fact, over 2 lakh candidates were to appear for this examination, which is meant for, of course, MBBS graduates. But I'm being told Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor, is also with us. So, Nikunj, an unprecedented move truly, with the government sacking the NTA chief. And, we have covered this story through and through, demanding accountability. And perhaps this is the first move towards fixing accountability.
Well, absolutely, and my sense is that, as Maria was saying, that this is just the first step in a series of steps that the government intends to take. Remember, in 24 hours from now, maybe slightly over 24 hours from now, the government will have to face its first parliamentary test, and that parliamentary test will come with a reduced majority. That parliamentary test will come with a bolstered opposition ranks, and that parliamentary test will come with allied ministers in government. So this is not going to be as easy as it was in at least Narendra Modi II government to face the parliament. So quite clearly, it is my understanding of years of watching of government administrative businesses, all of this is being done at this juncture on a Saturday night with an eye to face the parliament. Now, government is well within its right to do that. There is absolutely nothing quarrelsome with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But the fact is that the government has now decided to crack the whip. And one thing absolutely becoming clear, that the admission on part of the government of omission and commission on part of the officials or the brass of the National Testing Agency is absolutely clear. The action that the government has taken of putting Mr. Subodh Kumar Singh, a Chhattisgarh cadre Indian Administrative Service officer of 1970 batch, 1997 batch, I beg your pardon, quite clearly makes it absolutely evident that there is something certainly amiss, that the government also believes in the conduct of the National Testing Agency. Quite clearly, that is a charge that the opposition, the students, the parents, the affected parties have been bringing on the National Testing Agency. Government, as the governments usually are, as the bureaucracies usually are, have been throwing a bit coy, and understandably so. It is not for the government to react in a huff or in a jiffy on such sensitive matters. Nonetheless, the speed of the event or the scale of the event, it is my understanding once the government says that the Ministry of Home Affairs alerted them to a possible incursion into the systems of the National Testing Agency, has certainly seemed to have taken the government aback. The speed and the scale of the events are quite clearly unnatural, quite clearly unprecedented, quite clearly something that the administrative machinery of the Government of India is not prepared for, and quite clearly something that they are now firefighting with. So therefore, one has to keep in mind the fact that it is not every day. It is not every day that the exam papers of the top exams of the country, which means that the A-list exams of the country are leaked, or the government have to deal or douse the fire on the administrative front of the back end of handling of these examinations, examiners or examinees. This is quite clearly an unprecedented situation. And I would say that this is a test at this point in time of the administrative acumen of the administrative ministry of the National Testing Agency, that is the Education Ministry. And they will have to handle this situation very, very deftly, because the crisis here is, Vedant, that this is not just about the administrative apparatus of the Government of India. On the other end, a lakhs and lakhs of examinees, and those examinees will probably show little or no patience as far as the cancellation or the postponement of these critical examinations. Remember, these are make or break career examinations of the students. These are not like 10 or, for that matter, even examinations are critical, but these are not like routine examinations. Children, parents, families spend lakhs and lakhs of rupees in preparation of these examinations. Many a time, students drop years preparing for these examinations. Not just 1 year, but years in preparation of these examinations. So this is quite clearly a storm that is brewing and will need some very deft administrative, political, as well as the preparate handling of the entire situation in terms of the education, in terms of the students' whole education career. So this I would say, as I have said in the past, this is no ordinary situation, and it would quite clearly require the government to marshal all the administrative and the political resources at its elbow to ensure that things do not spiral out of control as for now.
Nikunj, thanks very much for joining us with that. In fact, as Nikunj is reporting, the timing is significant as well, given the fact that it comes right ahead of the Parliament session. Thanks, Nikunj, for that. My colleagues Maria Shakil and Sunil Prabhu also continue to be with us. Maria, first to you. Looking at the fact that the government is leaving nothing to chance, which is why the NEET PG examination has also been cancelled. But let's remember that, these 2 lakh candidates that we're talking about as far as the NEET PG is concerned, they're not just students, they're MBBS doctors, in fact, who are often very overworked, and the syllabus for this NEET PG examination, if you look at it, is vast beyond belief. So to make this announcement at the 11th hour is only going to intensify the protests and outrage against the government.
Yes, that's right. But I think right now the government wants to ensure that the entire examination process is above board, because the National Testing Agency, which conducts these examinations, has been under the scanner. That it is an institution which has failed was the larger sentiment which had gone. And let's not forget, there was no guarantee that this particular examination and its papers, would not surface, or given the challenges that the government had with regards to NET, is something that would not happen in this particular case. With the NET exam, if you remember, Vedant, the government had to cancel it after the examination was held. 24 hours within the exam was held, the government had to go ahead and take that step. So perhaps this is better for the students and the doctors if the exam is cancelled, or not, if it is postponed much before it is going to be held, because they realize that the challenges are very different in nature, that the dark net and the dark web is actually ensuring that the entire examination preparations, or the logistical challenges that they have, has been thrown out of gear. And Mr. Subodh Kumar, who was the head of it, has not really foreseen the challenges and had not prepared the agency for this kind of possible malafide intentions with which the examinations were being, the examination issue, the challenges were being seen. So I think the larger issue certainly here is that the government wants to send this message right now that they are active. They have understood that there is this body which has not done its duty for 15 exams that it was supposed to conduct, that it has failed completely, and hence they have to fix it before the session begins, because the opposition had united with the students. They were raising legitimate questions along with the students. Education Minister, when he held the press conference for the first time, he said that I take responsibility, I take moral responsibility. For him to say those words in itself was an indication that it was only a matter of time that the action would be taken against those who were being seen as not doing their duties and responsibilities properly, which included Mr. Subodh Singh, who was the DG NTA.
Maria, thanks very much for that. In fact, as Maria is pointing out, the government being proactive here and sort of taking preemptive measures. Sunil Prabhu, our senior colleague, is also with us. So, Sunil, sir, this also comes ahead of that crucial hearing in the Supreme Court on the 8th of July. The Supreme Court has made it clear that it will, take a look at all aspects as far as, this entire controversy is concerned, whether it's a paper leak aspect or all the other petitions that have been admitted by the Supreme Court. So, of course, in that aspect as well, the government making sure that it has a plan of action.
That's right. It has a plan of action. And this, of course, comes from the direction by no less than the Prime Minister. After that cabinet meeting, we have seen a series of steps that have been taken. It's in that context that the NTA had made it absolutely clear that there has been no wrongdoing to the Supreme Court. And petition after petition for nearly 8 to 10 days on a regular basis, every day in the Supreme Court vacation bench have been listed. And heartrending petitions from brothers, from sisters, from candidates who have been petitioning and saying that there has been discrepancy. Finally, the government has acted. Today, they have removed the Director General NTA. They have replaced him with a senior retired IAS officer who's of the rank of the Cabinet Secretary to really look into the matter and get cracking, as well as a high-level committee for those who are expecting, for example, whether they're going to cancel the entire, NET exam. That's not happening immediately for the professional courses. There's 1563 students who will go to do the examination tomorrow. Those who wanted to contest those results, that provision will be allowed in the 6 centers because that's a directive from the Supreme Court. So please be clear. But a final decision on that, unless the NTA decides unilaterally to cancel that exam and reconduct it again for the 24 lakh students, which the minister said was initially only the tip of the, that there was nothing wrong, that only 1563 students had been done. Now we'll have to wait and see, in the light of the fact that there is a new DG NTA, a review is being done by a high-level committee, whether they plan to redo this exam for doctors, aspiring doctors who want to get into the medical field, whether they'll redo it again. It's 24 lakh students. There's been a request and plea for stay of counselling, which will start on the 6th of July. But the NTA has made it clear that we will, when the Supreme Court does hear it on the 8th of July, there'll be ample opportunity for others to look into the entire issue. So we'll have to wait and watch and see what happens. This is partly political, partly sub judice, partly judicial, as well as, of course, administration. It's a mix of all true. And at the heart of it is the trauma for those students who are facing traumatic scenes, be it postgraduate doctors who are waiting to do super specialization, be it NET professors. This is clearly a very, very sorry state of affairs that in a country like ours, the largest democracy, students have to suffer to get into professional colleges or to get into, to do the UGC-NET, or for that matter, even if it's a National Board of Examination, which comes under the Health Ministry, if they're postponing, that means there have been serious breaches which the government will have to explain.
Absolutely. And as you said, at the heart of it is the trauma suffered by students who've been out on the streets for the past week or so. In fact, more than a week, demanding justice, demanding a fair evaluation, a fair examination. But, just for some context, sir, is there any precedent to this? Because this truly seems like an unprecedented move by the government to sack its own agency chief, the Director General of the National Testing Agency. So the government clearly has taken this entire situation, the situation, of course, has gone out of hand for the government to, do damage control at this point.
Well, we are in uncharted waters because the NTA is a new concept. This was recently started. And it's been from 2018. So these are definitely, new bodies which will have to wait and see. Have there been precedents? Yes, there have been precedents of exams being cancelled. There have been, for example, CBSE 12th standard exam being cancelled, where the Prime Minister himself has said that he was unhappy with the decision for, cancelling the exam and the fact that the paper was leaked. These were many years ago. Within this present Modi government. So there have been, instances that have taken place. It's not that this is a knee-jerk reaction, but of this scale, of this magnitude, of the fact that on a daily basis we're hearing in the Supreme Court, the fact that students are on the streets and their voice has been finally heard. Student unions, student movements have really been able to cross home the point. And these are complaints, Vedant, which have not started today. Or yesterday, or the last week, or the last year. This has been going on for some time. Parents and students have been talking about this trauma. It's only that this year, ahead of the elections, has this trauma been amplified to such an extent that heads are rolling.
Sunil sir, thanks very much for joining us with that. As Sunil sir is pointing out, absolutely sorry state of affairs there, but the government taking, sort of a preemptive move, deciding to sack the NTA chief, truly an unprecedented move. But of course, as our reporters have been also pointing out, at the heart of this story are the students. In fact, we'll be joined on the other side of the break by two such aspirants to sort of get their reactions. Is this enough? Is this too little, too late? For now, a short break. This remains our top focus on NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
स्मार्ट से याद आया, स्मार्टफोन्स हम सभी देखते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, this has the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8s Gen 3 which is based on 4nm. आपने सुना होगा ना अक्सर ऐसा 4nm, 5nm, 3nm. What is this nm if I were to tell you? Well, पता है क्या है? यहाँ पे nm is a nanometer. It's basically a unit of length.
Welcome back. The big story we are tracking at this hour continuously on NDTV, the great Indian exam mess. And well, parallel developments happening. Of course, the government has decided to sack the NTA chief, the National Testing Agency Director General. And amid all of this, the NEET PG examination has also been postponed. The government says that this is in the interests of the students and the candidates who are going to appear for this examination tomorrow, because various allegations of irregularities regarding the NEET UG examination have already surfaced. I'm being joined by Ashna Jain, who's a NEET UG aspirant, also Harshit Tripathi, UGC-NET aspirant. Thanks very much, both of you, for joining us on NDTV at this hour. Ashna, first to you. One of the demands that was being made by the students who were protesting on the ground was an overhaul of the NTA. The fact that you guys had come forward and said that, we don't trust the NTA chief, we don't trust the NTA anymore, which is why there needs to be an overhaul. Are you satisfied with what the government has decided to do to sack the NTA chief?
Yes, I am very much happy by this decision to sack the NTA chief. And today the Supreme Court has also passed a law regarding strict punishment for cheaters and those who leak paper. So it is also a very good move by the Supreme Court.
It was actually the government that notified that law, that anti-paper leak law that you're talking about. In fact, Harshit, let me get a response from you also. How do you see this move? The UGC-NET exam that was cancelled, that also came as a huge shocker to all the students, the lakhs of students who were to appear for that examination. But the fact that the government has decided to do something that is unprecedented, its own top official has now been sacked by the government. Do you see this as a welcome move?
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy that at least government is working and doing something in this regard. First of all, but the thing is that merely changing the NTA chief is not sufficient. He should have been booked, arrested, and given the third degree to take out the truth. Why the managing director of the agency was outsourced is allowed to flee and evade from the investigation, who is behind his escape. When the education minister will be sacked to ensure free and fair investigation, why not everyone involved is arrested swiftly, investigated, and bring out the truth? So it is a matter of lakhs of students. So I think this is the thing that should also be done by the government. But at least I am happy that government is doing something and it's taking first step. And in fact, the law is coming. So we are hopeful that something is going to happen in future for sure.
So it is a welcome move, as you say, but not enough. In fact, Ashna Jain, talk to us a little bit about, the past 2 weeks, because I have covered this story from the ground as well. Seeing students on the ground relentlessly demanding justice, running from pillar to post, demanding justice, demanding a fair examination. Talk to us about how these past 2 weeks have been, because this is perhaps a result of the kind of outrage and the kind of student protests that we have seen across the country.
These 2 weeks were very hard for me. It was a very stressful period. Means I could say that I was not this much stressed during the NEET exam. As much now I am stressed after the results. I expect that re-NEET should not happen for all the students. because it is very unfair to us. There was immense amount of pressure on us when we were undergoing the exam.
Okay, we seem to have lost that line with Ashna. We'll try and reconnect with her. But the point that she's... Okay, go ahead, Ashna. Yeah.
And now today, most of the students are not in the state to undergo that amount of pressure again. So I expect the Supreme Court should make justice. And if the Supreme Court gives the verdict in favor of re-NEET, so at least we should be given enough time, at least 1 month, to prepare for re-exam.
Okay, and of course there are conflicting opinions about whether there should be a re-NEET or not, and all of that. Now the Supreme Court will hear that all those petitions together on the 8th of July, 2 days after the counselling process was supposed to begin. But Harshit, the fact of the matter is that the students' future, that continues to hang in the balance. The fact that you have lakhs of students who are still uncertain about what their future is going to be like, particularly the UGC-NET aspirants, because while the NEET issue, the investigation has begun, the Bihar police has also arrested a few people and that probe is on. For the UGC-NET students, there's still no clarity. But do you think the government is moving at least in the right direction and looking at some sort of an overhaul of the testing agency? And does that sort of reassure you that the government is moving in the right direction?
Ma'am, I think partially say this thing that government is moving in a right direction, because this is the first step by the government. Let us wait for the further steps what government will be taking. First of all, I think the government should announce the date of the exam also, because date is also very important for a situation in which the student is very uncertain about its future, whether he know that the exam will be conducted, but when it will be conducted, whether it will be conducted in this month only or in the coming months, and which agency is going to conduct, and what will be the new rules and regulations for the examination. Will there be any fees charging, etc., and any other thing will be there. So we are waiting for that also, that there should be a notification from the side of Education Ministry that what will be the future in the sense of conducting the examination.
So a date should be announced, as soon as possible. And, as you said that, the future of the students should not be played with. But Ashna, if you look at what's happened with NEET PG, do you think it's a move that is justified, given the fact that the government says that the kind of irregularities and discrepancies that have surfaced, it's better to sort of take precautionary measures rather than conducting an examination and then cancelling it. So what has happened with the NEET PG examination, do you think it's a justified move on the part of the government?
Yes, of course, it's a good move. It's a justified move, because I think the government is now serious regarding conducting exams. They also cancelled UGC-NET just after the day when the exam was conducted, and now they postponed NEET PG. There must be some valid reason for it. There might be paper leak news or any other news for NEET PG also. So I think it's a very good move for PG students.
That's an important point you're making there, that, it's better to sort of take precautionary measures than to conduct an examination and that mammoth exercise and then cancel, the entire examination process and sort of conduct a re-examination. So that, it's something that you think is a welcome move. Harshit, as far as you're concerned, I asked the same question of Ashna as well. The fact that students took to the streets across the country, particularly here in the national capital, students have relentlessly been on the ground demanding justice, and that perhaps has prompted the government to look at some sort of an overhaul of the testing agency. Do you see this as some sort of a win as a student community?
Yeah, exactly. This is the one of the reasons that government is taking actions in hurry now. Because students are uniting, they are protesting, and that is the need of an hour at this time.
Absolutely. Ashna and Harshit, thanks very much for joining us with your reactions there. We sincerely hope that there is some clarity, some certainty as far as, your futures are concerned. Your careers, of course, are at stake. But thanks very much for speaking to NDTV at this crucial hour. So, of course, it's a developing story, multiple angles to be looked at. You have the government sacking the NTA chief. You have the government postponing the NEET PG examination. Also important to clarify here that the NEET PG examination comes under the Ministry of Health and not the Ministry of Education, which is why the Ministry of Health has gone ahead and issued this statement saying that the government has taken note of the kind of irregularities that have surfaced as far as the NEET UG examination is concerned, and it's only in the best interest of the students that the government decides to postpone, perhaps, and not cancel the NEET PG examination. Remember, as we've been reporting, this examination was supposed to be held across 300 cities for over 2 lakh candidates. The NEET PG examination, one of the toughest competitive exams that was to be undertaken by MBBS graduates, in fact. The already doctors who are looking to go into super speciality, who were supposed to take this key examination tomorrow, and just hours ahead of this examination, the government has decided to postpone it, keeping in mind the paper leak and the various alleged irregularities and discrepancies that have come to light. Remember, as far as the NEET PG examination is concerned, the admit cards were given as well, the centers were allotted, and that entire exercise was already done. And now the government has decided to postpone it. And of course, the other big developing story is what the government is doing vis-a-vis the National Testing Agency. The NTA Director General has been sacked. Developing story there, a lot of anger, a lot of outrage on the ground. This remains our top focus on NDTV for now. A short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Welcome back. Our big focus on NDTV at this hour, the great Indian examination mess, and it's only spiraling now with the government now deciding to sack the National Testing Agency boss. In fact, he's been replaced. An interim arrangement has been made This, of course, comes 2 days, perhaps less than 2 days ahead of the all-important Parliament session as well, and also the crucial Supreme Court hearing that happens on the 8th of July, 2 days after the counselling process for the NEET UG examination was supposed to be held. This amid also the government's move to postpone the NEET PG examination. Now, this is the NEET postgraduate examination that we're talking about. That has been postponed as well. This is a preemptive move by the government. As a precautionary measure, the government has decided to postpone or put on hold the NEET PG examination. Maria Shakil is now live with us. So, Maria, you know, a lot of the students' reactions that we're getting in, they say that, you know, this is a welcome move because they have been demanding an overhaul of the National Testing Agency. They said that they have no trust whatsoever in the testing body, and now, of course, they're at least reassured that the government is moving in the right direction of fixing accountability.
Yes, so the accountability is being fixed here. So the message that is coming certainly is that there were problems and the National Testing Agency requires the much needed overhaul. And more so, it requires, heads must roll right from the top. The sacking of the Director General of National Testing Agency is a message that is coming. I think it's also an acknowledgement that Subodh Kumar was incapable of handling the responsibilities which were given to him, which is very clear that he was not the right man for this job. Why was he given that position is for another day, perhaps, to discuss. But educationists have been demanding that this structure of NTA was not the right structure, that this NTA should have been little more about educationists and those who have been conducting exams at this scale, and they should have been, participant in it, in ensuring that when a body of this nature, an overarching umbrella body is created, that if it functions, then it will ensure that overall examination systems are fixed. Remember that purpose of NTA and the objective was very different with which it was framed. It was not what we are seeing at present. The flaws that have come out in the public domain, that multiple cancellations, multiple paper leak, is something completely unacceptable. And NTA, the chinks in its armors were coming out in the public domain. And what has happened, hours within, the High Committee was formed to look into the structural challenges and also the data security protocol. I think that's going to be the big takeaway, and understanding that was NTA not prepared for the new age challenges, that these papers could be leaked to a dark web and on a Telegram, and then the students would get access to it. Because of the scale and the sheer sheer stakes that are involved here, the government going ahead and realizing that the only way that they can answer to the political opponents, because the opposition was seeking answers, and rightly so, from Rahul Gandhi to other leaders in the opposition, they were demanding action from the government. They were demanding as to what the government has done. The government was under pressure. It was in seeking that explanation from within as well, and hence this move. I think if you look at it, sequence of events, not just NEET but also NET, and then the exam which was postponed yesterday, and now NEET PG exams being postponed. All this is showcasing that NTA as a body has failed, and that is the reason why the much needed reforms have to be brought in.
That's a very important point you're making there, Maria, that heads have to roll from the top, which is why the government has decided to sack the man right on the top, the Director General of the National Testing Agency, who of course had come out initially and spoken to the media as well. But the Education Minister has been clear, since the beginning, saying that he takes moral responsibility. In fact, Maria, if I can ask you exactly that, the suggestion seems to be that this has come right from the top, from the panel headed by no less than the Prime Minister. So the direction certainly from the top of the government also is that, accountability needs to be fixed right away, and that, whatever flaws there are as far as the NTA is concerned, they need to be fixed as well. And, which is why the government is leaving nothing to chance. Even all the examinations that were slated, they've been put on hold, like the NEET PG examination.
Yes, so I can see some students here, and I'm going to take those questions also to the students. Vedant, continue to be with us, because these students have been on multiple panels, holding discussions, seeking answers. Do you feel now that that you will have faith in this agency, that much needed reforms in the coming few days will ensure that you can have that faith that when you enter the examination hall, it will ensure much needed transparency? That's the question to the students. Please go ahead.
Go ahead, Ashna and Harshit. Maria wants to ask you if now that faith has been restored to an extent, at least, that when you walk into an examination hall, you'd feel that, you know, your careers are in the right hands. Do you see this as a step in the right direction? Ashna, first to you, and then Harshit.
No, not to that extent, but now government is moving in right direction, I guess. It has at least taken first step towards it. So as an agency, NTA I can't trust, but they have fired the directors, so to some extent we can trust it, but not to that extent that I can give retest and I can ensure myself that the paper is being conducted in a fair manner.
Harshit, your response?
If I talk about the decision taken by the NTA and the government right now, we are partially satisfied, not completely satisfied with this decision, because अभी तक इन लोगों ने खाली यही चीज बताया है कि हमने उनको रिमूव करा है एंड एक नया लॉ लेके आए हैं। तो अभी स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत ज्यादा, नेट के स्टूडेंट्स की अगर आप बात करेंगे तो दे आर वेरी अनसर्टेन अबाउट देयर फ्यूचर डेट्स एंड एग्जाम्स एंड ऑल, क्या होने वाला है आगे। एंड फर्स्ट स्टेप ले रही है गवर्नमेंट, एटलीस्ट वी आर हैप्पी, लिटिल हैप्पी अबाउट दिस स्टेप कि आगे जाकर के कुछ शायद अच्छा हो, और भी स्टेप्स हैं, और इन एक्शन गवर्नमेंट नजर आ रही है बिकॉज स्टूडेंट्स यूनाइट हो रहे हैं एंड प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है काफी ज्यादा। इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द वर्किंग ऑफ NTA, तो यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स का एक ये भी डाउट है या एक क्वेश्चन ये भी है कि आप जो पुराने चीफ हैं उनको हटा रहे हैं, बट आई थिंक उन पर जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी है उन पर भी होनी चाहिए, कि उनकी भी अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स होनी चाहिए कि क्या उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट कहाँ है, उन्होंने क्या करा है, या फिर उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या थी, वो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्यों नहीं निभा पाए इस चीज का, बिकॉज वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी पार्ट थे। तो आई थिंक उनसे भी क्वेश्चनिंग करनी चाहिए, उनको भी इस चीज के लिए, केवल हटा देने से कुछ नहीं होगा, हटा देने से इस लाइक कि आप उनको उस चीज से, उस लूप से बाहर कर रहे हैं। तो अब नए जो आएंगे उनकी तरफ अटेंशन शिफ्ट हो जाएगा और पुराने पर कोई भी अकाउंटेबिलिटी की बात नहीं आएगी। तो आई थिंक उनको भी एक बार देखना चाहिए, उस चीज पर भी गवर्नमेंट को ध्यान देना चाहिए, एंड स्टूडेंट फीडबैक सिस्टम को लेते हुए आगे जाकर के NTA को इम्प्रूवमेंट्स करने चाहिए इस चीज। तो वी आर हैप्पी कि देयर आर सम स्ट्रक्चरल चेंजेस, but we are hoping for some more changes also.
Harshit and Ashna, thanks very much for joining us with your reactions there. Certainly some sort of a win for the student community which has been out on the streets. In fact, it's you guys that have really prompted the government to take such an unprecedented step. Thanks very much for that. Maria, you know, what the students said also extremely important, that while some sort of reassurance, there's still a long way to go. And what is the indication from your sources within the government? This seems to be like just the beginning.
Yes, that's right. In fact, I was told by a senior government functionary that expect more orders, expect more decisions. So certainly they are realizing that the anger of the student community has made the government act. I would say that. You know, it is these students who were persistent, who were constantly raising concerns, who were constantly talking about how the government was failing them, how the body or the NTA has failed to, address their concerns, address the important issues that they were raising. And hence, I think they have gone ahead and taken that action. But yes, overall, Vedant, I would say that this is the way forward in terms of how this is the only way the government could have, saved itself or ensured that the student community would have faith in this body. Because of this body, which conducts 15 examinations, it's for teachers, it's for postgraduates, it's for medical entrance examination, and the stakes of students, the lives of students are at stake here. That's the reason why the student community, when they took that issue to the Supreme Court, they were very, very disappointed. They are in dilemma even today. They don't know whether it will be only the retest of those 1,563 students, or whether there would be a retest of all 24 lakh, as it had happened in the past, because earlier there was no acceptance that there was paper leak, but now the paper leak confession statements are in the public domain. The FIRs have been filed that there was an incident of paper leak in Bihar and also in Gujarat. So the government had much to explain. But now, over the last 48 hours, we are seeing a very, very proactive government, which is now going all out to do course correction, which is also going all out to ensure that the student community has faith in their decision making, and hence series of decisions which have been taken in the last 24 hours.
Absolutely, Maria. And as you pointed out, the government has certainly been extremely proactive in the past 48 hours. An expert panel was also formed, and just hours after that, the NTA DG has been removed. Maria continues to be with us. Continue to be with us because you've broken this very important story here on NDTV. Vasudha Venugopal is also live with us. So, Vasudha, looking at the NEET PG examination as well, because there is a lot of interest around that as well, given the fact that this announcement to postpone that examination has come just hours ahead of that examination. It was supposed to be held across 300 cities, across hundreds of centers, lakhs of students were supposed to appear for this examination, but the government clearly leaving nothing to chance this time, given the fact that so many alleged irregularities have now come to light.
Absolutely, Vedant, and I think this appears to be a crackdown on all wrongdoers. And like Maria was also saying, that we have seen a lot of proactiveness from the government, but that apart, of course, this is also going to lead to a lot of disappointment among students. We've heard voices from the ground saying that when the UGC-NET examination got postponed, these are students in their late 20s, early 30s who are hoping to not be dependent on their families forever, who are hoping to strike out on their own. And NEET PG examination is considered amongst the toughest examinations in India, because it also decides admissions to various specializations of medical seats. So clearly there are very limited seats, and there's almost there's a lot of competition for these seats, and it's also about the best kind of doctors that we get. So clearly this is considered amongst the toughest examinations in India, apart from JEE. So that examination was supposed to be held tomorrow on the 23rd, on the same day as the retest of NEET UG examination that fell into a lot of controversy. And we saw leaders such as Shashi Tharoor asking for this NEET PG examination to be postponed for a very different reason called the heat wave. But clearly this was sort of unexpected. But at the same time, it is in line with what is happening. We saw the postponement of the UGC-NET examination. We saw the postponement of CSIR-NET examination, which of course ministry officials have said has nothing to do with any speculations of leak, and it has more to do with logistics. And now, of course, the NEET PG examination, which was supposed to be taken by 228,000 students across 276 centers in the country. So clearly it is an online format where students reach different centers and take this examination. There's a lot of speculation, and of course the counselling process also takes place. Of course, ministry has said that a thorough assessment will be done. This is under health ministry. It is not by NTA, but this is done by National Board of Medical Examinations. So clearly, it's not just NTA under question, but whole exam, the processes that go into competitive examinations that are being looked into. Ministry, of course, has said that a later date will be announced, intimated as soon as possible at the earliest. And of course, ministry, while apologizing for the inconvenience, has said that this is in interest of the student. So clearly we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens. But somehow there seems to be a feeling that there is some proactiveness with respect to cracking down on what is happening with exam networks across the country.
Vasudha, thanks very much for joining us with that. Of course, a lot is at stake, as Vasudha is pointing out. These are doctors extremely overworked, and the kind of syllabus that they have to sort of go through, the kind of curriculum that they have is really sort of vast beyond belief, as I've said earlier as well. But Maria, the probe as far as the irregularities, the alleged irregularities is concerned, that probe is happening on multiple levels. You have the Bihar Economic Offences Wing probing the paper leak as well. So it's clearly the entire examination system that is now under scanner. Is the government receiving inputs constantly from multiple levels as we investigate what went wrong with these key exams?
Yes, that's right. And if you remember, Vedant, when the NET exam was cancelled, they said that the inputs were received from the Ministry of Home Affairs.
Yes.
That these papers were there on the dark web, the dark net. So the government, of course, is receiving inputs from several state police as well. With regards to NEET, it is coming from Bihar police, which has been asking for the NTA for papers, the question papers, so that they can match the papers which were received by them, which they found during raids, which of course are burnt papers, but they say that they can match it forensically. But the NTA was not responding. The NTA, in all those steps, every time the Bihar police asked for details from NTA, they had gone on to say that there's no evidence to suggest that there's paper leak. Because in the Supreme Court, they were giving a different picture altogether. That in the Supreme Court, they were talking essentially about grace marks. That in the Supreme Court, they were essentially talking about the moment the first day of hearing was held of those petitions which were filed by the students seeking transparency and questioning the arbitrary manner in which the grace marks were given, the NTA said, I would order retest for 1,563 students. These are students coming from 4 states, which are states of Punjab, Delhi, Chhattisgarh, and Haryana. But there were reports. In fact, there were several educationists who were of the opinion that not just students, which are these 1,563 students who are expected to take retest, there were several of them who had received retest emails and they do not belong to these states. So the student community was raising questions about the manner in which the NTA had functioned and that they were not presenting the real picture. That how did this paper get leaked? On what basis? First they did not really accept that there was a paper leak at all. So did the ministry. They were constantly saying that there's no evidence of paper leak. But now that evidence is in the public domain. There is evidence that there has been paper leak with regards to NEET, which has been investigated, which is an ongoing investigation in Bihar and also in Gujarat. So with these kind of details coming out in the public domain, and I think it was almost becoming impossible for the government to defend this national testing agency and its constant failures, not one but multiple ones. Paper leaks, cancellations, postponements. Why were they happening? Because there were logistical challenges which had not been foreseen by them. There were challenges related to data security and protocol which they had not foreseen. So if the agency was failing at multiple levels, what could have been done except for rolling the head, except for ensuring that there is visible action. And the only visible action was sacking of NTA boss, which has happened.
Maria and Vasudha, thanks very much for joining us with that. Of course, as Maria is pointing out, the NTA failed on multiple levels spectacularly. At this, of course, sort of a visible action being taken by the government in a sense, in a bid to reassure students who've been on the streets demanding justice, demanding a fair examination. And of course, multiple parallel developments happening now with, of course, also the postponement of the NEET PG examination. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The testing body boss sacked amid the examination mess. A panel headed by the Prime Minister sacked the NTA chief. The government cracked the whip on the testing body amid outrage. It's the Bihar solver gang that's behind the NEET paper leak. The police suspect links to repeat offender Ravi Atri. The government mulls bringing petrol, diesel under GST. Finance Minister says it's up to states to decide on the fuel GST. Government forms a panel for fair conduct of examinations, a 7-member panel to review exam safety.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. I mean, okay, I'll give you a very basic answer, brother, which is to just go and check into the sync settings of your phone. अगर आप जब S7 यूज कर रहे थे उस टाइम पे सब कुछ sync हो रहा था and now you have moved to S21 and it's not working, आप अपने फ़ोन की settings में जाइए. वहाँ पे आपका जो भी particular account है, for example if it's Outlook or maybe it's the Google account, उस पे टैप करने के बाद में आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या क्या चीज़ें sync हो रही हैं या क्या क्या चीज़ें sync नहीं हो रही हैं. It's very easy. Maybe it's off. वहाँ पे वो sync नहीं हो रहा है and that's the reason कि आपको अपने Outlook अकाउंट में आपके जो कॉन्टैक्ट्स वगैरह हैं या कैलेंडर जो डिटेल्स वगैरह हैं वो नहीं दिखाई दे रही हैं. तो जस्ट टर्न ऑन दैट सिंक एंड उसके बाद में आपका जो मोबाइल फोन का जो भी कंटेंट है वो इजीली सिंक हो जाएगा विद योर आउटलुक.
डू होम अप्लायंसेस स्टॉप वर्किंग और ट्रिप इन पीक समर्स ड्यू टू हीट? Is it a cause of concern when this happens?
See, yes, it depends because sometimes if you talk about excessive heating, मतलब जहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा टेम्परेचर बढ़ चुका है और आप जानते हैं कि कोई भी अगर अप्लायंस होगा while it's working, वहाँ पे भी आपको टेम्परेचर बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई देता है. And let's say you talk about an air conditioner जहाँ पे एक आउटडोर यूनिट है, वो ऑलरेडी धूप में है, बहुत ज़्यादा गर्मी है एंड वो भी लगातार काम कर रही है, तो अंडर सर्टेन सिनेरियोज यू माइट फेस दिस इशू कि जो आपके अप्लायंसेस हैं वो ठीक से काम ना करें जैसा अज्यूम कर रहे हैं कि वो काम करेंगे. हो सकता है वो प्रॉपर फंक्शनैलिटी आपको ना दें या हो सकता है काम करना बंद कर दें या खराब हो जाएं. एक्सट्रीम टेम्परेचर्स में दिस इज डेफिनेटली अ पॉसिबिलिटी.
Do hard drives stop working if you don't use them for a long time? I have a hard drive that just won't work. I'm using it after 6 years.
See, I would recommend कि आप अगर एक हार्ड ड्राइव यूज करते हैं ना, you periodically plug it in और आप उसको यूज करते रहें because 6 years to be honest is a long time duration. Second thing is because hard drives they are a mechanical device जहाँ पे moving parts होते हैं, चीज़ें spin करती हैं, तो हो सकता है over time because of dust या maybe some other breakdowns.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The NEET PG entrance examination postponed. The government says the examination has been postponed as a precautionary measure. The NEET PG entrance will now not be held on Sunday. A new date will soon be notified. Amid the NEET fiasco, the government moves into blunting criticism. The panel headed by the Prime Minister removes the NTA chief. The testing agency chief dropped amid the examination mess. Meanwhile, the government forms a panel for fair conduct of examination. A 7-member expert panel will be reviewing examination safety. This government action comes as 4 key examinations now under scanner. The Bihar solver gang behind the NEET paper leak. Police suspect links to repeat offender mastermind Ravi Atri, who's lodged in the Meerut jail. NDTV investigates a NEET paper leak nexus. The Tamil Nadu hooch tragedy kills 50 people, over 50 people in fact. The key accused has now been held. The BJP protests against Chief Minister M.K. Stalin across the state. The human cost of the tragedy, kids orphaned and families left without their breadwinners. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. A big focus on NDTV, the Great Indian Examination mess. And heads now rolling with the government deciding to sack the NTA chief. But another key examination has now been postponed, and that is a NEET postgraduate examination. This, of course, comes amid various alleged irregularities as far as the NEET UG examination is concerned. The government says this is a preemptive move, and as a precautionary measure, the Health Ministry has decided to postpone this key examination, which of course was to be undertaken by lakhs of MBBS graduates on Sunday. So this examination will not be held on Sunday. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who broke the story for us, is joining us live. So Vasudha, the government surely leaving nothing to chance and making sure that till the time that trust and integrity is intact, no new examination is held. At least that's what seems to be the indication, with the NEET PG examination now postponed.
That's right, Vedant. And like you were mentioning, NEET PG examination is also one of the toughest examinations that students in India take. It was supposed to be held tomorrow, 23rd of June, and coincidentally on the same day that the retest for those students who, who had grace marks, were given grace marks as part of the controversial NEET UG examination is to be held. And there were around 228,000 who had registered for this test. This was supposed to be an online test at various examination centers. Some 276 centers were supposed to hold this examination, and in the midst of this, just hours before the candidates the aspirants get up and go to their exam centers, the Health Ministry has announced that this exam will not be taking place. Remember that several people had talked about the postponement of it because there's a heat wave going on in the country, but clearly this was in some ways unexpected. But given that the UGC-NET examination was also postponed a few days ago, the CSIR NET examination also got postponed, which of course the ministry clarified had nothing to do with speculations of paper leak, but had to do with logistic issues. But clearly now there are many exams that the center will have to hold. Specifically with regard to the NEET PG examination, this is to do with MBBS post-graduation, the post-graduation seats of the medical courses that are available across the country. Unlike the NEET UG examination that is conducted by NTA, this is conducted by the National Board for Medical Examinations. It comes under the Health Ministry. So Health Ministry has put out the statement apologizing for this, and of course has said that the step is being taken in the interest of students. Later date will be announced at the earliest, and that a thorough assessment is being done on all the processes that are being that are part of this whole conduct of competitive examinations. But of course, the statement also makes a mention of the prevalent ongoing controversies and speculations around and the allegations around NEET examinations as well. So clearly there seems to be some proactive effort, but remember this is coming just 2 days before the parliament session begins. In fact, it's on Monday that the 18th Lok Sabha will convene for the first time. So the opposition is actually armed with a lot of ammunition, so specifically with regard to youth issues, and this is only going to add fodder to that kind of attack also. So clearly this is coming at a very critical time for the government, but clearly the government seems to be with the committee that was formed with people like Randeep Guleria and also Professor Mittal, and then of course the NTA chief being sacked, and now this another big exam being postponed. Clearly there seems to be something in the works with respect to the government, and it seems to be a multi-ministerial approach, not just with the Education Ministry, because the exam that got postponed, NEET PG, comes under the Health Ministry. So clearly there seems to be a multi-ministerial effort being taken to ensure that there is some crackdown on repeat offenders, just like you were pointing out.
Absolutely, Vasudha. And before I let you go, as I asked earlier as well, was there any specific input with regard to the NEET PG examination? Because what the government seems to suggest is that, they don't want to take any chance as far as, the integrity of these key examinations are concerned, which is why the government found it, sort of better to hold the examination and postpone the examination rather than going through that mammoth exercise and then cancelling an examination. Was there any specific input that was received? What are your sources telling you?
Well, my sources are saying that the government is being very proactive on this front, and it is looking at a lot of repeat offenders. It's also looking at possibilities of papers being leaked in the dark web, which is what happened with respect to the NEET UGC examination. And remember, there is a certain similarity between the UGC-NET examination, the PG examination of NEET. Well, of course, that's one is taken by 9 lakh students, and the exam that was supposed to be held tomorrow, NEET PG, was supposed to be taken by 228,000 students. So, of course, there is a difference of scale, but but both are exams being taken by, students who have finished with their graduation. So clearly there is a certain similarity there. What I'm told by my sources is that there is a multi-ministerial probe that is going on, which we, details of which we really don't know, because one of that has already been handed over to the CBI. But clearly the government seems to be walking on eggshells, at the same time ensuring that it is making a note of repeat offenders and is talking to states also on that count.
Vasudha, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. So the NEET PG examination will not be held on Sunday. The government says it's in the best interest of the students that it's decided to postpone the examination. But moving now to the big development that has happened in this entire exam fiasco, and that is that the government has decided to sack the NTA Director General, the top man. Of course, the students who have been protesting out on the streets have said that they have no trust whatsoever as far as the National Testing Agency is concerned, which is why the government moving fast to fix accountability. And now the NTA Director General has been sacked, he's been dropped, and an interim arrangement has been made. This also comes just 2 days ahead of the important Parliament session. My colleague Mara Shakil, who broke the story, is now live with us. So Mara, clearly this is just seems to be the tip of the iceberg, the government looking at some sort of an overhaul of the National Testing Agency.
Yes, that's right. And improving the security protocol, the data security protocol, changing the entire structure and functioning of the National Testing Agency. Remember, Vedant, the government was finding it difficult to defend NTA. After the Education Minister actually went ahead and said that there has been institutional failure and he takes moral responsibility, it was only a matter of time that heads will roll, that action will be taken. And the only concrete action that could have been taken was action against the National Testing Agency. Mr. Subodh, who was the DG NTA, was incapable of handling, was the view among the educationists, that in the last few months and years, there have been multiple instances of paper leak. Only recently, NET had to be cancelled within 24 hours of the exams because the paper, because there were reports that came out, the Ministry of Home Affairs had given those details. Then today, PG NEET had to be cancelled, postponed, I would say. There were reports of another exam cancelled yesterday because of logistical challenges. So the challenges that were being, faced were at multiple levels, which only showcase that this body was failing in its purpose, in its agenda, in its objective, and hence the action against DG NTA, who the educationists and also the government now acknowledges in many ways, was not able to foresee the challenges, be it the dark net, paper leak, logistical challenges and others, and hence functionally it was a failed body, and hence this action, and it's coming in almost a matter of time, in matter of 24 to 48 hours. First, a high-level empowered body which is set up, which is headed by the chairman of ISRO, and the director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the former director, Dr. Guleria, is one of the members of it. There was this acknowledgement that these are specialists who know what are the scale at which the students appear, what should be done, what are the possible systems which have to be put in place, and they have to submit a report within 2 months. And thereafter, a new body will be created, or this, completely overall NTA will be put in place. But for the moment, the big decision that has been taken by the government is sacking of the NTA boss.
Absolutely, and the timing also extremely significant, Mara, some sort of damage control by the government right ahead of the Parliament session, because certainly this has become a huge political issue as well, with the opposition, demanding the Education Minister's resignation, and certainly the government might have anticipated that this could play out in a big way in the Parliament as well, that begins day after tomorrow. And of course, this also comes right ahead of the Supreme Court hearing to be held on the 8th of July. So the government has a plan of action now in place.
Yes. Look, Vedant, the government was being asked repeatedly in the Supreme Court. The NTA in its very first hearing had gone ahead and said that 1,563 students who got grace marks, that stands cancelled, and that there would be retest for these students. And subsequently, tough questions were being asked by the apex court to the government and also to the National Testing Agency. It was becoming clear that National Testing Agency's failure was becoming too much of a hot political button for the government to handle. And let's not forget that, in 48 hours, there would be questions that will be asked on the floor of the House. The DMK has been demanding that NTA or NEET be scrapped completely. NTA as a body has been facing questions from all politicians across party lines and also from within. If you look at it, there were several MPs who were raising questions as well. So it was only a matter of time that NTA action would be taken against the Director General of NTA. Right. And the government will now be going to the Supreme Court and also to the Parliament, explaining their position that they have taken action.
Absolutely, Maria. Thanks very much for joining us with that update there and for breaking that story right here on NDTV. In fact, our senior managing editor, Nikunj Garg, is also live with us on the phone line. So, Nikunj, at the heart of this entire story are the lakhs of the students, who have been on the streets demanding justice. And there seemed to be some sort of breakdown of trust between the testing body and the students. And this is clearly a move towards fixing that or fixing accountability.
Well, Vedant, I would say that you couldn't have put it more lucidly when you say that there appears to be, and the challenge here is, remember, stories will come, stories will go, administrative actions will come, administrative actions will go, crisis will come, crisis will go. Governments of the day will survive, politicians will make hay out of it. However, as you said, at the heart of this crisis are millions of students who are suffering for no fault of theirs. Ideally, this is a situation that should have been completely avoided. Now, this is a situation which must be remedied. And NDTV, as a news broadcaster, has always been in the favor of any crisis being resolved. It is one thing that we are duty-bound to resolve, we are duty-bound to report a crisis. It is also another thing that the authorities that are in charge of these institutions must resolve this crisis. It is always much more joy, it is always much more pleasure reporting the resolution of these crises than reporting the crisis itself, as many may presume. However, as you said, that these appear to be the first nimble steps that the government is taking. One would have hoped that these steps could have come probably slightly earlier in the day. But as I said in my previous conversation with you, governments being government and bureaucracies being bureaucracies as they are, they cannot act in jiffy, they cannot act very nimble-footed. A lot of facts have to be taken into consideration before arriving at such a serious decision as removing as a senior bureaucrat as the NTA chief. Government, having written that bullet, will necessarily have to now follow with the follow-up steps. As Maria was saying that, they will now need to face the parliament. This is not, as I've said in the past, this is not the same parliament till about a few months back. This is a parliament with the buoyed ranks, with the bolstered ranks of the opposition. This is a parliament without the absolute majority of the BJP. So in such a situation, politically, the government will have to face a lot more than they have been used to in the last 1 decade.
Absolutely.
Quite clearly, courts are seized of this matter. The top court itself is examining and has expressed on multiple occasions serious angst about even minor compromise with the examination process. Minor compromise. There appears to be a major compromise. How these things play out in the top court and the parliament, we will have to wait out and report. And we will report reasonably and responsibly. Currently, as you said, that this appears to be first step to repair this entire breach of trust or the breakdown of trust between the examinees and the examiners, which is in this case the government itself. Yes. The NTA has come into play. One hopes that these things move in a positive direction from here on, and millions of students who are the principal stakeholders and their parents who are the principal stakeholders after having spent lakhs and lakhs of rupees, lakhs and lakhs of hours
absolutely
preparation for these exams do not suffer.
Absolutely. And Nikunj, thanks very much for joining us with that and putting all of that in perspective. As Nikunj is saying there, that, ultimately it's the students who are the primary stakeholders, and this is the first step towards restoring that faith as far as the testing agency is concerned. In fact, we spoke to some students a while back, some NEET UG aspirants as well as a NET candidate. Listen to what they had to say.
These 2 weeks were very hard for me. It was a very stressful period. Means I could say that I was not this much stressed during the NEET exam as much now I am stressed after the results. I expect that re-NEET should not happen for all the students because it is very unfair to us. There was immense amount of pressure on us when we were undergoing the exam. And now today, most of the students are not in the state to undergo that amount of pressure again. So I expect the Supreme Court should make justice. And if the Supreme Court gives the verdict in favor of re-NEET, so at least we should be given enough time, at least 1 month, to prepare for re-exam. Yes, of course, it's a good move. It's a justified move because I think the government is now serious regarding conducting exams. They also cancelled UGC-NET just after the day when the exam was conducted, and now they postponed NEET PG. There must be some valid reason for it. There might be paper leak news or any other news for NEET PG also. So I think it's a very good move for PG students.
I think partially say this thing that government is moving in a right direction because this is the first step by the government. Let us wait for the further steps what government will be taking. First of all, I think the government should announce the date of the exam also because date is also very important for a situation in which the student is very uncertain about its future. Whether he know that the exam will be conducted, but when it will be conducted, whether it will be conducted in this month only or in the coming months, and which agency is going to conduct, and what will be the new rules and regulations for the examination. Yeah, exactly. This is the one of the reason that government is taking actions in hurry now because students are uniting, they are protesting, and that is the need of an hour at this time.
तो दोस्तों ये है कोटा के बेस्ट टीचर्स जीतू भैया।
हाँ या ना कुछ बोल भाई।
जीतू भैया क्यों? जीतू सर क्यों नहीं?
We are fondly known as Jeetu Bhaiya on the show. And that's how maybe, you know, everybody likes to call you these days as well.
जो कैरेक्टर है बहुत ही फिक्शनल था, मैंने पढ़ाया भी है और मैं उस कोटा के कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ा हूँ जहाँ पे मैंने बहुत सारे टीचर्स देखे हैं, बट जीतू भैया का जो कैरेक्टर है वो काफी डिफरेंट है।
पहले कहते हैं 11 लाख स्टूडेंट्स के साथ जेईई का एग्जाम दो और टॉप 1% में आओ, चलो ठीक है मान लिया, ठीक है नहीं, इससे भी आपका एडमिशन नहीं होगा, उसके साथ आपको बोर्ड से 75% लाने होंगे। ये कैसा 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन है बे इनका?
जब मैंने पहला सीन पढ़ा तो मुझे फटाक से मेरी पहली चीज वही चीज याद आ गई कि यार ऐसा सेम मेरे साथ हुआ है।
एक आखिरी बार जोर लगा दो और एडवांस में तोड़-फोड़ मचा दो।
I am very happy to be included in the world of Kota because tremendous potential and strength that the youth of India represent, and I feel our storytelling has never included them before.
ड्रीम नहीं, एम बोलो। ड्रीम बस देखे जाते हैं, एम अचीव किया जाता है।
बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, एंड आई हैव सीन मेनी गाइस जो कि 2 फोन कैरी करते हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि उनको 2 अलग अलग व्हाट्सएप को रन करना है। एंड समटाइम्स आई अंडरस्टैंड कि मतलब एक फोन होना मुश्किल हो जाता है, बट व्हाट्सएप हैज अ बिल्ट इन ऑप्शन। अगर आपको नहीं पता है, यू कैन जस्ट ऐड एन अकाउंट इन द सेम एप्लीकेशन। ये बड़ा आसान है। यू जस्ट गो टू व्हाट्सएप, आप सेटिंग्स में जाएंगे, अकाउंट पे जाएंगे, एंड वहां पे यू कैन जस्ट ऐड अनदर अकाउंट। आप नंबर डालिए, ओटीपी आएगा, वेरीफाई हो जाएगा, अपनी डिस्प्ले फोटो ऐड कीजिए अगर करना है तो, एंड दैट्स इट, योर अकाउंट इज डन। बेसिकली आप उसी एक व्हाट्सएप की ऐप में 2 अलग अलग अकाउंट रख सकते हैं फॉर अ पीस ऑफ माइंड। एंड अगर आपको मल्टीपल अकाउंट्स रख के, लेट्स से यू वांट टू यूज इट बिकॉज ऑफ यू हैव 2 फोन नंबर, हो सकता है एक नंबर आपका इंडिया का है, मे बी यू आर ट्रैवलिंग अब्रॉड, आपका दूसरा नंबर भी है, मतलब यू गेट द ड्रिल कि आप सीधा एक व्हाट्सएप ऐप में 2 अकाउंट्स रख सकते हैं, और ये काम आप एक फोन में भी कर सकते हैं। जस्ट इन केस दिस मेक्स योर लाइफ इजी, प्लीज यूज दिस टिप, और इसको आप शेयर भी कर सकते हैं।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
Focus is on the investigation. The Bihar police now point that there's a link to mastermind Ravi Atri, a repeat offender when it comes to paper leaks. In fact, multiple people have been arrested. Here's NDTV's investigation into the NEET controversy. Take a look.
मतलब हमारी यही डिमांड है कि एक ऐसी एजेंसी जो कंपेटेबल ही नहीं है, जो जिसका क्वालिफाइड ही नहीं है।
एनटीए जो एग्ज़ाम करा रही है बिल्कुल एक नॉन ट्रस्टेबल एजेंसी बन के रह गई है। इसको जितना जल्दी हो सके स्क्रैप करना चाहिए।
As the NEET nexus begins to unravel, the rot that has ruined students' lives runs deep. While the Bihar Economic Offences Unit has submitted a 5-page status report to the Education Ministry, prima facie, the Solver gang has emerged as a key conspirator. They operate by uploading solved question papers to students via encrypted channels like Telegram and WhatsApp, even circulating them on the dark net. The Bihar module comprises the alleged mastermind Ravi Atri, lodged in the Meerut jail, running the operations from inside, with the help of trusted aide Sanjeev Mukhya, who's on the run. Operating under Mukhya, Atul Vats, Sikandar and Sintu, accused of circulating leaked papers, have been arrested. Parallelly, a bitter political war continues, with the BJP accusing the RJD of being in cahoots with the conspirators.
सिकंदर वही है जो उनके पिताजी श्रीमान लालू प्रसाद यादव रांची में थे तो सेवादार था कि नहीं, ये जवाब क्यों नहीं दे पा रहे हैं? वर्गलाने का खेल क्यों खेलते हैं? ऐसे लोग कहीं न कहीं बिहार के बच्चों का, देश के बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करने की मानसिकता से कब मुक्त होंगे?
तो आप लोग भारत सरकार का पूछ रहे हैं कि फलना बिल ला रहे हैं पेपर लीक रोकने के लिए, है ना? लॉ ला, हाँ, वो लीक ना हो उसके लिए लॉ ला रहे हैं। पहले तो मान ही नहीं रहे थे कि लीक हुआ। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, भाजपा के बड़े अनुभवी मंत्री हैं, वो तो मानते ही नहीं थे कि भाई पेपर लीक हुआ। जो नहीं मानने वाला उसके लिए भी लॉ ले आया जाए।
Hazaribagh in Jharkhand, the mini quota has now emerged as the epicenter. Sources suggest that a half-burnt booklet has led investigating authorities to believe that the NEET examination paper was leaked from Hazaribagh. When NDTV reached out to the divisional commissioner, there was no comment.
इसकी कोई जानकारी जिला स्तर पर अभी हमें नहीं है किसी भी लेवल पे, बट अगर ऐसी कोई बात है या सूचना है तो हम लोग आगे ज़रूर इसको सॉल्व करने में सहयोग करेंगे। अभी हमें इसके बारे में आधिकारिक रूप में या किसी भी स्तर से किसी प्रकार का कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन प्राप्त नहीं है।
The opposition, however, calls it
All right, more breaking news coming in now. Fast-paced developments in the entire NEET exam controversy. Now the NEET leak case, the paper leak case, has been handed over to the Central Investigating Agency, the CBI. Of course, this comes after the various demands of a CBI probe into the NEET paper leak case. Remember, students on the streets also demanded a CBI probe, a CBI investigation into the entire paper leak case. Of course, multiple agencies already probing. The Bihar Economic Offences Wing also looking at this. Mara Shakil is now joining us live. So, Mara, this was among the demands of the students protesting out in the streets. They wanted a CBI investigation, and now that has been promised by the government.
Yes, that's right. They were demanding either a CBI probe or a Supreme Court monitored probe. And now the government saying, and the press release, I will read that. That's very clear. It says certain cases of alleged irregularities, cheating, impersonation, malpractices have been reported. And for transparency on the conduct of the examination process, the Ministry of Education, Government of India, after review, has decided to entrust the matter to the Central Bureau of Investigation for comprehensive investigation. So what is very clear now is that the government is going to the Supreme Court on 8th with all the actions which has been taken, be it the action against the NTA boss, which is essentially sacking, removal of the NTA boss, and now the CBI probe. Now the question remains that does it stop at the CBI probe, and what does it actually mean that with the government, so far saying till 72 hours back saying that there has been no evidence of paper leak. Now the government on record is accepting that there were reports of cheating, irregularities, impersonation, malpractices. So it's very clear that there has been paper leak, malpractices, everything has been accepted by the government. Now the case has been handed over to the CBI. Now what? Does it mean that there will be NEET retest? Well, now that is the big decision. We are waiting for whether that decision will be taken in the next 24 hours or whether that will be taken a little later. But for the moment, one thing is clear, that CBI will now be investigating because there are reports of malpractices, and the words are cheating, irregularities, and impersonation.
As you say, now the focus will of course be on whether there's going to be a re-NEET, because there were a lot of demands, of the students. They said that, re-NEET is the only option. Many of them, however, saying that that would be unfair to a lot of students. But the fact of the matter is that the government moving fast, is a fast-paced developments, to fix accountability, and perhaps also an acknowledgement of the fact that the National Testing Agency failed, in conducting the NEET examination, which is why the government leaving nothing to chance.
Yes, that's right. The National Testing Agency has failed, and all the exams that they were conducting has been postponed or cancelled. Now, as far as the exam which started this entire controversy, that exam which has been under the scanner, the NEET exams, that is now being handed over to the CBI, which is the UG-NET exam. The PG NEET has been postponed already, which was scheduled to take place on 8th of June. In some time from now, but in 24 hours. But the larger question certainly is that does it stop here? Are the students going to be satisfied with the CBI probe, because they were also demanding a Supreme Court monitored investigation? So CBI probe ordered, but will it also lead to a Supreme Court monitored investigation? That remains to be seen. And the next step, will it also mean re-NEET, just as it had happened in 2017, if I remember, if memory serves me right, Vedant? But the government standing with the students, and this is the community that had been relentlessly fighting for it. It was their career which has been at stake. They were fighting for their rights. They were fighting for fairness. They were fighting for transparency, and rightly so. And and the government realizing that they had to stand with the right side, and the right side is the student side.
Absolutely, and some sort of a win certainly for the students community, and
absolutely,
and the government also trying to reassure and reinstate the faith of students in the testing agency, because of course the fact is that there has to be some solution forward. This cannot be a deadlock, which is why the government sort of taking bold steps, handing over the probe to the CBI, sacking the NTA chief, perhaps what many would call unprecedented moves by the government.
But I think, as Nikunj was pointing out, and I would agree with him, that this was the best way forward, that this was the only way forward in terms of the government realizing that there has to be an action of this nature, and taking a move which would actually mean that the student community, which has been worried about their own investigation, their own concerns, they realize that there has to be something which has to be done, and they were demanding fairness. They were saying that they do not have faith in the entire process, that they do not have faith in the testing agency, that they were not, they weren't really sure that if this re-NEET happens, or even if those retest happens of 1,563 students, that would essentially mean that there would be fairness in the system, because the fairness in the system had been compromised from the word go. The arbitrary manner in which the system had functioned was very clear from the very word go. And that is the reason why the government going ahead and sending this message that if they were to ensure that if there is a re-NEET going forward, or if there is if the students should have faith in this institution, that the only way that students can have faith in this institution is if there is a CBI probe or a Supreme Court monitored probe. Now the government saying that the CBI probe will be ordered.
Absolutely, Maria, and those visuals that we're constantly showing on our screens, you know, it was disheartening to see all those students take to the streets with placards, their careers, their futures hanging in the balance, and it's these lakhs of students who are the heart of the story, really, and, you know, move towards fixing accountability. It was really important for their trust to be reinstated as far as the systems of this country are, you know, are concerned, because, you know, these are the future doctors and future professors, future teachers, you know, whose careers were at stake.
Absolutely, Vedant. You know, the students who should have been spending their time having faith in the system, that the system would not let them down, were feeling, you know, disheartened. They were feeling frustrated. They were angry and upset. They were, you know, they were sure that the NTA was wrong. They were sure that the government had to do something, that they were demanding accountability. They were demanding transparency. And what if you have, you know, the entire student community, the NEET students on the streets demanding action, what can the government of the day do? And when you heard those voices, we at NDTV were constantly reporting the voices of the students, and they were very clear that the students wanted lot of clarity from the government. That does it stop at those 1,563 students, or does it actually mean that there are several others who have been given grace marks, and hence there has to be something more that has to be done for them? And for that, the only way forward was to ensure that there is this entire clarity. The clarity would come only if there is a CBI investigation, which has been ordered.
Now there's a multi-agency probe in a sense, Maria, because you have the Bihar Economic Offences Wing already. They submitted their report. The Bihar police looking at the solver gang aspect. Now you have the Central Investigating Agency, of course, which will be taking over the probe. So a multi-agency probe to, in a sense, find the root cause of you know, this entire paper leak. In fact, Nikunj Garg is also now live on the phone line with us, our senior managing editor. So Nikunj, you know, this was one of the demands of the students. They wanted a CBI probe into the paper leak, and there was a lot of outrage across states over how papers of key examinations leaked. And now, of course, you have the Central Investigating Agency, which will probe the root cause of this entire mess.
Well, I think it's a prudent decision that the government has taken, because the fact is that while the Bihar Economic Offences Unit, which started to probe this case, has done a commendable job, in first to begin with, and then to find out the root of the paper leak. But it will still be a case of multiple jurisdictions across the states coming into play. Sometimes there can be reluctance, particularly if the different political parties are in power, to carry out such probes. Therefore, a Central Bureau of Investigation probe would completely paper over those cracks. And as you said, that if it was the demand of the principal stakeholders in this matter, that is the students, then for sure the government has done the right thing and should have actually done this earlier. However, as I have been repeating, that bureaucracies being what they are, they take their own time and sometimes to arrive at critical decisions. Nonetheless, my sense is that the government has not ordered a takeover of the probes, which means that the Economic Offences Unit of Bihar, or for that matter Telangana, or for that matter Andhra Pradesh, whichever state police is probing these cases, will continue to probe these cases. However, the Central Bureau of Investigation will now become the central agency to probe the multiple dimensions, or all the dimensions across the country. And remember, the heart of it is a central agency and the central government employees. Obviously, the NTA chief and his subordinates are the central government employees. If you need to probe them, then prudence lies in the fact that a central agency does that job. It would be much more easier for that central agency to coordinate with the Ministry of Home Affairs, basis whose inputs the Government of India claims, the Education Ministry claims that they cancel the previous examination. So all the coordination between the central government ministries and the state government, probe of the central government employees, etc., would become much smoother now that the Central Bureau of Investigation comes into play. I would not say that they are any more professional than the state police forces. As I've again previously said, that Bihar police has done a commendable job in this case in unearthing. Unfortunately, to begin with, nobody paid much attention or heed to the claims of the Bihar police, which interestingly currently is led by a former Central Bureau of Investigation officer, Mr. R.S. Bhatti, who was a senior officer in the CBI before he went back to his parent cadre and became the Director General of Police Bihar. Now, having ordered the CBI probe, my sense is that the Government of India will be quickly handing over all the keys, all the back-end software, all the back-end arrangements that go into carrying out such a mammoth exercise of a national examination. That would make the task or the job of the Central Bureau of Investigation much easier compared to any other state police force, because the Government of India agency and officials will also feel much more free in terms of dealing with the probe agency, that is the CBI. So in that sense, the probe should now gather pace. One should hope that the CBI should get to the bottom of this matter, and never again in the history of this country should a day come, as we have been seeing unfolding in the previous few days, where the future of the lakhs and lakhs of the students have been put under serious question mark. And as I've been saying that, despite in India, examinations are not just examinations. They are sometimes make or break moments of life. Parents, teachers, students themselves spend lakhs and lakhs of man hours, lakhs and lakhs of rupees in preparation for these examinations. And if any kind of setback comes in such a process, it's not just a setback for a student, it's a setback for entire institution, entire families. And with great alarm and concern, the concerned intelligentsia or the concerned people have been watching now for many days student protests spiraling over across on the streets. A scenario which would have never actually have played out. Unfortunately, it happened. Unfortunately, there are very serious lapses. Unfortunately, the government did not act with the kind of alacrity that it should have from day one in terms of the probe. Right. Unfortunately, there were many gaping holes that were not paid attention to, and one only hopes that going forward, nobody tries to look the other way when the crisis is staring all of us in the face.
Nikush, thanks very much for joining us with that and putting it all in perspective. Maria Shakil continues to be with us. So Maria, as we were discussing earlier, now there's going to be a multi-agency probe. But what next? That is a key question. Perhaps are we to expect some more sort of fast-paced developments in the next 24 hours, given the fact that the government is really moving fast with the investigation and with its bid to fix accountability?
Yes, so, the next big question after this is, will there be re-NEET? So that is the only question that is there on the minds of those 24 lakh students who certainly feel that because of the acceptance of malpractices, malafide and impersonation and alleged cheating, if the case has been handed over to the CBI, which essentially means that certain students did not get the level playing field that these exams are expected to offer. And will there be re-NEET? Well, that is the big question that needs to be answered. A clarity of that would come in the next 24 hours, perhaps just before the session of Parliament. Yes, and, we were standing with the students. We are standing with the student community here. 24 lakh students who took NEET. They are staring at an uncertain future. They do not know when they will be going for counseling, counseling, they would be getting the right, seat in the right college, Vedant, because they feel that the entire system has been unfair to them. So if they would not mind, I'm not too sure because a number of students were of the opinion that there should not be any re-NEET.
Yes.
But if the students want to re-NEET, should be given that option or not? That is the big question also. But now that there is a clear acceptance of, of cheating in particular, So the examination process has been flawed. So will there be re-NEET is the question that we are waiting to find answer of. But overall, overall, one thing is clear. That the government has sent a message that they are serious about fixing the entire examination mess. The paper leak country that we have become, that in every state, be it for jobs or for teacher examination or for post-graduation, the paper leaks happen. And, and just about nobody seems to be having any answer to that. So there is a need for a criminal investigation into NEET, which has the maximum number of students. Look, governments will come and go.
Absolutely.
We have seen how the NEET, the examination paper leak became the talking point in the Rajasthan elections, became a talking point in Madhya Pradesh assembly elections. And the opposition was seeking accountability. Several ministers lost from their seats because of the allegations that they were facing. So there is a need for fixing the system because of the challenges that the entire examination process is facing at the moment. But certainly we are seeing that there is something which is becoming clear, perhaps a ray of hope for the students at the end of a otherwise dark tunnel. Those students who will be going back home, will be going to bed later tonight, will be satisfied that there are people taking care of their future, handling their future with a lot of caution and care. So I think we are standing with the students, Vedanta. And that's what, when I took those exams several years ago, we wanted clarity. And certainly the students are right in demanding that clarity.
Absolutely, Mara. Thanks very much for joining us with that update there. So some silver lining there, certainly for the lakhs of students who've been relentlessly on the streets for the past couple of weeks. With that, we'll step into a short break, but this remains our top focus on NDTV.
Nothing. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
It's time for the favorite section जिसका मैं इंतजार करता हूँ हमेशा. It's called Ask TG and यहाँ पे I answer all your questions. Let's see what we have for this week.
Welcome back. The big headline from the world of business. Well, Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, chaired a key pre-budget meet right ahead of the July budget. And the big takeaway, of course, seems to be the fact that the government is now mulling bringing diesel and petrol under the realm of GST. In fact, the government has put the onus of fuel GST on the states. This, of course, as Nirmala Sitharaman also chaired a key GST Council meet, the first of the NDA 3.0 government.
कोई बदलाव नहीं कर रहे हैं हम, वो चालू रहेगा, मगर ये सुविधा स्टेशन जो सर्विस सेंटर बनता है उसमें जा कर के इकट्ठा सभी जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, आधार है, आपके बायोमेट्रिक वेरिफिकेशन है, आपके पेपर्स है, सब इकट्ठा देने में गुजरात में पायलट प्रोजेक्ट का एक्सपीरियंस बेस करते हुए मैं बोल रही हूँ. In a matter of 15-20 minutes, all paperwork is done and registration हो जाता है नया कंपनियों का.
Bringing you a quick wrap-up of the 53rd GST Council meeting. Fuel, however, is not under the GST ambit still. The FM said it will be a state decision. Biometric registration, Aadhaar-based authentication will now be mandated pan-India, starting now in a phased manner. hostel-related accommodations to be GST exempt for those within campuses. Now, before it was inside the campus, now even outside campuses, student hostel accommodation where at least 90 days of stay and a minimum of 20,000 rupees per person per month is being charged, they will be GST exempt. In terms of railway services, particularly platform ticket, cloakroom services, waiting room services, any intra-railway services, they will be GST exempt. And most importantly, if there is a particular demand notice that has been served and there is an interest penalty waiver that will be there if the case does not involve fraud. So these are some quick highlights.
The death count in the terrible illicit liquor tragedy has crossed 50. The Tamil Nadu police have arrested the alleged kingpin, bootlegger Chinnadurai, accused of supplying distilled Iraq made using killer methanol, which was allegedly procured from Puducherry. The liquor was sold to many, including Kannukutti, who bought the illicit liquor and sold at his backyard for years at this village in Karunapuram. All those arrested, including the alleged kingpin Chinnadurai, are serial offenders already arrested for illicit liquor sale. The police station and the court are so close by. Local people say with big money, enforcement authorities and the bootleggers are in connivance. Tilakavadi is shattered. She lost her daily wager husband after 2 days of struggle. Her mother says police and authorities were aware of the sale of illicit liquor in the village for years, but they did nothing as they were on the payrolls of bootleggers.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் தெரியுங்க ஐயா, தெரிஞ்சிருந்து அவங்க மாமூல் வாங்கிட்டு ஒரு மாதம் 4 நாள் 5 நாள் லிமாண்டில் வைக்கிறாங்க, அப்புறம் பணத்தை கொடுத்து சால்வ் ஆகி முடிச்சிடுறாங்க. கேட்க போனால் நீ ஏன் கேட்குறன்னு கேள்வி ஒரு மாற்றங்கள் மக்களை பேசுகிறாங்க, ஈவரக்கமாக திட்டுறாங்க.
நான் விற்கிது நான் குடிக்கிறேன் என்ன பண்ணு அப்படின்னு வீட்டில் சண்டை நடக்குதுங்க. அண்டாயை வச்சு குடிக்கிறானுவ, குண்டாயை வச்சு குடிக்கிறானுவ, தாலி நகையை கூட குடிக்கிறானுவ. எவ்வளோ நாங்கள் கஷ்டப்படுறோம், எதுக்கு இந்த மாதிரி அரசாங்கத்தில் செய்கிறாங்க.
In the Tamil Nadu Assembly, the key opposition, AIADMK, continued demanding MK Stalin's resignation. The BJP, which took to the streets today, sought the resignation of the minister in charge of prohibition.
BJP, first of all, we as a party demands the resignation of the Prohibition and Excise Minister, Muthuswamy, with immediate effect. The Tamil Nadu BJP has announced 1 lakh as a compensation to each family, and the Tamil Nadu Bharatiya Janata Party, led by Annamalaiji, has requested, is now fighting to ensure that there is a CBI probe in the incident.
Our Chief Minister has immediately ordered for CBCID inquiry and judicial inquiry also. The opposition party in the Assembly, headed by Edappadi Palanichami, wants to make it as a politics. The opposition has refused to come to the Assembly. They have not mentioned anything inside the Assembly.
900 people have been arrested in the police crackdown across Tamil Nadu. In Trichy, Collector Pradeep and SP Varun Kumar led an overnight operation on the Pachamalai Hills and destroyed 200 litres of illicit liquor. Locals joined in, pledging to eradicate illicit liquor. This is the second hooch tragedy in 2 years, and this has come as a huge setback for the ruling DMK. The SP and several police officers have been suspended. The collector and the ADGP transferred. The AIADMK seeks a CBI probe. The Madras High Court too has made strong observations, asking whether any lessons were learned, and has sought an action taken report. At Karunapuram, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. it's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. I mean, okay, I'll give you a very basic answer, brother, which is to just go and check into the sync settings of your phone. अगर आप जब S7 use कर रहे थे, उस टाइम पे सब कुछ sync हो रहा था, and now you have moved to S21 and it's not working, आप अपने फ़ोन की settings में जाइए, वहाँ पे आपका जो भी particular account है, for example, if it's Outlook or maybe it's the Google account, उस पे टैप करने के बाद में आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या-क्या चीज़ें sync हो रही हैं या क्या-क्या चीज़ें sync नहीं हो रही हैं. It's very easy, maybe it's off, वहाँ पे वो sync नहीं हो रहा है, and that's the reason कि आपको अपने Outlook अकाउंट में आपके जो कॉन्टैक्ट्स वगैरह हैं या कैलेंडर जो डिटेल्स वगैरह हैं वो नहीं दिखाई दे रही हैं. तो जस्ट टर्न ऑन दैट सिंक एंड उसके बाद में आपका जो मोबाइल फ़ोन का जो भी कंटेंट है वो इजीली सिंक हो जाएगा विद योर आउटलुक.
Do home appliances stop working or trip in peak summers due to heat?
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Turning Point. I'm Usama Shab. A comprehensive win for the men in blue as they trump Bangladesh by 50 runs to make it to this, almost make it to the semis. A scintillating half-century by Hardik Pandya and contributions from Kohli, Dubey, Rohit and Rishabh Pant helped India first reach the total of 196. And then when India came out to bowl, it was Kuldeep's golden wrist that did the damage for Bangladesh as he started with a 3-wicket haul. India make merry at Antigua while Bangladesh will have to wait to do the Nagin dance. Here's how the match unfolded.
In some sort of form, especially here today.
India came out looking to outbat the Bangla Tigers. The duo of Rohit and Kohli went after the bowlers from the get-go. Rohit Sharma hit a 6.
Rohit Sharma's hit a colossal 6. The spinners.
A boundary.
Now that'll be 4 more too.
And then lobbed one for a catch.
This is a miscue. This is a miscue. Coming wide underneath it. It should be taken. It is.
A repeat of Hitman's November 19th innings. While Kohli showed signs of getting back to his best,
6.
A reckless shot ended Kohli's stay shortly after. And with Surya departing, India were in a state of bother. But Rishabh Pant continued his good form as he showed his class hitting the Bangladesh bowlers effortlessly. The reverse sweep, which has been the go-to shot for Pant in the World Cup, was the reason for his end at the crease. Again, second successive match that Pant has got out to while playing the reverse sweep.
I guess. So Athar, you take over.
Shivam Dube showed his six-hitting prowess and made a quick-fire 34. India, on the back of Hardik's late surge, ended their innings at 196. A boundary of the last ball as Hardik brought up his 50.
Hardik Pandya this time.
And when Bangladesh came out to bat, their openers, they treaded cautiously, but Hardik Pandya, he got the first breakthrough for India as he foxed Liton Das. Tanzid and Bangladesh captain Najmul Hassan Shanto, they tried to keep up the ante, but Kuldeep, he was in a mood today. He got Tanzid, and as he failed to misread the googly and got LBW, and then he was at it again as the Bangladesh batters, they failed to read him. Yet another LBW, and then got the wicket of Shakib Al Hasan, who got a little greedy and tried to hit it out of the park. Instead, it was an easy catch for Rohit Sharma. Wickets, they kept falling, and ultimately the target was way too much for the Bangladesh batters, who fell short by 50 runs.
Obviously, it is. I've mentioned it earlier as well. I've always been very fortunate to play for the country. Obviously, it was very, freak injury which happened. I did try to come back, but, God had some other plans, could not make it back. And, just putting the hard work and making sure that I give myself some opportunities to, luck come my way. So, I always believe, I think the other day I was speaking to Rahul sir, our coach, and we did mention about the fact that luck comes to people who work hard. You can't sit home and expect the luck to work.
Well, luck did come to Hardik Pandya. In fact, luck came to India as India beat Bangladesh by 50 runs. Talking about that match, and we'll talk about that match. Joining us right now, Abhishek Nair, Rishi Chhabra and Ashok Malhotra. Gentlemen, happy and a very good morning, as I should say. It is indeed a very good morning for all India fans. A great comprehensive win. Abhishek, let me start by asking you about the approach that India had while they came out to bat today. They came out looking to attack from the word go.
Well, I think something we've spoken about through and through. They've shown a lot of aggression. We've seen Rohit Sharma speak about it. We've spoken about T20 format in general. Just to see how the whole team's gone about their business, I just felt there was a lot of conviction, barring Surya Kumar Yadav, everyone chipping in, everyone trying to keep the tempo up. And on a pitch like that, when the conditions got better, to score 197 against Bangladesh just tells you the mentality. You've got 150, but everyone contributing. Just tells you that this team's playing some special cricket. Kind of reminds me of how KKR played this season. Everyone chipping in with the ball, chipping with the bat. So maybe some good positive signs for India going forward.
Well, all the KKR's luck has gone to Team India right now. And we are not complaining. It is a great thing. We hope that India goes on and win the World Cup. Rishi, what did you think about Rohit Sharma? We are talking about that 6 followed by a 4, and then he got out in the exact same manner that he got out on November 19th. But all in all, it was a great day for all the Indian batters. What did you make of Rohit Sharma's approach, though?
I mean, like Abhishek sir said, intent was always there. And, even though he scored 10 runs in the first 2 balls, he was still trying to make it a big over, unfortunately got out. But, the kind of start that Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli gave us, I was talking on your show previously as well, that we need that start. That intent has to be there so that the middle order can count on it and, we can score big in this game. And that is what happened. Virat Kohli looked in good knock. I mean, barring Surya Kumar Yadav, I think, he scored 2 back-to-back half centuries. Yeah. But everyone chipped in with runs. And that's what Rohit Sharma said in the post-match interview as well, that, small contributions from every player is what matters. And, the batting unit looked good. I think it was a clinical performance, tick-marked all departments today.
Ashok Bhaji, is there any way that you can contact Rohit Sharma, call him and tell him that, look, if you have managed to hit a 6 and a 4, don't try to hit another one out of the park. But jokes apart.
Look, I'm neither a coach nor a selector.
tell him he's his own man. But I agree with you. I understand he says I'm playing for the side. I understand he's saying I'm playing aggressively. But we are used to watching a film from him, not a cameo.
Yeah.
So we are not used to watching a cameo from him. You know, when he's set, we know he can play long innings. He has done wonders in white ball cricket. So I'll expect to do that. You know, I understand they gave a wonderful start, both Kohli and Rohit Sharma, but we expect one of them to bat 20 overs.
But he has also talked about an approach that he has taken from the ODI World Cup, and he's carried that in the T20 World Cup as well. He said, and in the post-match interview as well, he was mentioning that it's not about the milestones, it's not about the number of 50s or 100s that he scores, it's more about the way he gets those runs and how quickly he gets them. And this is something that possibly is what has probably worked for Rohit Sharma, and probably what hasn't worked for Rohit Sharma in this innings.
See, as long as the going is good, we are not complaining. You know, he gets around 10, he gets around 13, it doesn't really matter. When it comes to the knockout game, then one of these two, the big ones, will have to come good. You know, you cannot play small innings. You know, believe you me, if somebody has to hold four, one of them will have to anchor the inning. Okay. You know, we have got enough hitters, enough, you know, I would say big hitters. You know, we bat till 8. We have a deep batting lineup. So why would you go after that? You know, if you're going to go the way you're going, maybe you might not do that against Australia or England or maybe even South Africa. Okay. It was Bangladesh, the spinners, and we went after them, and we were lucky. But I think bigger teams it'll be difficult for us to go through, because it is something like baseball. You know, it is now Rohit ball, and I don't know how good it's going to be. We will wait and watch.
Abhishek, do you think Row ball or Kohli ball, is it going to change when we take on Australia?
Well, I think the conditions will determine how they play, to be honest. I have to put my coach's hat on and be a little diplomatic with what I say. But I would just say that, you know, once a team decides to play a certain way, I also believe it's the players feeling an inhibition. Sometimes you walk into bat, there's a feel that you have. We saw Virat Kohli. I kind of felt watching him bat today, he was in the